Hey there, welcome back to the channel. In this video, I've put together a new collection of interesting stories, so whether you're here to relax, fall asleep, or just listen in the background, this should be a good one. Feel free to let me know where you're listening from and what time it is for you. It's always interesting to see where everyone is tuning in from. Now, let's start with the first story. It is titled,
My wife secretly went on a 14-day trip with her work husband. When she got back, I asked one question that froze her. Do you know what illness he has? She ran straight to the doctor, but by then it was already too late. The sound of her suitcase wheels on our driveway cut through the November air like a blade through silk, smooth, inevitable, final. I watched from the kitchen window, coffee growing cold in my hands as my wife of 12 years stepped out of the Uber with the kind of glow people get from expensive vacations and expensive lies. 14 days, 2 full weeks she'd been gone on what she called a critical work retreat to some resort in the Bahamas. A retreat so critical apparently that spouses weren't invited. So critical that her phone had been conveniently unreachable for hours at a time. So critical that when I'd called the company's main line to leave a message, the receptionist had paused just a fraction of a second too long before saying she'd pass it along. That pause told me everything. But I said nothing. Not when she left, not during her absence, and not now as she walked up our front steps with that particular lightness in her step that guilt tries to disguise as happiness. The door opened. James, God, I missed you. Rachel looked radiant. Her skin had that sun-kissed bronze that doesn't come from sitting in conference rooms. Her eyes were bright, rested, alive in a way they hadn't been in months, maybe years. She wore a new linen dress, white and breezy, the kind of thing you buy on vacation when you're trying to become a different version of yourself. She dropped her bags and moved toward me for an embrace. I hugged her back, felt her arms around me, smelled the unfamiliar perfume mixing with sunscreen and something else. Something that made my stomach turn. How was it? I asked, keeping my voice level, almost disinterested. Exhausting, she said, pulling back with a performative sigh. Back-to-back sessions, networking dinners every night. I barely had time to breathe, but productive. Really productive. I nodded slowly, took a sip of cold coffee, watched her watching me. She was good. I'd give her that. 12 years of marriage had taught her how to read my moods, how to calibrate her lies to match my temperature. But she didn't know what I knew. Couldn't know that I'd spent the last 14 days becoming a different person myself. The kind of person who checks phone records, who calls in favors, who sits in parking lots outside office buildings waiting for the truth to show its face. That's great, Ra. Really great. I set down my mug. You must be tired. Why don't you shower, unpack? I'll make us lunch. Relief flickered across her face. You're the best. I'm disgusting from the flight. She grabbed her suitcase and headed upstairs. I listened to the familiar sounds of her moving through our house. The bedroom door opening, the suitcase being heaved onto the bed, the bathroom door closing, the shower starting. All of it so normal, so mundane, like the last 2 weeks had been exactly what she said they were. I pulled out my phone and looked at the photo again. The one Marcus had sent me. Marcus, her colleague, her work husband, the man she'd been texting at midnight for the past 6 months with messages that started as jokes and evolved into something else entirely. Marcus, with his easy smile and his CrossFit body, and his habit of putting his hand on the small of my wife's back during office parties. In the photo, they were at a beachside restaurant. Rachel was laughing at something he'd said. Her hand on his forearm, her wedding ring catching the sunset light like a small, bitter joke. They looked happy. They looked like a couple. They looked like people who had forgotten that other people existed. Marcus had sent it to me by accident, a group text meant for his college buddies that included my number because we'd once been friends, too, back before I understood what he was. The message that followed, wrong chat, man. Sorry, came 3 minutes later. Long enough for me to screenshot everything. Long enough for the truth to burn itself into my retinas. I deleted the photo and put my phone away. Upstairs, the shower stopped. I heard Rachel humming, actually humming as she dried off as she wrapped herself in the towel I'd washed and folded last Tuesday while she was taking sunset walks with someone else. 40 minutes later, she came downstairs in yoga pants and one of my old college sweatshirts. Her wet hair twisted into a bun. She looked younger, softer, like the woman I'd married. For a moment, just at a moment, I felt the muscle memory of love, the old instinct to protect her, to believe in her, to make excuses for the things that didn't add up. Then she smiled at me, and I remembered. Grilled cheese? I asked, already pulling out the bread. Perfect. She sat at the kitchen island, pulled out her phone, started scrolling. Oh my God, I have so many emails. They really worked us to the bone. I buttered the bread, laid cheese on sourdough, Tried to keep my hand steady. Did Marcus survive? I know he was worried about the presentation. I said his name casually like it was nothing, like I didn't know what I knew. Rachel glanced up and for just a fraction of a second, something flickered in her eyes. Fear, guilt, recognition that we were about to cross into territory we couldn't come back from. Marcus, she said, and her voice was almost perfect. Almost? Yeah, he did great. You know him? Always prepared. I do know him, I agreed, flipping the sandwich. That's why I was surprised when I found out. Found out what? She was still scrolling, but her thumb had stopped moving. This was the moment, the cliff edge, the point where our marriage would either bend or break. I plated her sandwich, cut it diagonally the way she liked, set it in front of her with a napkin and a pickle spear. Then I leaned against the counter, crossed my arms, and asked the question I'd been rehearsing for 6 days. Do you know what illness he has? The color drained from her face like water from a tub. The phone slipped from her hand, clattered on the marble countertop. Her mouth opened, closed, opened again. She looked at me like I'd just spoken in a foreign language, like the words needed time to translate into something her brain could process. What? It came out as barely a whisper. Marcus, I kept my voice calm, almost clinical. The illness. I'm assuming he told you given how much time you spent together these past 2 weeks. Her hand went to her throat. An unconscious gesture of panic. James, what are you talking about? It's serious, Rachel. The kind of thing that doesn't go away. The kind of thing that spreads if you're not careful. I let that hang in the air between us. Watched it sink in. The kind of thing you'd want to get checked out soon. Like today soon. She stood up so fast the bar stool scraped against the floor. What illness? James, what the hell are you talking about? I didn't answer, just looked at her with the kind of steady gaze that said everything and nothing. That confirmed her worst fears without giving her anything concrete to deny or defend against. I need to. She grabbed her purse, her keys, her phone. I need to make a call. Doctor's office is probably open for another hour, I said helpfully. You might want to ask for a full panel. Given the circumstances, she stared at me like she'd never seen me before, like I was a stranger wearing her husband's face. Then she turned and walked out the door, her sandwich untouched, her suitcase still unpacked upstairs, her lie hanging in the air like smoke. I heard her car start, heard the tires squeal as she backed out too fast, heard the engine fade as she sped toward town, toward the clinic, toward whatever test she thought she needed to prove or disprove something I hadn't actually claimed. Only then did I sit down. Only then did I let my hands shake. Only then did I pick up my phone and look at the other photos Marcus had accidentally sent. The ones of them at the pool, at dinner, in a hotel lobby that definitely wasn't a conference center. And only then did I smile because there was no illness, no disease, no medical emergency. There was only truth weaponized, only fear precisely deployed, only the beginning of a revelation that would tear everything down and build something else in its place. I took a bite of my own sandwich, and pulled out the folder I'd been keeping hidden in my desk drawer. Inside were phone records, credit card statements, screenshots of deleted texts I'd recovered from our cloud backup, a timeline I'd constructed with the methodical patience of someone who'd had 14 days to become very, very good at detective work. And underneath all of that, the real evidence, the thing that would matter when this was over, but not yet. Not today. Today was about the fear. About letting Rachel's imagination do the work I couldn't. About planting a seed of doubt that would grow into a forest of paranoia. Today was about asking one question that would make her run toward the truth. While I stayed here, calm and still, waiting for the moment when everything would finally come into the light, I heard my phone buzz, a text from Rachel. At clinic, what illness? What illness? I set the phone face down on the counter and finished my lunch. Outside, November rain began to fall, washing the driveway clean of the tracks her suitcase had made. Inside, I sat in the silence of our house, our home that we'd built together that held 12 years of memories and promises and lies. And I waited because this wasn't about revenge. Not really. This was about justice, about truth, about the moment when someone who thought they'd gotten away with something realizes that the ground beneath them has been slowly, carefully, methodically removed, and all that's left is the fall. My phone buzzed again, then it started ringing. I didn't answer. Let her wonder. Let her worry. Let her feel for just a few hours the kind of sick uncertainty I'd been living with since the moment that photo appeared on my screen. The rain fell harder, drumming against the windows like applause. And I sat in my kitchen in my house in my life that was about to become something entirely different. And I waited for Act 2 to begin. The rain had turned into a proper storm by the time Rachel's car pulled back into the driveway. 3 hours had passed. 3 hours during which my phone had collected 17 text messages, 9 missed calls, and 1 voicemail that I'd listened to twice, not for information, but for the tremor in her voice. The way guilt makes people sound smaller, younger, desperately alone. I was in the living room when she came in, reading a book I wasn't actually reading, turning pages at intervals that suggested casual afternoon leisure rather than calculated psychological warfare. The lamp beside me cast warm light across the room. Made everything look soft and safe and normal. A perfect stage for the performance we were about to give. She stood in the doorway soaked through despite the short walk from car to house. Her hair hung in wet ropes around her face. Her eyes were red. From crying or rain, I couldn't tell. Maybe both. She looked fragile in a way that would have broken me a week ago. They ran every test they had, she said, her voice hollow. Blood work, cultures, everything. They couldn't find anything wrong with me. I looked up from my book, marked my place with a finger. That's good news. Is it? She took a step into the room. James, what illness? What were you talking about? I set the book aside slowly, deliberately, let the silence stretch between us like a rubber band pulled to its breaking point. I think you should sit down, Rachel. I don't want to sit down. I want you to tell me what the hell is going on. Sit down. Something in my tone made her obey. She sank onto the couch across from me, pulling her wet cardigan tight around her body like armor. Water dripped from her clothes onto our hardwood floors, making small dark circles that spread and disappeared. There's no illness, I said quietly. The words hit her like a slap. What? Marcus doesn't have an illness. He's fine. Perfectly healthy as far as I know. Her face went through several expressions in rapid succession. Confusion is relief. Anger, then back to confusion, cycling through emotions like someone trying to find the right key for a lock. Then why? Because I needed you to run. I interrupted. I needed you to panic. I needed you to feel, even for just a few hours, the kind of fear that makes you question everything you thought you knew. She stood up. You're insane. You sent me to a clinic. Made me think I'd been exposed to some disease. Made me terrified that She stopped abruptly, realizing what she'd almost said. I leaned forward. That you'd what, Rachel? Caught something from Marcus. Because that's interesting phrasing. Why would you assume you'd caught something from Marcus specifically unless you were in a position to catch something from him? Unless you'd been close enough, intimate enough for that to be a concern. The color that had returned to her face drained away again. We didn't. I haven't. Don't. I held up a hand. Please don't insult both of us by lying right now. We're past that. We're so far past that. She sank back onto the couch and I watched her realize that this conversation wasn't going the way she'd expected. That she'd walked into something she couldn't charm or explain or rationalize her way out of. How long have you known? She whispered. Which part? That you and Marcus have been texting each other at midnight for 6 months? That you've been deleting messages from your phone but not from our cloud backup? That the work retreat was actually a couple's package at the Azure Bay Resort that he booked using his personal credit card? I paused. Or that you've been lying to my face every single day, asking me about my day, kissing me goodnight, making plans for our anniversary while you were planning something entirely different with someone else. Each question landed like a stone in still water, sending ripples across her face. She opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again. Finally, I can explain. I don't want you to explain. I stood up, walked to the window, watched rain run down the glass. Explanations are for misunderstandings. This wasn't a misunderstanding, Rachel. This was a choice. Dozens of choices, actually. Every text, every deleted message, every lie about working late or going to the gym or needing space. Every single one was a choice you made to betray me. It wasn't supposed to happen like this. Her voice was small, breaking. It just had evolved. We were friends. We worked together every day. And he understood things about me that I turned from the window that I didn't understand, that I failed to provide. Go ahead, Rachel. Tell me how this is somehow my fault. That's not what I meant. Then what did you mean? Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you got bored or restless or whatever it is people get when they decide that their marriage vows were more like marriage suggestions. And instead of talking to me, instead of fighting for us, I gestured vaguely toward her, toward the space where our marriage used to be. You just found someone easier. She was crying now, proper tears streaming down her face, mixing with the rainwater. I'm sorry, God. James, I'm so sorry. It was stupid and selfish and I never meant to hurt you. But you did hurt me. You are hurting me. Every second you sit there trying to make yourself feel better with apologies that don't mean anything, you're hurting me. I walked to the bookshelf where I had hidden the folder, pulled it out, set it on the key table between us with a sound like a judge's gavel. This is 6 months of evidence. Phone records, credit card statements, security footage from the office parking garage showing you leaving together at midnight on dates when you told me you were working late. Screenshots of texts where you called him baby and where he told you what he wanted to do to you when you were finally alone. Rachel stared at the folder like it was a bomb. You've been spying on me. I've been protecting myself. I corrected. There's a difference. You created this situation and I responded to it. Don't try to make me the villain in your story. She reached for the folder with a shaking hand, opened it, started flipping through pages. I watched her face as she saw it all laid out, the evidence of her betrayal organized chronologically, highlighted, annotated. I'd spent 14 days building this case with the thoroughness of a prosecutor preparing for trial. What are you going to do with this? She asked finally. That depends on what? On whether you're capable of telling me the truth. The whole truth. Not the edited version you have been rehearsing on the drive home. Not the sanitized story where you minimize what happened and maximize my supposed failures as a husband. The actual complete truth about you and Marcus. She closed the folder, pressed her palms against it like she could somehow erase what was inside. We slept together. The words hung in the air. Even though I'd known, had known for days, really. Hearing her say it out loud was different. It made it real in a way that evidence never could. It transformed abstract betrayal into concrete fact. When my voice sounded distant to my own ears, the first time was in July after the company summer party. We'd both been drinking and he drove me home because you were out of town and I invited him in for coffee and I don't need the play-by-play. How many times total? She hesitated. I don't know, maybe 10, 12 in the Bahamas trip. We were together the whole time. It wasn't a work retreat. There was no conference. We wanted time alone, away from everything. I nodded slowly, absorbing this. Did you use our savings account to pay for your half of the trip? The account we've been building for the down payment on a bigger house. Her silence was answer enough. Okay. I walked back to my chair, sat down, picked up my book. You should pack a bag. What? A bag, Rachel. Clothes, toiletries, whatever you need for a few days. I think it's best if you stay somewhere else for a while. James, please. This isn't negotiable. You violated our marriage. You lied to me for 6 months. You used our money to fund your affair. And now you need to leave. We'll figure out the rest later, but right now, tonight, I need you to not be here. She started sobbing, deep, gasping so that shook her whole body. I don't have anywhere to go. You have parents 20 minutes away. You have friends. You have Marcus. I opened my book to a random page. You'll figure it out. You're good at figuring things out behind my back. I love you, she said desperately. I still love you, James. This thing with Marcus, it doesn't change how I feel about you. I looked at her over the top of my book, and maybe she saw something in my face that scared her because she flinched. Rachel, you spent the last 14 days in paradise with another man. You swam in the ocean with him, slept in his arms, woke up next to him, planned a future with him, and during all of that, how many times did you call me? 3 5-minute conversations where you fed me lies about conference schedules and networking events. So, don't tell me you love me. Don't cheapen that word more than you already have. She sat there for another minute, maybe hoping I'd change my mind. Maybe trying to find some combination of words that would fix this, but there was no combination, no magic spell, no way back to the morning when she'd walked in glowing with sun and secrets. Finally, she stood up and walked upstairs. I listened to her moving through our bedroom, opening drawers, pulling clothes from hangers, the sounds of a life being dismantled, one article of clothing at a time. 20 minutes later, she came down with a duffel bag in her laptop case. She paused at the door, looked back at me. What happens now? Now you leave, and tomorrow we start figuring out what the truth costs. I really am sorry, James. I know you are. That's the saddest part of all of this. I genuinely believe you're sorry. You're just not sorry enough to have not done it in the first place. She opened her mouth like she wanted to say something else. Then thought better of it. The door closed behind her with a soft click. Her car started. The engine faded into the distance. And then I was alone. I set down the book I hadn't been reading and walked to the window. The storm had passed, leaving everything wet and clean and new. The street lights reflected in puddles, making the world look like it was floating. My phone buzzed. A text from Rachel. I'm at my parents'. Please don't hate me. I turned the phone face down and went to the kitchen, opened the fridge, pulled out the leftover grilled cheese from lunch, ate it cold, standing over the sink. It tasted like nothing. Tomorrow would be hard. Tomorrow would be conversations with lawyers and accountants, decisions about who got what, divisions of a life we'd built together. Tomorrow would be telling our friends, our families, watching the shock and sympathy and judgment ripple through our social circle. But tonight was just me in the house in the rain-washed silence. I cleaned up the kitchen, turned off the lights, went upstairs to our bedroom. Her closet was half empty now, gaps where her favorite dresses had hung. The bathroom counter had spaces where her products used to be. The whole room felt larger, emptier, like a museum of a marriage. I lay in bed, our bed, and stared at the ceiling. And for the first time in 14 days, I felt the weight of what I'd set in motion. The question about the illness had been calculated cruelty, psychological warfare designed to make her panic, to make her feel a fraction of the fear and betrayal I'd been living with. It had worked perfectly, maybe too perfectly, but this wasn't over. Not even close, because I'd learned something important over the past 2 weeks. Something about myself I hadn't known before. I was very, very good at patience, at planning, at playing a long game that no one else could see until it was too late. And Rachel had given me 6 months of material to work with. 6 months of lies and betrayals and choices that could be documented, proven, used, not for revenge. I had to keep telling myself that this wasn't about revenge. This was about making sure that when this was over, when the divorce was final and the property divided and the stories told, the truth would be clear. Not her version of the truth, where she'd somehow paint herself as the victim of a distant husband. Not Marcus' version, where he was just a nice guy who fell in love with someone who happened to be married. The actual truth, clean and sharp and undeniable. I closed my eyes and thought about the folder, about the evidence I'd gathered, about the pieces I'd carefully arranged. But there was more. So much more that she didn't know yet. Information I'd uncovered that would change everything. My phone buzzed again. Another text from Rachel, then another. I could imagine what they said. More apologies, more explanations, more attempts to manage the narrative. I didn't look. Not tonight. Tonight was for sleeping in a bed that felt too big, in a house that felt too quiet, in a life that would never be the same. Tomorrow, we'd start the next phase. Tomorrow, she'd learn what that question about the illness really meant. Tomorrow, the truth would continue its slow, inevitable march into the light. But for now, I just lay there in the dark, listening to the sound of my own breathing, feeling the weight of my wedding ring on my finger, wondering when exactly I'd take it off. Not yet. Not until this was finished. The ring was evidence, too, in its way. Evidence of promises made and broken, of a contract violated, of trust weaponized and destroyed. I twisted it around my finger in the darkness, feeling the familiar groove it had worn into my skin over 12 years. Soon, I thought. Soon. Outside, a car passed, its headlights sweeping across the ceiling. Then darkness again. Then silence. And in that silence, I began planning tomorrow. Morning came too early and too bright. Sunlight streaming through windows I'd forgotten to close, turning our bedroom into a gallery of empty spaces. I woke disoriented, reaching automatically for Rachel before remembering. The sheets on her side were cold, undisturbed, accusatory in their smoothness. I lay there for a moment, taking inventory of how I felt. Angry, yes, hurt, definitely. But underneath those expected emotions was something else. Something clearer and colder. Purpose. The kind of focused determination you get when you stop hoping things will fix themselves. And start accepting that you're going to have to break them further before anything can heal. My phone showed 8 missed calls and 14 new messages, all from Rachel, except for one from a number I didn't recognize. I ignored them all and went downstairs to make coffee. Moving through the morning routine with mechanical precision. Everything felt different now. The kitchen where I'd made her breakfast 1,000 times. The living room where we'd watch movies. The doorway where she'd stood dripping rainwater. And lies. Just 12 hours ago. The coffee was brewing when my phone rang again. This time it was a number I recognized. David Chen, my best friend since college, calling at 7:30 on a Sunday morning, which meant Rachel had already started working her side of the story. "You've talked to her," I said instead of hello. "Jesus Christ, James," she called me at midnight sobbing. "Said you kicked her out, accused her of some affair, that you'd completely lost it." David's voice was careful, walking the tightrope of friendship. "I told her I needed to hear your side before it's not an affair," I interrupted. "An affair implies secrecy and shame. What Rachel had with Marcus was more like a parallel relationship. 6 months, David. 6 months of texts and late nights in a 2A vacation together while I thought she was at a work conference. Silence on the other end. Then yeah. Do you have proof? Because she's telling everyone you're paranoid that you've been accusing her of things based on I have a 60-page dossier of proof. Phone records, Credit card statements, hotel reservations, security footage, text messages she thought she'd deleted. I have a photo of them at a beachside restaurant in the Bahamas on a date when she was supposedly in a conference room in Orlando. I have receipts for romantic dinners charged to our joint account that she told me were client meetings. I poured coffee, watched it steam. I have enough proof to convince a jury. David, I definitely have enough to convince our friends. Another pause. What do you need? And that's why David had been my best friend for 15 years. No judgment. No wasted sympathy, just straight to the practical question. I need you to not take sides publicly yet. Let her tell her story. Let Marcus tell his. Let them think they're controlling the narrative. Why? Because people always tell more trust when they think they're getting away with lies. And I need to know exactly what story they're selling before I show everyone the receipts. This is David. Stop. This is really calculated, man. Are you okay? No, I said honestly. I'm not okay. My wife spent the last 6 months building a life with someone else while I was here being faithful and trusting and stupid. But I will be okay eventually. And when I am, I want to be able to look back and know I handled this the right way. Not the angry way, not the revenge way, the right way. The right way, David repeated slowly. In what way is that? The way where everyone knows exactly what happened. Where she can't rewrite history or play the victim. Where our friends and family understand that I didn't give up on our marriage. She did. Where if our kids ask about this someday. You don't have kids. Not yet. But we were trying. I took a sip of coffee. Felt it burn. She was on fertility treatments. David, we've been trying for a year. All those doctor's appointments, all those hopes and disappointments, and the whole time she was sleeping with Marcus. I heard him breathe out slowly. That's really dark, James. Truth usually is. We talked for a few more minutes about logistics. He'd come by later. We'd go through everything. He'd help me think through next steps. When we hung up, I felt marginally more human. One friend who knew the truth. One person who wouldn't look at me with pity or suspicion. My phone buzzed. Rachel again. Can we please talk? I know you're angry, but we need to discuss this like adults. I almost laughed like adults. As if she hadn't spent half a year acting like a teenager sneaking around behind her parents' back, but she was right about one thing. We did need to talk. Not for her reasons. For mine. I texted back, come by at 2 p.m. bring Marcus. The 3 dots appeared immediately, disappeared, appeared again. Then why would I bring Marcus? Because this involves him. Because I want everyone at the table. Because I'm done in with separate conversations and managed truths. 2 p.m. both of you. The dots appeared and disappeared several more times before she finally replied, okay. I spent the morning preparing. Not emotionally. There was no preparing for that. But practically, I cleared the dining room table, set out 3 chairs, laid out 3 copies of the folder I'd assembled, made it look less like our home and more like a deposition room, clinical, official, the kind of space where comfortable lies die under harsh fluorescent truth. At 1:30, David arrived with sandwiches I wouldn't eat and emotional support I desperately needed. He looked through the folder while I stared out the window, and I heard him swearing softly as he turned pages. This is James. This is really thorough. I had 14 days with nothing to do but think and investigate. The text messages, he said, holding up a printed page. Did you see this one from July 23rd? I had seen them all, including the one he was looking at, where Rachel told Marcus that I was safe but boring, and that being with him made her feel alive again. That one had been particularly hard to read at 3 o'clock in the morning while she was swimming in the Caribbean with the man who made her feel alive. I saw it, I said simply. And you still want to do this face to face? You could just file for divorce. Let the lawyers handle everything. I could, but I need to see his face when he realizes I know everything. I need to watch them try to explain this while sitting in the house they betrayed. I stop trying to find the right words. I need to witness this, David, not as revenge, as closure, as confirmation that I'm not crazy for feeling betrayed, that what happened actually happened the way I think it did. He nodded slowly. I get it. I'll stay if you want backup. No, this needs to be just the 3 of us, but, thank you. At exactly 2 o'clock, Rachel's car pulled up. She sat in the driver's seat for a long moment before getting out. No, Marcus. She walked to the door alone, knocked softly even though she still had her keys, waited for me to let her in like a guest in her own home. She looked terrible. Red eyes, no makeup, hair pulled back in a messy ponytail. Part of me, the part that had loved her for 12 years, wanted to comfort her. The rest of me remembered why she looked this way. He's not coming, she said before I could ask. Marcus, he said this is between us, that he doesn't want to get in the middle of our marriage. I almost smiled at that. That's convenient. Getting in the middle of our marriage was fine when it involved Caribbean vacations and midnight texts, but now that there's consequences, he's suddenly principled on about boundaries. He's scared, Rachel said quietly. You have to understand, James. He never meant for this to. I don't have to understand anything about what Marcus meant or didn't mean. But fine, he's not here. We'll do this with just us. I gestured to the dining room. Sit. She saw the folders laid out on the table and went pale. What is all this? Sit down. She sat. I took the chair across from her, the table between us like a demilitarized zone. For a moment, we just looked at each other. Husband and wife, stranger and stranger. Before we start, I said, I need you to understand something. Everything I'm about to show you, everything I know, I discovered on my own. I didn't hire a private investigator. I didn't hack your accounts. I just paid attention. I checked the phone records we both have access to. I looked at credit card statements for accounts we jointly own. I recovered texts from cloud backups we both use. Everything was right there. Rachel, you just assumed I'd never look. She was crying again, silent tears tracking down her face. I'm so sorry. Stop apologizing and start explaining. Start with July, the company summer party. You told me you got a ride home with Sarah from accounting. I lied. I know you lied. I want to hear you say what actually happened. I want to hear you tell the truth for once. She took a shaky breath. Marcus drove me home. We'd been flirting for weeks, maybe months. Nothing physical, just there was this tension between us. And that night, we'd both been drinking and he drove me home and I invited him in. I told myself it was just coffee, just a nightcap. But I knew somewhere deep down I knew what I was inviting. Go on. We kissed in the kitchen. Right there where you make me breakfast. And then we went upstairs to our bedroom to our bed. She was sobbing now, the words coming in gasps. Afterwards, I told myself it was a mistake, that it would never happen again. But then he texted me the next day and we met for lunch. And it kept happening once a week, sometimes more. Hotels mostly. Sometimes his apartment when his roommate was traveling using money from our joint account. Yes. Money we were saving for a house. Yes. Money we were saving for the family we were trying to start. She flinched like I'd struck her. Yes. I opened the first folder, slid it across the table to her. This is every text message between you and Marcus for the past 6 months. I've highlighted the ones where you discuss me, the ones where you complained about our marriage, the ones where you planned your future together. She looked at the folder like it might bite her. I can't read these. Yes, you can. Because I had to read them. I had to sit in this house alone while you were in the Bahamas and read every single message where you told another man things you should have told me, where you shared intimacies with him that belonged to our marriage. Where you built a whole separate relationship while I was here trusting you. James, please read it. All of it. I want you to see what you did from the outside. I want you to understand that this wasn't a mistake or a moment of weakness. This was a sustained campaign of deception. This was you choosing over and over again to betray me. She opened the folder with shaking hands, started reading. I watched her face cycle through emotions, shame, regret, recognition, horror. Watched her see herself through my eyes. See her betrayal documented and highlighted and undeniable. There's more, I said when she was halfway through. I slid her the second folder. Credit card statements, hotel reservations, restaurant receipts, a financial record of your affair, paid for with our money. She looked at the numbers, the dates, the paper trail of her lies. I'll pay it back every cent. I'll get a second job. All this isn't about money. I pulled the third folder toward me. Didn't open it yet. This is about truth. About making sure that when this is over, when we're divorced and divided and dealing with the wreckage, the record is clear. You didn't leave because I was a bad husband. You didn't cheat because I neglected you. You made choices, Rachel. Conscious, deliberate choices to long and betray and destroy what we built. I know, she whispered. I know what I did. Do you? Because from where I'm sitting, I don't think you really understand the magnitude of this. You violated our marriage vows. You exposed me to health risks without my consent. You stole from our savings. You lied to our friends and family. You made me doubt my own sanity when I started suspecting something was wrong. You gaslit me, Rachel, for 6 months. You made me feel crazy for noticing that something was off. She was sobbing now, her whole body shaking. What do you want from me? I've apologized. I've admitted everything. What more can I do? I opened the third folder. Inside was a single document, A printout of an email Marcus had sent to a mutual friend dated 3 weeks ago detailing his relationship with my wife and his plans for their future together. Plans that included her leaving me, moving in with him, starting a life together. Plans she'd apparently agreed to. "Did you tell him you'd leave me?" I asked quietly. She looked at the email and something in her face crumpled. "We talked about it. We fantasized about it. But I was never going to actually accept you were in the Bahamas with him for 2 weeks, Rachel. 2 weeks that you could have used to tell me the truth to end our marriage honestly to give me the dignity of a choice. Instead, you came home, kissed me, told me you missed me, and acted like everything was normal. I was confused. I didn't know what I wanted. You knew exactly what you wanted. You wanted both. You wanted the security and history and home we'd built together. And you wanted the excitement and passion of something new. You wanted to have your cake, and it, too." The vulgarity made her flinch, but I didn't care. The problem is that's not how life works. That's not how marriage works. You don't get to destroy something and then be surprised when it breaks. She sat there surrounded by evidence of her betrayal, looking smaller and younger than I'd ever seen her. What happens now? I pulled out one more document from my jacket pocket. A petition for divorce that my lawyer had drawn up yesterday. I slid it across the table. "You're going to sign this. It's a no-fault divorce, which is more generous than you deserve. But I'm not interested in dragging this through courts. It splits our assets 50-50, which again is more than fair given that you stole from our savings to fund your affair. It includes a statement that you acknowledge the infidelity and waive any claim to alimony or spousal support." She stared at the document. "And if I don't sign, then I file for an at-fault divorce. I submit all of this evidence to the court. I subpoena Marcus, your colleagues, everyone who knew or suspected what was happening. I make this as public and painful as possible. I let a judge decide how to divide our assets, and I guarantee you it won't be 50-50. I lean forward. But more than that, Rachel, I tell everyone the truth, not your sanitized version where you were confused and made mistakes. The real truth documented and proven. I let our friends and family see exactly who you are and what you did. That's blackmail. That's consequences. You want to move forward with Marcus? Fine. Sign the papers and in 6 months you'll be free to do whatever you want, but you don't get to do it on my dime or with my reputation. You don't get to paint yourself as the victim of a bad marriage when you're the one who destroyed a good one." She picked up a pen with a shaking hand. "I really did love you. I still do. Then you have a funny way of showing it." She signed 4 places, her signature getting messier each time, her tears smudging the ink. When she was done, she pushed the papers back to me. "I'll be out of the house completely by next week," she said. "I'll just take my clothes and personal things. You can have everything else. I don't want everything else. I want to split things fairly. This isn't about punishing you, Rachel. It's about ending this honestly." She stood up, looked around the dining room like she was seeing it for the last time. "For what it's worth, I really am sorry. You deserved better than this. Better than me." "Yeah," I said. "I did." She walked to the door, paused with her hand on the knob. "The question yesterday about the illness. There really isn't one." "No." "Go then." "Why?" "Because I needed you to feel what I felt when I found out. The fear, the uncertainty, the sick dread of knowing something terrible had happened and not knowing how bad it would be. I needed you to run to a doctor and beg for tests and sit in a waiting room imagining the worst. Because that's what I did, Rachel. When I found out about you and Marcus, I went to a clinic and got tested for every STD they offer because you'd been sleeping with me and him and I had no idea what I've been exposed to. I met her eyes. I wanted you to feel that just for a few hours just to understand." She paled. "Did you? Were you? I'm clean, negative for everything, but I had to live with that fear for a week while I waited for results. And you should know what that feels like. You should carry that weight, even if just for a moment." She nodded slowly, opened the door, walked out. This time, I knew it was for the last time as my wife. Next time she'd come back, it would be to pack boxes, to sort through the debris of our life together, to figure out who got the coffee maker and who got the photos from our honeymoon. But that would be later. That would be the mechanical, practical end of things. This had been the emotional end, the moment where our marriage officially died, documented and divided and done. I sat alone at the dining room table, surrounded by folders of evidence, holding divorce papers with her signature still wet, and I felt nothing. Not relief, not satisfaction, not even grief, just emptiness, just the hollow echo of what used to be. My phone buzzed. A text from David. "How did it go?" I looked around the room at the chair where Rachel had sat, at the folder she'd read, at the dissolution of 12 years reduced to signatures on legal documents. "It's done. I typed back phase 1 complete. Because this wasn't over. Not really. The divorce papers were signed, yes, but there was still so much more she didn't know. Still so much more that would come to light in the days and weeks ahead. Still the truth I hadn't told her yet. The biggest truth of all. But not today. Today had been about confrontation and confession. Tomorrow would be about revelation. I gathered up the folders, locked the signed divorce petition in my desk, and went upstairs to bed. The house felt different now. Not mine, not ours, just a space where two people used to live before one of them burned it all down. I lay in bed and stared at the ceiling and waited for sleep that wouldn't come. And in the silence, I thought about tomorrow and what came next and the final piece of the puzzle that Rachel didn't even know existed yet. Soon, I thought soon she'll understand the real cost of what she's done. But not yet, not tonight. Tonight was for endings. Tomorrow would be for the truth. 3 days after Rachel signed into the divorce papers, Marcus finally called me. I was in my home office, our former shared space, now just mine, sorting through tax documents and trying to figure out how to divide a life when his name appeared on my phone screen. I let it ring 4 times before answering. Each ring a small assertion of control. James, his voice was cautious. Overly friendly in that way people get when they know they've done something unforgivable and are trying to pretend they haven't. Hey man, I've been meaning to reach out. Have you? I kept my voice flat, made it a statement instead of a question. Yeah, listen. I just wanted to Rachel told me you guys are getting divorced, and I wanted to say I'm sorry. You know, that really sucks. Marriage is hard. I almost admired the audacity of it, calling me to offer sympathy for the marriage he'd helped destroy, speaking about it like it was some natural disaster rather than a deliberate demolition. Is that why you called Marcus to tell me marriage is hard? A pause. I called because I think we should talk in person. Clear the air. You know, we used to be friends. We were never friends. We were friendly. There's a difference. Friends don't sleep with each other's wives. Another pause longer this time. Look, I know you're angry. I'm not angry. And as I said it, I realized it was true. The rage that had consumed me for weeks had burned itself out, leaving something colder and clearer in its place. Anger implies I'm still surprised by what happened. I'm past that now. Then why won't you meet with me? Let me explain. Explain what? The mechanics of how you seduced my wife. The rationale for why 6 months of lying was justified. The philosophy behind booking a romantic vacation with someone else's spouse. I spun my chair to face the window, watched a cardinal land on the fence outside. I already know the story, Marcus. Rachel told me everything. She told you her version. I think you should hear mine. Why would your version be any different? Because there are things she doesn't know. Things about why I am. He stopped abruptly. Just meet me. 1 coffee. That's all I'm asking. Something in his tone caught my attention. A thread of desperation, of calculation. He wanted something specific from this meeting. Needed to control some aspect of the narrative that Rachel hadn't given him access to. Fine, I said. Tomorrow, Java House on Main Street, 9 a.m., thank you. Really, James, I appreciate. I hung up before he could finish. Appreciation from the man who'd betrayed me wasn't currency I was interested in accepting. That night, I lay in bed, the same bed where this had all started, where Rachel had brought her lies and her guilt and her betrayal, and thought about what Marcus might want. What information he was scared I had or desperate to share or hoping to learn. The call hadn't been about clearing the air or offering apologies. It had been reconnaissance, a way to gauge what I knew, what Rachel had told me, where the fault lines in their story might be, which meant there were fault lines, which meant the story I'd heard from Rachel wasn't complete. I fell asleep thinking about what those gaps might contain. The next morning, I arrived at Java House 15 minutes early, ordered black coffee I didn't drink, and took a table by the window where I could watch Marcus arrive. Control of space, control of timing, control of the performance. Small things that added up to power. He walked in at exactly 9, dressed in the expensive casual way of men who work in tech. Designer jeans, tasteful sweater. Watch that cost more than most people's monthly rent. He looked tired. Good. He should be tired. He'd spent the last 6 months juggling 2 lives, and now one of them had collapsed. James. He extended his hand as he approached. I looked at it, left it hanging there in the air between us, watched him slowly retract it. Sit down, Marcus. He sat, ordered coffee from a passing server, arranged his face into an expression of somber concern. I'm glad you agreed to meet. Let's skip the pretense. You didn't call to apologize or explain. You called because you're worried about something. So, tell me what it is and we can both get on with our mornings. He blinked, the mask slipping for just a moment. I'm not worried. I just thought we should clear the air. You already said that on the phone. It wasn't convincing then either. I leaned back, crossed my arms. Rachel signed divorce papers 3 days ago. She's moving in with you next week. You won, Marcus. You got what you wanted. So, why do you look like someone who lost? His coffee arrived. He added cream, stirred it, used the ritual to avoid answering. Finally, did Rachel tell you why it started between us? She said you'd been flirting for months, that it escalated at the summer party. That's true, but it's not. He took a breath. James, your marriage was already over when I came into the picture. I felt a flash of heat behind my eyes, the ember of anger reigniting. Our marriage was fine. Was it? Because Rachel told me she'd been unhappy for years. That you were distant, disconnected, that you'd stopped really seeing her. She said she felt invisible in her own life, and you believed her. I leaned forward. Or did you just like having permission to pursue a married woman? I believed her because it's true. He met my eyes with something that looked like genuine conviction. I'm not the villain here, James. I fell in love with someone who was already leaving you emotionally. I just gave her somewhere to go. The audacity of it took my breath away. You're rewriting history to make yourself feel better. Rachel and I had problems. Every long-term marriage does, but we were working on them. Or at least I thought we were, until I found out she was working on you instead. She said you'd frame it that way. That you'd make her the betrayer when you were the one who checked out of the marriage years ago. I stared at him. This man who'd shared my wife's bed and apparently her revisionist history. Is that what she told you? That I'm the reason for her affair? Not the reason, but part of it? James, I'm not trying to hurt you more than you're already hurt. I'm trying to help you understand that this didn't happen in a vacuum. Rachel didn't wake up one day and decide to destroy her marriage for fun. She was lonely. She was drowning. And you what? Saved her. I laughed. A bitter sound that made the couple at the next table glance over. You're a hero in your own story, Marcus. The knight who rescued the sad, neglected wife from her terrible husband. It's a nice narrative. Clean, simple, makes you feel good about someone else's spouse. He flinched at the language. I didn't plan for this to happen. No one ever does, but it did happen. And you participated in it. And now you're trying to sell me a story where I'm somehow partially responsible for my wife's infidelity. I pulled out my phone, opened the photo album I'd created specifically for this meeting. Let me show you something. I turned the phone to face him. On the screen was a text message thread between Rachel and me dated from May through November. The entire duration of her affair. Messages where I asked about her day, suggested date nights, sent her funny memes, told her I loved her. Messages where she responded with one-word answers, declined invitations, said she was too tired or too busy or too stressed. This is what disconnected looks like in our marriage. Marcus, me trying and her pulling away, me suggesting therapy and her saying we didn't need it. Me planning a 20th anniversary trip. We got married at 22, so year 12 was big for us, and her saying she couldn't get time off work. I swiped to another screenshot. Except she could get time off work. She just wanted to spend it with you instead. He looked at the messages and something flickered across his face. Doubt maybe, or recognition. Rachel told you what she needed you to hear to make herself the victim. I continued. She painted our marriage as dead so you wouldn't feel guilty about dancing on its grave. But look at those texts, Marcus. Look at me trying and her lying. And tell me again how I'm the one who checked out. People can be lonely even in relationships where the other person is trying, he said. But his voice had lost its certainty. Sometimes trying isn't enough. You're right. Sometimes it's not. But you know what would have been enough? Her telling me the truth. Her saying she was unhappy. That we needed to change something. That she was considering leaving. That would have been enough. Instead, she lied and you helped her, and now you're here trying to make me complicit in my own betrayal. He sat down his coffee cup with a clink that sounded too loud. Why did you really agree to meet me? Because I wanted to see if you'd tell me the truth about something. And I leaned forward. Rachel said this started in July at the summer party, but that's not true, is it? His face went very still. What do you mean? I mean, I've seen the phone records, Marcus. Texts between you and her going back to February. Hundreds of them, increasingly intimate, increasingly inappropriate. The July party wasn't the beginning. It was just when the emotional affair became physical. He looked away, jaw clenching. That's semantics. No, it's honesty or the lack of it. You and Rachel have been lying so long, you've started believing your own story. The poor lonely wife, the noble other man, the distant husband. But the evidence doesn't support that narrative. The evidence showed two people who actively pursued an affair, who made hundreds of conscious choices to betray a marriage, who lied not just to me, but to everyone around them. What do you want from me? He sounded tired, suddenly, defeated. An apology, permission for me to admit I'm a terrible person. I want you to stop pretending you're not. I slid a folder across the table, one I'd prepared specifically for him. This is a copy of everything I showed Rachel. Phone records, credit card statements, text messages, photos, your entire affair documented. I gave Rachel the courtesy of seeing it first. Now you get the same. He opened the folder slowly, started reading. I watched the blood drain from his face as he turned pages as he saw his relationship with my wife laid out in stark black and white. Evidence he'd probably convinced himself didn't exist. Why are you showing me this? He asked without looking up. Because I want you to understand something. This doesn't end with divorce papers and moving trucks. This ends when I decide it ends. And right now I haven't decided yet. He looked up sharply. What does that mean? It means I have choices, Marcus. I can file an at-fault divorce and make all of this public record. I can share these documents with your employer. I'm sure they'd be interested to know their employees are using company time and resources for extramarital affairs. I can tell your parents, your friends, anyone who will listen about what kind of man you really are. That's your threatening me. I'm explaining consequences. You made choices. Those choices have implications beyond just getting to sleep with my wife. And I'm the one who gets to decide what those implications are. He closed the folder, pushed it away like it might contaminate him. Rachel said you were being vindictive. I didn't believe her, but maybe she was right. Vindictive would be ruining your life because you ruined mine. What I'm doing is giving you the same choice I gave Rachel. Cooperate with an honest dissolution of this mess or watch me make it as painful as possible. I pulled the folder back toward me. So, here's what's going to happen. You're going to give me a full written statement about your relationship with Rachel, dates, locations, the truth about when it started and how it developed. Every relevant detail. Why would I do that? Because if you don't, I'll subpoena you for the divorce proceedings. I'll put you on a witness stand and make you answer these questions in front of a judge and court reporter. Your name will be in public records forever as the man who broke up a 12-year marriage, or you can write it down privately. Give me the closure of knowing the complete truth, and we can all move forward quietly. He stared at me like he was seeing me for the first time. You've really thought this through. I've had a lot of time to think. 14 days alone while you and Rachel were in paradise. Weeks before that when I started suspecting something was wrong. Hours and hours to sit with betrayal and decide how to respond to it. I stood up, left money on the table for my untouched coffee. You have until Friday to email me that statement. After that, I filed the at-fault divorce and let the courts handle everything. And if I send you the statement, then what? Then we're done. You get Rachel, I get the truth, and we never have to speak again. I walked toward the door, then stopped and turned back. One more thing, Marcus. That story about Rachel being lonely and invisible, you might want to ask yourself why she told you that. Because in my experience, people who cheat don't usually start with, my marriage is perfect. They start with stories that justify what they're already planning to do. She told you what you needed to hear to make yourself feel better about pursuing her, and you believed it because you wanted to. I left him sitting there with the folder and the truth and the slowly dawning realization that maybe, just maybe, he'd been played as much as I had. The email arrived Thursday night, 30 hours before my deadline. Subject line, Statement Marcus Chen. No text in the body, just an attached document. I poured myself a whiskey. The expensive bottle Rachel and I had been saving for a special occasion because what occasion was more special than the end of a marriage and open the attachment. It was 18 pages, single-spaced, exhaustively detailed. Marcus had done exactly what I'd asked, documented everything with the thoroughness of someone who understood that half-truths would only make things worse. He'd started with their first private lunch in February, detailed the progression of texts and meetings, admitted to the emotional affair that had preceded the physical one. He'd included things Rachel hadn't told me. Weekends when she'd said she was visiting her sister, but was actually with him. Late nights at the office that were really hotel rooms downtown. Lies upon lies upon lies. But it was the ending that stopped me cold. I want to be clear about something Marcus had written. Rachel told me your marriage was over. She said you'd grown apart, that divorce was inevitable, that she was just waiting for the right time to tell you. She said you hadn't been intimate in over a year, that you'd stopped trying, that you'd essentially become roommates. I believed her because I wanted to believe her, because it made what we were doing feel less like destruction and more like inevitability. But after meeting with you, after seeing those text messages where you were clearly still trying, still invested in your marriage, I have to acknowledge that I may have been lied to. Not about everything. I do believe Rachel was unhappy, but about the degree of that unhappiness and about whether your marriage was truly beyond repair. I'm not writing this to excuse my behavior. What I did was wrong, regardless of Rachel's honesty or lack thereof. But I think you deserve to know that the woman you were married to may have been telling both of us different versions of the truth. She told you she was at conferences and work events. She told me you didn't care where she was. And both stories made sense in isolation. But together they reveal someone who was managing two narratives simultaneously. I don't know what that means for her, for us, for any of this, but I wanted you to have all the information. Not because I think it changes anything. Your marriage is still over and that's largely my fault. But because you asked for the complete truth, and this is part of it. I'm sorry, James, for all of it, but especially for not asking harder questions about what I was really participating in. I wanted to believe I was saving someone. I'm starting to think I was just convenient. I read it 3 times, each pass, revealing new layers of complexity I wasn't ready to process. Rachel had lied to both of us. Had crafted separate realities for her husband and her lover. Had managed contradictions that should have been impossible. Had played us against each other without either of us knowing there was a game. The manipulation was breathtaking in its scope. The calculated nature of it. The way she'd made me doubt myself while making Marcus feel like a hero. The way she'd kept us both believing our own versions of reality while she lived in a third space altogether. My phone buzzed. A text from Rachel. Can we talk? I need to get some things from the house this weekend. I looked at her message, thought about Marcus's statement, thought about the lies layered on lies, layered on more lies. And I realized this wasn't over. Not even close. Because there was one more truth I hadn't shared yet. One more piece of evidence that would change everything. The biggest revelation of all, the thing I'd been saving for exactly the right moment. And that moment, I decided, was now. I texted back, come by Saturday at 10 a.m. bring boxes for your things. And Rachel, bring your birth control pills. The 3 dots appeared immediately, then stopped, then appeared again. Finally, why? You'll see. I typed Saturday at 10 o'clock. Don't be late. I sent it, turned off my phone, and sat in the darkness of my office with Marcus's confession and my whiskey and the knowledge that in 2 days everything would change again. Because Rachel didn't know that I knew. Didn't know that while she'd been lying to me about her affair, she'd been lying about something else, too. Something bigger. Something that would reframe everything that had happened and everything that was about to happen. Saturday at 10 a.m., the final truth would come out. And then finally, this would really be over. I raised my glass to the empty room, to the ghost of my marriage, to the man I'd been before all of this started. Phase 2, I said to no one. Complete. Then I drank and waited for Saturday and the reckoning that was coming. Saturday morning arrived wrapped in fog, the kind of gray November weather that makes everything look muted and undefined. I woke at 6 o'clock, made coffee I couldn't taste, and spent 4 hours preparing the house for what was coming. Not cleaning, though I did that too, but arranging, setting the stage, creating the precise environment for truth to land with maximum impact. The dining room table, scene of so many previous confrontations, held a single manila envelope. Nothing else. No folders this time, no stacks of evidence, just one envelope sealed, waiting. At 9:50, Rachel's car pulled into the driveway. She sat there for a moment, engine running, probably gathering courage or rehearsing explanations or doing whatever it is people do when they know they're walking into something but don't know what. Finally, the engine cut off, the car door opened. She walked toward the house carrying a single empty bus like she was hoping this would be quick. I opened the door before she could knock. James, she looked better than she had at our last meeting. Hairstyled, makeup applied, wearing clothes that fit properly instead of the grief-stricken casualness of before. She looked like someone who'd started to move on. Thank you for letting me come by. You still have keys. You don't need permission to enter your own house. I stepped aside to let her pass. Though. I suppose it's not really yours anymore, is it? She flinched but said nothing. Just walked past me into the living room and set down her box. I'll try to be quick. I know this is hard for both of us. Is it hard for both of us? I gestured toward the dining room. Come sit down first before you start packing. James, I really just want to get my things and sit down, Rachel. The steel in my voice made her obey. We walked to the dining room together. This house we'd shared becoming a museum of our ending. She saw the envelope on the table, looked at it with obvious weariness. What's that? That's why I asked you to bring your birth control pills. Did you bring them? She pulled a small pharmacy bag from her purse, set it on the table next to the envelope. I don't understand what this is about. I sat down across from her, the table between us for what I knew would be the last time. How long have you been taking those pills, Rachel? What? I don't. Why does that matter? Humor me. How long? She frowned, calculating. 5 years, maybe 6. Since we decided to start trying for kids, and my doctor recommended I regulate my cycle first. And you've been taking them consistently. Of course, every day, same time. You know that you're the one who's been asking me about getting pregnant for the past year? Her voice took on a defensive edge. Why are we talking about this? I reached across the table and took the pharmacy bag, pulled out the pill packet, examined it slowly, deliberately. These are from Dr. Morrison's office, right? Your gynecologist? Yes, James. What? And she prescribed these to help regulate your cycle so we could conceive. Yes. Rachel was getting agitated now, her fingers drumming against the table. We've been over this 100 times. My hormones were irregular. The pills were supposed to help, but we were having trouble anyway, which is why we were considering fertility treatments. What does this have to do with anything? I set the pills down and slid the envelope across to her. Open it. She stared at the envelope like it might explode. What's in here? The truth. The last piece you don't know that I know. Open it. With shaking hands, she unsealed the envelope and pulled out the contents. Medical records, pharmacy receipts, email exchanges. She stared at the first page and I watched understanding dawn slowly across her face. Watched the color drain from her cheeks as she realized what she was looking at. Where did you get these? Her voice was barely a whisper. I requested copies of your medical records. I'm still listed as your spouse and your emergency contact, which means I have legal access to your healthcare information. HIPAA is complicated that way. You can't hide medical information from a spouse who knows where to look. I leaned back in my chair. Those pills you've been taking, they're not to regulate your cycle, Rachel. They're standard oral contraceptives. Birth control? The kind that prevents pregnancy. The kind that makes it impossible to conceive. She was shaking her head, papers trembling in her hands. No, that's Dr. Morrison said these would help us get pregnant. She said Dr. Morrison prescribed them 5 years ago as birth control. You told me she prescribed them to regulate your cycle. That was the first lie. I pointed to the next page in the stack. This is an email exchange between you and Dr. Morrison from 3 months ago. You asked her to continue the prescription. She reminded you that if you were still trying to conceive, you should stop taking them. You told her you'd think about it, but you didn't stop, did you? Rachel was openly crying now, tears streaming down her face, but I felt nothing. No sympathy, no regret, just the cold satisfaction of watching the last lie crumble. This is an invoice from a pharmacy dated 2 weeks ago while you were in the Bahamas with Marcus. You had your prescription refilled and shipped to his apartment, not ours, his. Because you didn't want me to see it. To ask questions about why you were still taking pills that were supposed to help us get pregnant but were actually preventing it. James, please. For a year, Rachel, for an entire year, I thought we were trying to have a baby. I went to fertility appointments. I changed my diet, stopped drinking, took vitamins, did everything the doctor suggested to improve our chances. I held you while you cried about negative pregnancy tests. I reassured you that it would happen, that we just needed to be patient. And the entire time you were taking pills specifically designed to make sure it never happened. She was sobbing now, her whole body shaking. I was going to stop. I was planning to stop. You just what? Needed to make sure you didn't accidentally get pregnant by your husband while you were sleeping with someone else. The words came out like acid. Or were you hoping to get pregnant by Marcus and pass it off as mine? Is that what the Bahamas trip was about? A 2-week window to conceive with him while I was here taking fertility supplements like an idiot? No. God, no, James. It wasn't like that. Then what was it like? Explain to me why you would let me believe we were struggling with infertility when you were actively preventing conception. Explain why you would put me through the emotional torture of thinking I might be the problem. That maybe we'd never have the family we both said we wanted. Explain why you would lie about something so fundamental, so intimate. So I had to stop, had to breathe, had to resist the urge to scream. Explain it to me, Rachel. She was gulping air between sobs, trying to form words. I wasn't ready. I thought I was when we first started talking about it. But then when it became real, when it became something that was actually going to happen, I panicked. I realized I didn't want a baby. Not yet. Maybe not ever. But I knew you wanted one, and I didn't know how to tell you that I'd changed my mind. So instead of talking to me, instead of having an honest conversation about our future, you just lied. You let me think we had fertility problems. You went to doctor's appointments and nodded along while they discussed treatments. All while taking pills that made those treatments impossible. I know how it sounds. It sounds like you're a liar, Rachel. Not just about the affair. Not just about Marcus, but about everything. Our entire marriage, our plans, our future, all of it was built on lies you told because you were too much of a coward to be honest about what you actually wanted. She wiped her face with shaking hands, leaving mascara streaks across her cheeks. What do you want me to say? I'm sorry I've said that. I've apologized for everything. I want you to tell me the truth for once. The actual complete truth. I leaned forward. Did you ever want children with me? The silence stretched between us like a chasm. I don't know, she finally whispered. I thought I did. When we got married, when we were young and everything felt possible. Yes, I wanted kids. I wanted the whole thing to house, family, white picket fence. But somewhere along the way, I changed. I realized I liked our life the way it was. Liked having freedom and flexibility and not being tied down. And I didn't know how to tell you that without me leaving you. She nodded miserably. So you lied. You strung me along for years. Let me believe we were building towards something that you had no intention of actually doing. And when that lie got too complicated, when I started pushing for fertility treatments, you started an affair. Because it's easier to blow everything up than to have a difficult conversation. It wasn't calculated like that. It wasn't a plan. Of course, it was a plan. Maybe not consciously. Maybe not sitting down with a checklist. But your actions reveal intent, Rachel. You kept taking birth control while claiming to want a baby. That's deception. You pursued Marcus while acting like a devoted wife. That's betrayal. You booked a vacation with your lover using money we saved for our child's future. That's theft. Every single choice you made was designed to serve your desires while hiding them from me. I pulled another document from the envelope, one I'd been saving for this exact moment. This is a text message exchange between you and your sister from last April. You told her you weren't sure you wanted kids anymore. She asked if you'd talk to me about it. You said no, that you'd deal with it later. And when she suggested you should be honest with me, you said, I read directly from the screenshot, you said James would freak out. He's wanted kids since before we got married. It's easier to just keep pretending and figure it out eventually. Rachel stared at the message like she was seeing a ghost. You hacked my phone. I recovered deleted messages from our shared cloud backup, which you would know if you'd bothered to read the privacy settings. But that's not the point. The point is that you knew. You knew for at least 6 months, probably longer, that you didn't want what I wanted. And instead of being honest, instead of giving me the chance to decide if I wanted to stay in a marriage that would never include children, you just kept lying. Because I love you, she was shouting now, desperate. Because I didn't want to lose you. And I knew if I told you the truth, you'd leave. So I kept hoping I'd change my mind. That maybe I would wake up one day and want a baby as much as you did. But you didn't change your mind. You started sleeping with someone else instead. Those things aren't connected. Of course, they're connected. You were trapped in a marriage where you'd lied about something fundamental, something you couldn't keep hiding forever. So, you found an exit strategy. You started an affair knowing it would eventually be discovered. Knowing it would end things in a way that made me the injured party instead of you, the person who didn't want kids. You get to be the cheater who made a mistake instead of the wife who deliberately deceived her husband about their entire future. She shook her head violently. No, I didn't plan it like that. I didn't start things with Marcus to end our marriage. It just happened and it felt good and you what? You didn't think about the consequences. You didn't consider that actions have meanings. I stood up, too agitated to sit anymore. Here's what I think happened, Rachel. I think you realized years ago that you'd sold me a version of our future that you didn't actually want. I think you knew you couldn't maintain that life forever. And I think when Marcus showed interest, when he offered you attention and excitement and a way out, you took it. Not because you love him, though maybe you do. I don't know, but because he represented escape from a truth you didn't want to tell. You're wrong. But her voice had no conviction. What am I? Then explain the timeline. Explain why your affair started within weeks of us beginning fertility treatments. Explain why you refilled your birth control prescription the same week we met with a reproductive endocrinologist. Explain why every step I took toward the family we supposedly both wanted, you took a corresponding step towards someone else. She had no answer. Just sat there surrounded by evidence of her betrayals, plural, looking smaller and more lost than I'd ever seen her. I didn't marry Marcus to have kids, she said finally. I married you, for us. Why? Why wasn't that enough? Because people change, Rachel. People want different things as they grow older. And when that happens, when you realize your goals don't align anymore, you talk about it. You don't lie about it. I sat back down suddenly exhausted. If you told me 5 years ago that you didn't want children, I would have been disappointed. I'll be honest about that. But we could have talked it through, maybe found a compromise, or maybe decided we wanted different futures and parted as friends. Instead, you lied for 5 years, wasted a year of my life on fake fertility struggles, and had an affair that destroyed any possibility of us ending things amicably. What do you want from me? She was pleading now. You want me to say I'm a terrible person? Fine, I'm terrible. I'm a liar and a cheater and I ruined everything good we had. Is that what you need to hear? I need you to understand that this isn't just about the affair. It's about the fundamental dishonesty that made the affair possible. You've been lying to me about who you are and what you want for most of our marriage. Marcus is just the most visible symptom of a much deeper disease. I pulled one more document from the envelope, the last one. This is an amendment to our divorce agreement. In addition to the 50-50 asset split, I'm requesting reimbursement for all fertility-related expenses from the past year. Doctor's visits, medications, treatments, everything we spent trying to conceive a child that you were actively preventing. It comes to about $12,000. She stared at the paper. You're billing me for trying to have a baby. I'm billing you for lying about trying to have a baby. There's a difference. She laughed a broken sound. This is insane. This is vindictive and petty and it's fair. I interrupted. You used our joint funds to pursue an affair. I'm asking you to reimburse me for funds I spent based on your lies. If you think that's unreasonable, we can let a judge decide. I'm sure they'll be very interested in hearing about how you defrauded your husband regarding fertility treatments while conducting an extramarital affair. She looked at me with something like hatred. You've really thought of everything, haven't you? Every anger, every punishment, every way to make me suffer. I've thought about the truth and the cost of hiding it. I stood up again, walked to the window, looked out at the fog, shrouded street. You can pack your things now, take whatever you want. Furniture, photos, kitchen stuff. I don't care. I'll have my lawyer send over the amended agreement. You have a week to review it before I file. And if I don't sign, then we go to court. I present all of this to a judge. The affair, the landless, the birth control, deception, all of it. And I let them decide how to divide our assets. But I promise you, Rachel, it won't be 50-50. Not when fraud is involved. She gathered up the papers with shaking hands, stuffed them back into the envelope. I came here to pick up my things, not to be ambushed with. You ambushed me with 6 months of betrayal. I ambushed you with 1 morning of truth. I think I'm being generous with the ratio. She stood, grabbed her purse, started toward the stairs, then stopped and turned back. For what it's worth, I really did think I'd change my mind about wanting kids. I really did think that maybe if we kept trying, I'd wake up one day and feel ready. I didn't set out to deceive you, but you did deceive me. And when you realized the deception was getting harder to maintain, you found someone else instead of finding honesty. That's the part you don't seem to understand, Rachel. The affair isn't the worst thing you did. The worst thing you did was trap me in a marriage built on lies and then blame me for not seeing through them. She opened her mouth, closed it, then turned and walked upstairs. I heard her moving through our bedroom, opening closets, dragging boxes across the floor. The sounds of a life being dismantled, one possession at a time. I sat back down at the dining room table and looked at the birth control pills she'd left behind. 28 small pills in a wheel. Each one a day of deception. Each one a choice to prioritize her comfort over our truth. An hour later, she came back downstairs with 3 boxes stacked precariously in her arms. I'll need to come back for the rest. There's too much for one trip. That's fine. Just let me know when. I'll make sure I'm not here. She paused at the door, boxes balanced against her hip. Do you hate me? I considered the question. Thought about the woman I'd married 12 years ago, the promises we'd made, the life we'd built. Thought about the stranger she'd become, or maybe always was, hidden behind a performance of domesticity. No, I said finally. I don't hate you, Rachel. I hate what you did. I hate the lies and the betrayal and the cowardice. But you're just someone I used to know. Someone I thought I'd spend my life with. Someone who turned out to be completely different than I believed. Tears tracked down her face again. I never meant to hurt you. That's the tragedy of it. I actually believe that. I think you made 1,000 small choices without considering their cumulative impact. You lied without planning to lie. You cheated without meaning to cheat. You destroyed our marriage while thinking you were just managing it. I walked to the door, opened it for her, but intent doesn't erase impact. And the impact is that we're done. Completely, irrevocably done. She walked out into the fog, loaded her boxes into her car, drove away. I watched her tail lights disappear into the gray November morning, and I felt nothing. Not satisfaction, not grief, not even relief, just emptiness. Just the hollow echo of an ending that had been coming for longer than I'd realized. I went back inside, locked the door, and looked around at our house. Half-empty closets, gaps in the bookshelves, spaces where furniture used to be. A museum of subtraction. Everything defined by what was missing rather than what remained. My phone buzzed. A text from David. How'd it go? I looked at the birth control pill still sitting on the dining room table, at the empty envelope, at the evidence of the last great lie. It went, I typed back, phase 3 complete. Because there was still one more phase, one more revelation, one more truth that needed to come to light before this could really truly be over. But not today. Today was for saluting in the silence of an empty house, for processing the magnitude of deception, for beginning the long, slow work of figuring out who I was when I wasn't someone's husband anymore. Tomorrow, I would start the final phase. Tomorrow, I would take all this evidence, all this truth, all these carefully documented lies, and I would make sure the record was clear. Not for revenge, though I wouldn't pretend that wasn't part of it, but for clarity, for the future, for anyone who asked what happened to James and Rachel's marriage, so they'd know the real story instead of the sanitized version she'd inevitably tell. But for now, I just sat in the dining room of my half-empty house in the fog-wrapped silence of a Saturday morning, and I let myself feel the full weight of what I'd lost and what I'd learned. The woman I'd loved had never really existed. The marriage I'd believed in had been built on lies. The future I'd planned would never happen. But at least now I knew. At least now the truth was out. Sharp and clean and undeniable. And that I told myself had to be worth something. It had to be. The fog lifted by afternoon, leaving everything sharp-edged and too bright. I spent the rest of Saturday doing the mindless work of reorganization, moving furniture to fill the gaps Rachel had left, rearranging books on shelves, trying to make the house look less like a crime scene and more like a home that belonged to one person instead of two. Around 3, my phone started buzzing. Text messages rapid fire from numbers both familiar and forgotten. From Sarah, Rachel's coworker. Hey, James. I just heard. I'm so sorry. If you need anything from Mike, my college roommate hadn't talked to in months. Dude, what the hell? Rachel said you guys are splitting up from Rachel's mother. James, honey, Rachel told us what's been happening. We need to talk. I stared at the messages, watched them multiply 5, 7, 10, and realize what was happening. Rachel was telling people, spinning her narrative, getting ahead of the truth, shaping the story before I could. I opened Rachel's mother's text thread and typed, happy to talk. When works for you? The response came immediately. Can you come for dinner tomorrow, 5 p.m.? I'll be there. I spent the rest of the evening watching my phone light up with concerned messages, sympathetic emojis, offers of support that felt hollow because nobody actually knew what they were supporting me through. They knew Rachel's version, whatever sanitized story she'd crafted about our marriage falling apart, about mutual incompatibility, about nobody being at fault. Nobody knew about Marcus, about the Bahamas, about 6 months of calculated deception, about birth control pills disguised as fertility treatments. Nobody knew the truth except me, Marcus, Rachel, and David. And tomorrow, I would start changing that. Sunday evening, I arrived at Rachel's parents' house at exactly 5 o'clock. The Tudor-style home in the suburbs where Rachel had grown up, where we'd had countless family dinners, where I'd asked her father for permission to marry her 12 years ago. I'd always felt welcome here, had thought of Richard and Patricia as second parents, had imagined our future children running through the same backyard. Now it just felt like enemy territory. Patricia answered the door with a tight smile and arms that wanted to hug but held back. James, thank you for coming. Of course. I stepped inside, smelled pot roast and disappointment. Thanks for having me. Richard appeared from the living room, looking older than I remembered. His face creased with the particular exhaustion of parents watching their child's marriage collapse. James, come in. Sit down. Can I get you a drink? Water's fine. We settled in the living room, me on the couch, them in matching armchairs, the coffee table between us like a negotiation table. The silence stretched uncomfortably until Patricia finally spoke. Rachel told us you're filing for divorce. That's correct. She said. Patricia glanced at her husband, drew strength from him. She said you've been having problems for a while, that you'd grown apart, that you both decided it was best to end things before they got worse. I nodded slowly. Is that what she said? Yes. And we want you to know, James, that we don't blame you. These things happen. Sometimes people change. Sometimes marriages don't work out. And Patricia, I set down the water glass I hadn't drunk from. I appreciate what you're trying to do, but that's not what happened. She blinked. I'm sorry. Rachel and I didn't mutually decide to end our marriage. Rachel had a 6-month affair with a coworker named Marcus Chen. When I discovered it and confronted her with evidence, she signed divorce papers. That's what happened. The silence that followed was absolute. Patricia's face went white. Richard's jaw clenched so hard I could hear his teeth grind. That's not Patricia started. Rachel said there was no one else. She said you were both just unhappy. I pulled out my phone, opened the photo album I'd prepared for exactly this conversation. I'm going to show you something. And I need you to understand that I'm not doing this to hurt you. I'm doing it because you deserve to know the truth. I handed Patricia the phone. On the screen was the photo Marcus had accidentally sent. Rachel and him at the beachside restaurant, her hand on his arm, both of them looking like a couple. Patricia stared at it, her hand trembling. This was taken 2 weeks ago in the Bahamas while Rachel told us she was at a work conference in Orlando. I swiped to the next photo. This is them at the resort pool. And this is a hotel room key card charged to Marcus's credit card for a 2-day stay. Patricia passed the phone to Richard with shaking hands. He looked at each photo with the methodical care of someone cataloging evidence, his face getting redder with each swipe. How long have you known? He asked finally. I found out the day she got back from the trip. I'd suspected for a few weeks before that, but the accidental photo confirmed everything. And you what? You confronted her. She admitted it. Eventually, after I asked her one question that made her panic and run to a doctor's office after I laid out 6 months of evidence, yes, she admitted everything. Patricia was crying now. Quiet tears that spoke to deeper grief than just a failed marriage. I don't understand. Rachel's not. She wouldn't. We raised her better than this. I thought I knew her, too, I said gently. Turns out both wrong about who she really is. Richard sat down the phone like it burned him. Does Marcus work at her company? Yes, they've been colleagues for years. Friends first, then something more. Jesus. I'll call her boss. This is workplace misconduct. They can't just Richard, that's your choice, but I need you to know something else first. I took a breath. The affair isn't the only thing Rachel lied about. I told them about the birth control, about the year of fake fertility struggles, the treatments I'd undergone, the emotional torture of thinking we might never have children while she was actively preventing conception. I watched Patricia's face crumple as she understood the depth of her daughter's deception. She told us you were both trying so hard, Patricia whispered. She cried on my shoulder about negative pregnancy tests. I thought she wanted a baby as much as you did. So did I. Turns out we were both part of the same performance. Richard stood up abruptly, walked to the window, stood there with his back to us. His shoulders were shaking. I need to call her. She needs to explain this. She won't be able to explain it in a way that makes sense. I've tried. I stood too, ready to leave now that the truth was out. I know this is painful. I know you love your daughter and want to believe the best of her. But you asked me here to talk, and talking means telling you the truth, even when it's ugly. Patricia stood, hugged me with desperate strength. I'm so sorry, James. I'm so sorry. If we'd known, if she'd told us, you would have told her to be honest with me. I know, but she didn't tell you because she knew what you'd say. I gently extracted myself from the hug. I should go. This is a family matter now, and I'm not family anymore. You'll always be family to us, Patricia said fiercely. What Rachel did, that doesn't change how we feel about you. But it did change things and we all knew it. The divorce would divide more than just assets. It would divide relationships, holidays, mutual friends. I would lose not just a wife, but a whole extended network of people I'd considered family. Richard walked me to the door, his face still red, his hands clenched into fists. I'll talk to her. Make her understand what she's done, what she's thrown away. Don't do it for me. Do it because she needs to hear it from people who love her unconditionally. She needs to understand that love doesn't mean enabling lies. He gripped my shoulder. You're a better man than I would be in your situation. I'm just trying to survive it with my integrity intact. I drove home through darkening streets, past houses lit with Sunday evening warmth, past families having normal dinners and normal conversations about normal problems. My phone started buzzing before I was halfway home. Rachel calling over and over, probably being confronted by her parents, probably panicking that her narrative was falling apart. I didn't answer, let her panic, let her explain herself to the people who raised her, who taught her right from wrong, who were now learning that she'd chosen wrong over and over again. When I got home, there were 7 missed calls from Rachel in one text. How could you tell them? They're my parents. I texted back. They asked for the truth. I gave it to them. That's what honesty looks like. Then I turned off my phone and sat in my living room in my half-empty house and I waited because this was just the beginning. Tomorrow I would talk to our mutual friends. Tuesday, I would contact our extended families. By the end of the week, everyone who mattered would know the real story. Not Rachel's sanitized version, but the documented evidence truth. Not for revenge, for the record. So that when this was all over, when the divorce was final and the property divided and the last boxes moved, nobody would be able to say they didn't know what really happened. The truth was out now, spreading like light through fleas, burning off the comfortable lies people had been telling themselves about our marriage. And I was done protecting Rachel from the consequences of her choices. Done enabling her deceptions by staying silent. Done being the good guy who takes the high road while she rewrites history from the low one. My phone buzzed. A text from David. Rachel's mother called me. Said you told them everything. You okay? I'm fine. I typed back. Just tired of lying by omission. What's next? I looked around my living room at the space Rachel used to occupy at the life we used to share. Next, I wrote. I tell everyone else. And then finally, I could start moving forward. Monday morning, I woke to 17 missed calls and 43 text messages. Word was spreading faster than I'd anticipated. The truth moving through our social network like a virus, infecting every shared friendship and mutual acquaintance. From Rachel, please stop telling people. You're ruining my life. From Marcus, we need to talk. This is getting out of hand. From my mother. Your father and I are on our way over. Don't make any decisions until we get there. From Sarah, Rachel's coworker. Is it true about Marcus? Everyone at the office is talking about it. I made coffee and started responding methodically, honestly, letting the truth continue its spread. To Rachel, I'm not ruining your life. I'm telling the truth about what you did. There's a difference. To Marcus, there's nothing to talk about. You wanted my wife, you got her. Congratulations to my mother. I'm fine. Come whenever. Doors unlocked to Sarah. It's true. 6 months. Ask HR to check the security footage from the parking garage if you want dates. The last one was calculated. Sarah was the office gossip, the woman who knew everyone's business and shared it with editorial flair. If I wanted the truth to spread through Rachel's workplace, Sarah was the vector. My parents arrived at 8, my mother sweeping in with a casserole and concern. My father with the quiet anger of a man whose son had been wronged. We sat at the kitchen table, my mother holding my hand, my father reading through the evidence folder with increasing fury. And I told them everything. That son of a bitch, my father said when I got to the part about Marcus. Give me his address. I'll dad. No, this isn't that kind of situation. The hell it isn't. He slept with your wife. That's exactly the kind of situation that requires legal resolution, not violence. I squeezed my mother's hand. I appreciate the sentiment, but I'm handling this the right way. My mother was crying. Quiet tears that matched Patricia's from the night before. How are you so calm about this? If your father did something like this to me, I'd not calm. I'm focused. There's a difference. I pulled my hand back, wrapped it around my coffee mug instead. If I let myself feel everything right now, all the anger and hurt and betrayal, I'll fall apart. So, I'm compartmentalizing, dealing with the practical aspects first, emotions later. That's not healthy, honey. Neither is staying in a marriage built on lies. I'm doing the best I can. They stayed for 2 hours. My mother reorganizing my kitchen cabinets because she needed something to do with her hands. My father making a list of lawyers I should consult and assets I should protect. Normal parent things comforting in their mundanity. When they left, my father pulled me aside. You know we're proud of you, right? For handling this with dignity. A lot of men would have done something stupid by now. I still might, I said honestly. Ask me again in a month. He gripped my shoulder, that universal gesture of male affection, then left. I watched them drive away and felt the first real crack in my composure. Seeing their pain, their anger on my behalf, their helpless desire to fix something that was irreparably broken, it made it all more real somehow. I went back inside and checked my phone. More messages, more people finding out, expressing shock, offering support, asking questions from Tom, our couple friend from book club. Dude, I had no idea. Rachel seemed so normal last Tuesday. From Amanda, Tom's wife. I'm so sorry, James. Do you want to come to dinner this week? From Rachel's cousin, Jennifer. My mom told me what happened. I can't believe Rachel would do this. I'm so sorry. One by one, I watched our social network realign. People choosing sides, making judgments, deciding who to believe. And because I had evidence, documented, undeniable evidence, most of them were choosing me. It should have felt validating. Instead, it just felt exhausting. Around noon, my phone rang. Unknown number. I almost didn't answer, but something made me pick up. James Rothstein, a woman's voice professional. Unfamiliar speaking. This is Jennifer Ward from Cascade Tech. I'm the HR director. I understand you have some information relevant to an internal investigation we're conducting. My heart rate picked up. What kind of investigation? I can't discuss details over the phone, but I'd like to meet with you this week if you're available. Bring any documentation you feel comfortable sharing. This is about Rachel and Marcus. A pause. I can neither confirm nor deny that, but yes, your information would be helpful. We scheduled a meeting for Wednesday. After hanging up, I sat with the implications. Sarah had worked fast. Or maybe someone else had reported it. Either way, Rachel and Marcus' affair was now an official workplace matter. I should have felt satisfaction. Instead, I felt tired. My phone buzzed again. This time, Rachel, HR called me in for a meeting. What did you do? I stared at the message for a long moment before responding. I didn't do anything. I answered someone's question honestly. What happens next is a consequence of your choices, not my honesty. You're trying to get me fired. I'm trying to get divorced. If your affair violates company policy, that's between you and Cascade Tech. You're vindictive and cruel, and I can't believe I ever loved you. I read that last message 3 times, felt each word like a small knife. Then I typed, I loved you, too. Past tense. And the cruelty isn't in telling the truth. It's in making the truth necessary. I blocked her number after that. Let her communicate through lawyers from now on. I was done being her emotional punching bag, done accepting abuse from someone who'd violated every promise she had made to me. The afternoon brought more calls. Friends of friends, Rachel's coworkers asking for clarification, my boss checking in to make sure I was okay, a steady stream of people wanting to know what happened, wanting to express sympathy, wanting to be part of the drama. I answered them all with the same calm recitation of facts, no embellishment, no editorial, just the documented truth over and over until it stopped sounding like my life and started sounding like a police report. By evening, I was done. Emotionally depleted, I turned off my phone, made myself dinner I didn't eat, and sat in front of the TV without turning it on. David showed up at 7 o'clock with beer and pizza and the gift of not asking how I was doing. Your mom called me, he said, settling onto my couch like he'd done 1,000 times before. Said you might need company. I'm fine. You're not fine, but you will be eventually. He handed me a beer. Eat something. You look like I took a bite of pizza, tasted cardboard. Rachel's HR called. They want to meet with me. You going? Wednesday. You know they could fire both of them, right? Workplace relationships are complicated legally, but if they were using company time or resources, I know. And you're okay with that? Rachel losing her job. I thought about it. Really thought about it. I don't want her to suffer. I don't want her life to be ruined. But I also can't protect her from the consequences of her choices anymore. If telling the truth means she faces professional repercussions, that's just what happens. David nodded slowly. You're handling this better than I would. No, I'm not. I'm just handling it differently. We sat in comfortable silence, eating pizza and drinking beer, the TV still dark, the house still half empty. It felt normal. It felt okay. It felt like maybe I would survive this after all. People are taking sides, David said eventually. Amanda and Tom invited you to dinner but didn't mention Rachel. Sarah stopped following Rachel on Instagram. Even the book club is splitting. Team James versus Team Rachel. There shouldn't be teams. This isn't a sport. It's human nature. People need to categorize things, decide who to support. And right now with the evidence you've provided, most people are categorizing you as the victim and Rachel as the villain. She's not a villain. She's just I stopped trying to find the right words. She's just someone who made a lot of bad choices and is now facing the consequences. That's very mature of you. Maturity. I'm angry and hurt and betrayed, but I'm also trying not to become someone I don't recognize. Trying not to let this turn me bitter or vindictive or cruel. Is that why you told everyone? To preserve your integrity? I told everyone. Because they deserve the truth. Because I was tired of Rachel controlling the narrative. Because I stopped, felt emotion rising in my throat. Because I needed people to know that I tried. That I was faithful and honest and did everything I was supposed to do. That when our marriage failed, it wasn't because I didn't fight for it. David didn't say anything. Just sat with me in the silence. Let me feel what I needed to feel without trying to fix it. You know what the worst part is? I said finally. I still love her. Not the person she is, the person I thought she was. And I'm grieving someone who never really existed. How up is that? Pretty up, but also pretty normal. David grabbed another slice of pizza. You're mourning the death of your marriage and the death of your understanding of your wife. That's 2 losses at once. Give yourself permission to feel shitty about it. I don't have time to feel shitty. I have to meet with HR Wednesday. Sign divorce papers Thursday. Figure out how to divide a life by Friday. Then feel shitty next week. Schedule it. Put it in your calendar. Tuesday 2 p.m. fall apart completely. Wednesday 2 p.m. put yourself back together. I almost smiled at that. You think it works that way? No. But you're going to try anyway because that's who you are. You're going to compartmentalize and schedule and organize your way through grief because the alternative is chaos and you hate chaos. He was right. He knew me better than I knew myself sometimes. We finished the pizza and the beers and watched a game neither of us cared about. And for a few hours, I felt almost normal, almost okay, almost like a person instead of a collection of wounds held together by spite and stubbornness. When David left at 11 o'clock, he hugged me at the door. Call me if you need anything, and I mean anything. Company, conversation, help burying a body, whatever. I'll be fine. I know you will. But you don't have to be fine alone. After he left, I locked the door and walked through my empty house one more time, checked the locks on windows, turned off lights, did all the small rituals of ending a day. In the bathroom, I caught sight of myself in the mirror. I looked older, tired, like someone who'd aged years and weeks. But I also looked different in a way I couldn't quite name. Harder maybe, or clearer, like grief had burned away some softness I'd been carrying, leaving something more essential behind. I went to bed and actually slept. 6 hours of dreamless unconsciousness that felt like mercy. And when I woke Tuesday morning to more messages, more questions, more people wanting to know the story, I answered them all with the same methodical honesty because this was what I'd chosen. This path of radical truth-telling, of refusing to let Rachel's lies stand unchallenged. And if it made me look vindictive or cruel or unforgiving, so be it. At least I could look at myself in the mirror and know I'd told the truth. At least I could live with who I was becoming. At least I could sleep at night. That had to be worth something. Wednesday morning arrived cold and bright, the kind of November day that makes everything look crisp and unforgiving. I dressed in my best suit, the charcoal one I'd worn to job interviews and funerals, occasions that required gravitas, and drove to Cascade Tech's headquarters downtown. The building was all glass and steel, aggressively modern, the kind of place that probably had a meditation room and kombucha on tap. I'd been here before to company parties where Rachel had introduced me to colleagues whose names I forgot immediately, where Marcus had shaken my hand and smiled and looked me in the eye while planning to betray me. Security directed me to the 14th floor. Jennifer Ward's office overlooked the city floor-to-ceiling windows that made everything feel exposed. She stood when I entered, mid-40s, professional suit, the kind of face that gave nothing away. "Mr. Rothstein, thank you for coming." She gestured to a chair across from her desk. "Can I get you anything? Coffee, water?" "I'm fine, thank you." She sat, folded her hands on the desk between us, and got straight to it. "I'll be direct. We've received reports of an inappropriate relationship between 2 of our employees. Based on the information we've gathered so far, your name has come up as someone who might have relevant knowledge. Before we proceed, I need to clarify. You are under no legal obligation to speak with me. This is entirely voluntary. I understand. And anything you tell me will be used in our internal investigation and could result in disciplinary action against the employees involved. Are you comfortable with that?" I thought about Rachel, about the job she'd worked so hard for, the career she'd built. Thought about what losing it would mean for her future, for whatever life she was planning with Marcus. Then I thought about the lies, the betrayal, the year of fake fertility treatments, the 2 weeks in the Bahamas paid for with our savings. "I'm comfortable with that," I said. Jennifer pulled out a legal pad. "Walk me through what you know." I did. I told her about discovering the affair, about the phone records and text messages, about the Bahamas trip that Rachel had claimed was a work conference. I told her about Marcus, about how long they'd been colleagues, about the progression from friendship to something more. "Do you have documentation?" Jennifer asked. I pulled out a flash drive I'd prepared specifically for this meeting. "This contains phone records, text messages, credit card receipts, hotel reservations, and security camera footage from your parking garage showing Rachel and Marcus leaving together on multiple occasions when they both supposedly worked late." She took the drive, turned it over in her hands. "Security camera footage. How did you obtain that?" "I didn't. A friend who works in building security did. He's prepared to testify if necessary." That was a lie. I'd paid a security contractor $200 to pull the footage, and he'd made it very clear he wouldn't testify to anything. But Jennifer didn't need to know that. She plugged in the drive, opened the files, her face remaining professionally neutral as she scanned through evidence. This is quite thorough. I had a lot of time to be thorough. She looked up from the screen. Mr. Rothstein, I need to ask you something directly. What's your goal here? Are you seeking revenge against your wife and her against these employees? Or are you genuinely concerned about company policy violations? I considered the question. The honest answer was complicated. It was both revenge and principle, hurt, injustice, personal pain, and legitimate concern about workplace ethics. My wife had an affair, I said slowly. That's personal and it's painful, and yes, I'm angry about it. But she also used company resources to conduct that affair. She claimed work trips that were actually vacations. She used office time for personal communications. She and Marcus created a situation where their colleagues had to cover for them, had to lie about their whereabouts, had to be complicit in something that violated your company's ethics policy. I leaned forward. So yes, this is personal, but it's also a legitimate workplace issue. And I think your other employees deserve to work in an environment where people follow the rules, where married colleagues don't use company time and resources to conduct affairs, where professional boundaries actually mean something. Jennifer studied me for a long moment. You're very articulate for someone in your situation. I've had time to think about how to articulate it. She turned back to her computer, clicked through more files. This footage from the parking garage. When was this taken? Multiple dates from July through October. The timestamps are in the file names. And these hotel receipts, they show charges to Marcus Chen's personal credit card, but some of them are from afternoons when both employees were supposedly at client meetings. Yes. Did you verify with the clients whether those meetings actually happened? No, that felt like overstepping, but I'm sure your records show whether they billed those hours as client work. She made a note on her legal pad. They did. We've already pulled their timesheets. Something in her tone told me Rachel and Marcus were in deeper trouble than they knew. Billing personal time as client work wasn't just an ethics violation, it was fraud. Is there anything else you can tell me that might be relevant to our investigation? I thought about the birth control deception, about the fertility treatments, about all the personal betrayals that had nothing to do with Cascade Tech's policies. No, everything else is private between Rachel and me. I appreciate your discretion. She ejected the flash drive, slid it back across the desk. Keep this. We've copied everything we need. And Mr. Rothstein, for what it's worth, I'm sorry you're going through this. Workplace affairs create victims beyond just the spouses involved. They damage team dynamics, create liability for the company, and force colleagues into uncomfortable positions. I appreciate that. We'll be conducting our investigation over the next 2 weeks. I can't tell you what the outcome will be, but I can tell you we take these matters seriously. If employees violate our ethics policy, especially if they commit timesheet fraud, there are consequences. I stood to leave, shook her hand. Thank you for your time. Mr. Rothstein, she walked me to the door. I've been doing this job for 15 years. I've seen a lot of workplace affairs. Most of the betrayed spouses who come in here are angry, vengeful, looking to cause maximum damage. You're not like that. I'm angry, I said. Honestly, I'm very angry, but I'm trying to channel it into something constructive instead of destructive. Well, you're doing a remarkable job. I hope you find peace with all of this. I rode the elevator down 14 floors, walked through the lobby past employees who might have known about Rachel and Marcus, who might have covered for them, who might have watched my marriage dissolve in real time while pretending ignorance. Outside, the November air felt sharp and clean. I stood on the sidewalk for a moment, letting it clear my head, trying to process what I'd just done. I'd potentially cost Rachel her job, her career, the financial independence she'd fought so hard for. I waited to feel guilty, waited for remorse to hit me, for second thoughts to creep in. But all I felt was tired, and maybe underneath that, the smallest flicker of satisfaction. My phone buzzed, a text from an unknown number. This is Marcus. We need to talk now. Meet me at the coffee shop on 5th. I stared at the message, debated ignoring it, then decided why not. One more conversation, one more chance to hear him try to explain the inexplicable. I texted back. 30 minutes. Marcus was already there when I arrived, sitting at a corner table with the 2 cups of coffee going cold in front of him. He looked terrible, unshaven, rumpled, like he'd slept in his car. His leg was bouncing under the table, nervous energy radiating off him in waves. Thanks for coming, he said as I sat down. You have 20 minutes. Talk. HR called me in yesterday, asked me questions about Rachel, about our relationship, about work trips and client billing. They're investigating us, James. They're looking at timesheet records and expense reports. And he ran his hands through his hair. Did you talk to them? I answered their questions honestly. You gave them evidence. Security footage, credit card receipts. You're trying to get us fired. I'm trying to get divorced. What your employer does with information about your ethics violations is their choice, not mine. Ethics violations? He laughed bitterly. That's what you're calling it? We fell in love, James. That's not a violation. That's you fell in love on company time. You billed personal hours as client work. You used office resources to conduct an affair. That's not romance, Marcus. That's fraud. He slumped in his chair. Rachel's going to lose her job. They basically told her that yesterday. And I'll probably lose mine, too. We'll both be blacklisted in the industry, unable to get references, starting over from nothing. Consequences. I said simply, for what? For being human? For making mistakes? For lying? For stealing company time? For creating a hostile work environment where your colleagues had to cover for you? I leaned forward. You want to know what really bothers me about this, Marcus? Not that you fell in love with my wife. Feelings happen. I get that. What bothers me is how entitled you both are. How you act like the rules don't apply to you. Like you should be able to conduct an affair on your employer's dime and face no consequences because your feelings are special. That's not it is fair. You made choices, adult choices. Now you get adult consequences. That's how the world works. He stared at his coffee and I watched him realize that charm wouldn't work here. That I wasn't someone he could sweet talk or manipulate. What do you want from me, James? An apology? I already gave you one graveling. I'll do it if that's what it takes. I don't want anything from you. I wanted the truth, which I got. I wanted the affair documented, which it is. I wanted to make sure everyone knew what really happened, and now they do. There's nothing else you have that I need. Rachel said, you're destroying her life out of spite. Rachel destroyed her own life. I'm just refusing to help her hide the wreckage. I stood up. Your 20 minutes are up. Don't contact me again. Wait. He grabbed my arm and I looked down at his hand until he released it. Just one thing. The question you asked her about me having an illness. There really isn't one, is there? No. So why? Because I wanted her to feel afraid. I wanted her to panic, to run to a doctor, to sit in a waiting room imagining worst-case scenarios. I wanted her to experience a fraction of the fear I felt when I got tested for STDs because my wife had been sleeping with someone else without my knowledge. I met his eyes. I wanted her to understand that actions have consequences beyond just the ones you intend. Understanding dawned on his face. That's psychological warfare. That's karma. I walked out before he could respond. Left him sitting there with his cold coffee and his crumbling future. The satisfaction I'd been waiting for finally arrived. Not a flood, just a trickle, but real. Marcus understood now. Understood that I wasn't going to be passive or forgiving or understanding. Understood that there was a price for what he'd done, and I was going to make sure he paid it. My phone buzzed as I reached my car. Jennifer Ward, thank you for your cooperation today. Your information was very helpful. Then 30 seconds later, another text from an unknown number. I opened it expecting more from Marcus, but it was Rachel. They're firing me. I hope you're happy. I hope destroying my career makes you feel better about your own failures. I read it twice, felt each word like a slap, then deleted the message without responding. She wanted a fight, wanted to make me the villain, wanted to turn her consequences into my cruelty. But I was done engaging with her narrative, done defending myself against accusations from someone who'd lost all credibility. I drove home through afternoon traffic, past coffee shops and grocery stores and all the normal places where normal people live normal lives. My life didn't feel normal anymore. It felt like performance art, the dissolution of a marriage. An installation piece featuring evidence and accusations and consequences. At home, I found a box on my doorstep. No return address, just my name and Rachel's handwriting. Inside were items I'd left at her parents' house over the years, a jacket, some books, a photo album from our honeymoon, things she no longer wanted contaminated with my presence. The photo album hurt. I flipped through it. Us at Niagara Falls, laughing in the rain, young and in love and so stupidly certain about our future. Rachel in a sundress. Me with my arm around her waist. Both of us looking at the camera like we were showing the world what happiness looked like. That couple didn't exist anymore. Those people were gone, replaced by strangers who'd spent the afternoon trying to hurt each other through lawyers and HR departments and carefully deployed truths. I closed the album, put it in a drawer I wouldn't open again, and sat down at my kitchen table with the divorce papers that needed signing, the financial documents that needed reviewing, the administrative dismantling of a 12-year relationship. My phone rang, my lawyer, Sandra, calling with updates. James, hi. I have news about the divorce proceedings. Go ahead. Rachel's attorney is pushing back on the amended agreement. They're claiming the reimbursement clause for fertility treatments is punitive and not based in legal precedent. It's based on fraud. She lied about trying to conceive while actively preventing conception. I agree, and I think we can argue that successfully, but be prepared. This might go to mediation. Rachel's not going to just accept your terms without a fight. Fine, let her fight it. I have evidence. I know you do. But evidence cuts both ways, James. She could argue emotional distress, could claim your behavior after discovering the affair was psychologically harmful. Could paint you as vindictive. Let her try. Sandra sighed. I'm saying this as your lawyer and your friend. At some point, you need to decide if being right is worth the cost of proving it. Divorce mediation can get ugly and expensive fast. Are you prepared for that? I thought about the question she'd asked. The cost of being right. The price of truth. Yes, I said finally. I'm prepared. Okay, then we'll prepare for mediation. I'll file the motion next week. After we hung up, I sat in my kitchen and thought about what was coming. More lawyers, more meetings, more careful recitations of betrayal, more documented evidence of more public airing of private pain. Rachel wanted to fight. Wanted to make this difficult. Wanted to punish me for refusing to quietly accept her narrative. Fine, I could fight. I'd gotten good at it over the past few weeks. My phone buzzed again. David, heard about the HR meeting. How'd it go? It went. Rachel's probably getting fired. And you feel I tried to identify the emotion. Satisfaction, guilt, relief. It was all tangled together. Impossible to separate. I feel like I did what I had to do. I type back. Whether that makes me right or just vindictive, I don't know anymore. For what it's worth, I think you're right. She made choices. You're just making sure those choices have consequences. I wanted to believe that. Wanted to think I was motivated by justice rather than revenge, by truth rather than cruelty. But sitting alone in my kitchen, surrounded by evidence of my dissolving marriage, I wondered if there was really a difference. If pursuing truth with this much determination wasn't just revenge in a prettier package, if I was becoming someone I'd recognize when this was all over. I didn't have answers, just questions and evidence and the slow, grinding work of ending a marriage while trying to preserve my integrity. Outside, the sun was setting, painting the kitchen in shades of orange and gold. Beautiful, indifferent. The world kept turning. Regardless of my pain, regardless of Rachel's consequences, regardless of whether any of this mattered in the long run, I pulled out the final piece of evidence I'd been saving. The thing I hadn't shown anyone yet, not even David, the revelation that would change everything one more time. But not tonight. Tonight, I was too tired for more truth-telling, more revelations, more carefully orchestrated justice. Tonight, I would just sit in my kitchen and watch the sun set and try to remember who I was before all of this started. Tomorrow, I would detonate the last bomb. Tomorrow would be the final reckoning. But tonight, I would rest. Thursday morning, I woke with the kind of clarity that comes from decisions already made, from crossing a threshold you can't uncross. Today was the day, the final truth, the last piece that would reframe everything that had come before. I'd been holding this back deliberately, strategically, waiting for the moment when it would have maximum impact. When Rachel thought she'd seen all my evidence, heard all my accusations, faced all her consequences. Now was that moment. I sent 3 emails before breakfast to Rachel's lawyer scheduling emergency mediation. New evidence has come to light that affects asset division. To my lawyer, Sandra, we need to talk this morning if possible. It's urgent. To Rachel, we need to meet today, 2 p.m. at the house. Come alone. This is important. Then I pulled out the folder I'd been keeping locked in my desk drawer for 2 weeks. The one even David hadn't seen. The one containing evidence so explosive it would fundamentally alter the entire divorce. Sandra called a 9. What's this about new evidence? Can you come to my house? I need to show you something in person. James, if this is just more text or photos, it's not. Trust me, you need to see this. She arrived at 10 o'clock, briefcase in hand, professional skepticism on her face. I led her to my office, closed the door, and handed her the folder. This is a financial forensic report commissioned from a private investigator, I said. It covers Rachel's banking activity for the past 3 years. Sandra opened the folder, started reading, and her expression shifted from skeptical to shocked to something like awe. Holy, keep reading. She flipped through pages, her lawyer brain processing implications faster than she could articulate them. This is James. Do you understand what this means? I understand exactly what it means. Rachel's been hiding assets. Significant assets. This offshore account, These transfers, she's been systematically moving money out of your joint accounts into accounts you don't have access to for 3 years. 2 years and 8 months, according to the report. It started small, 100 here, 200 there, but it escalated. The report estimates she's hidden approximately $127,000 from the marital estate. Sandra looked up from the papers, her face pale. Have you confronted her about this? Not yet. I wanted to talk to you first. Understand the legal implications. The legal implications are significant. If she's been hiding assets during divorce proceedings, that's fraud. The court will not look kindly on this. She could lose her claim to any shared property. You could potentially get a much larger share of the marital assets. She flipped to another page. Wait, this offshore account, when was it opened? 4 years ago, before the affair started. So, she's been planning an exit strategy for 4 years, apparently. Sandra sat down heavily in my desk chair. James, this changes everything. The story about the affair, about Marcus, about her being swept up in emotion. It all falls apart when you realize she's been preparing to leave you for years. This is premeditated financial fraud. I know. And you've been sitting on this for how long? I found out 2 weeks ago. The investigator finished his report the day after Rachel signed the initial divorce papers. Why didn't you tell me immediately? Because I needed to think about what I wanted to do with the information. Because once I deployed this, there was no going back. Because I stopped, tried to articulate something I'd been feeling but hadn't named. Because this is the nuclear option, Sandra. This doesn't just end our marriage. This destroys Rachel financially, legally, possibly criminally. And I needed to be absolutely certain I was willing to do that. And are you certain? I thought about the question about Rachel crying in our dining room, about her losing her job, about the consequences she was already facing. Thought about whether adding this to the pile was justice or just cruelty. Then I thought about the birth control deception, about a year of my life spent trying to conceive a child she was actively preventing, about her planning an exit strategy for 4 years while I was planning our future. Yes, I said, I'm certain. Sandra closed the folder. Then we file an emergency motion to freeze all her accounts pending investigation of asset concealment. We amend the divorce petition to include fraud allegations. And we prepare for this to get very, very ugly. How ugly? Potential criminal charges. Ugly. Jail time ugly. This isn't just civil court anymore, James. If the DA gets interested in financial fraud during divorce proceedings, Rachel could be facing felony charges. The weight of that settled over me. I'd known this was serious, but hearing it articulated in terms of criminal liability made it real in a new way. I don't want her to go to jail, I said slowly. I want her to face consequences, but not that. Then we offer her a deal. She returns all the hidden assets, accepts an amended divorce agreement heavily weighted in your favor, and we don't pursue criminal charges. She gets to walk away with something instead of nothing. That seems fair. Fair? Sandra laughed without humor. James, none of this is fair. She stole over $100,000 from your marriage while planning to leave you. Fair would be her in handcuffs. What you're proposing is mercy. Maybe. Or maybe it was just exhaustion. The knowledge that pursuing maximum punishment would require more energy, more time, more of my life spent locked in combat with someone I used to love. Set up the meeting with her lawyer, I said. Show them the evidence. Give them 24 hours to respond with a settlement offer. If they don't, we file criminal complaints. You're sure about this? No, but I'm doing it anyway. Sandra left with the folder, promising to have Rachel's lawyer served with notice by end of day. I sat in my office and tried to process what I'd just set in motion. At 1:45, my doorbell rang. Rachel, 15 minutes early, looking nervous. You said this was important, she said when I opened the door. It is. Come in. We sat in the living room, not the dining room, scene of too many previous confrontations. She perched on the edge of the couch like a bird ready to fly. And I sat across from her in the armchair that used to be ours and was now just mine. Your lawyer should be calling you any minute, I said. But I wanted you to hear this from me first. Hear what? Before I could answer, her phone rang. She looked at the screen, frowned. It's my lawyer. You should answer. She did. I watched her face cycle through confusion, shock, horror, panic. Watched her understand in real time that I'd found her secret, that the carefully constructed exit plan she'd been building for years had just collapsed. I'll call you back, she whispered into the phone, then hung up and stared at me with something like terror. You found the offshore account. I found all of it. The transfers, the hidden savings, the systematic theft of marital assets. $127,000. Rachel, You stole $127,000 from our marriage while pretending we were partners. It's not stealing. That money was mine from bonuses. And bonuses earned during our marriage or marital property. Moving them into secret accounts is asset concealment. And doing it while we're in divorce proceedings is fraud. Criminal fraud. She went white. Criminal. My lawyer is filing an emergency motion as we speak. Unless you agree to settlement terms, this goes to the DA's office tomorrow. You're bluffing. I pulled out a copy of the forensic report, slid it across the coffee table. Read it. She did. I watched the understanding dawn that I wasn't bluffing, that I had documentation, that she was in serious legal trouble. James, please. You have to understand, I was scared. I didn't know what would happen with us and I needed a safety net. And you planned this for 4 years. 4 years of systematically stealing from me while I thought we were building a life together. I wasn't planning to leave you. I was protecting myself in case something happened. Something like an affair you'd conduct for 6 months before taking the 2A vacation with your lover. I leaned forward. Don't lie to me anymore, Rachel. The evidence is clear. You've been preparing to leave me for years. The affair with Marcus wasn't an impulsive mistake. It was part of a long-term plan. She was crying now, makeup, running, hands shaking. What do you want? What will it take for you to not press charges? Everything. What? Everything you hit, every dollar returned to joint accounts, plus penalties. I want 70% of our total marital assets, including the house. You get 30% and you walk away. No alimony, no claims on my retirement, no contested property division. I can't agree to that. I'll have nothing. You'll have $127,000 more than you deserve, plus 30% of everything else. That's more mercy than you showed me. She stood up, paced the room like a caged animal. I can't believe you do this. After everything we've been through, you'd threaten me with jail time. After everything we've been through, Rachel, you spent 4 years stealing from me. 6 months sleeping with someone else. A year lying about wanting children. You've shown me exactly who you are. I'm just responding accordingly. I loved you, she said desperately. I still love you. This money thing, it was insurance. It didn't mean I wanted to leave. Stop. I stood too, met her eyes. Stop lying to me, to yourself, to anyone who listen. You didn't love me. You can't love someone and systematically steal from them. You can't love someone and sleep with their coworker. You can't love someone and lie about wanting children while preventing conception. Whatever you felt for me, it wasn't love. It was convenience. It was comfort. It was having someone to pay half the mortgage while you built your escape plan. She sank back onto the couch sobbing. I'm sorry. God, James, I'm so sorry. I never meant for any of this to happen. You meant all of it. Every transfer, every law, every choice. You just didn't mean to get caught. Her phone rang again. Her lawyer, probably with more details about the charges she was facing. She ignored it, let it ring through to voicemail. What do I do? She whispered. You take the settlement, you return the money, you accept 30 and count yourself lucky I'm not pursuing criminal charges. And Marcus, what about him? Does he know about this? About the money? I hadn't even considered that angle. I don't know. Did you tell him? No, I didn't tell anyone. It was my safety net in case I what? Left you? Wasn't that supposed to be my line? You're the one who had the affair, who stole money, who was planning an exit. She looked at me with something like desperation. What if I give everything back? What if I agree to your terms and we would try again? We go to counseling. We work through this. We know, James, please. No, Rachel. There's no coming back from this. Not the affair, not the money, not the lies. You killed our march, you don't get to resurrect it just because the consequences are scarier than you expected. She sat there crying and I felt nothing. No sympathy, no regret, not even satisfaction. Just emptiness, just the hollow realization that I was looking at a stranger wearing my wife's face. You have until tomorrow at 5 p.m. to accept the settlement terms, I said. After that, we file criminal complaints and let the courts handle everything. Your choice. I walked to the door, opened it, waited for her to leave. She gathered her purse with shaking hands, walked past me without looking up. James. She paused on the threshold. When did you stop loving me? I thought about the question, about the moment I'd seen that photo from the Bahamas, about reading the text, about discovering the birth control deception, about finding the hidden accounts. Honestly, I think you stopped being lovable long before I stopped loving you. I just took a while to notice. She flinched like I'd struck her, then walked to her car. I watched her drive away one more time, Probably the last time, and I felt the final thread of connection between us snap. Inside, my phone was ringing. Sandra, her lawyer, just called. They wanted to negotiate. Tell them my terms are non-negotiable. Full return of assets, 7,030 split, or we go criminal. James, they're asking for 48 hours to review. They have 24. This isn't a negotiation, Sandra. This is consequences. Understood. I'll let them know. I hung up and walked through my house. My house now, not ours. Looked at the furniture we bought together, the photos we'd taken, the life we'd built. All of it feeling like a museum now. Artifacts of something that used to exist. My phone buzz. A text from David. You okay? Define. Okay. I type back. Fair point. Want company? Not tonight. I need to sit with this. Okay, but I'm here if you need me. I sat down the phone and poured myself a drink. Whiskey, neat, the expensive stuff from the back of the cabinet. Sat in my living room as afternoon faded to evening. As shadows lengthened across furniture that suddenly felt temporary. Tomorrow, Rachel would either accept my terms or face criminal charges. Tomorrow, the divorce would either settle quietly or explode into public spectacle. Tomorrow, I would either close this chapter of my life or commit to fighting it for months, maybe years. But tonight, I just sat in the ruins of my marriage and tried to figure out who I was now that it was over. The man who'd gotten married at 22 had believed in forever. Had believed that love was enough, that commitment mattered, that promises meant something. The man sitting here at 34 knew better. Knew that people lied, that vows broke, that the person you married could become a stranger without you even noticing until it was too late. I didn't know which version of myself I preferred, the naive believer or the cynical survivor. Maybe I'd become some third thing. Someone who'd been broken and put himself back together into a different shape. Someone who'd learned that true truth matters more than peace. That consequences matter more than forgiveness. That sometimes the only way through pain is straight through it. My phone buzzed again. Rachel, I'll sign your agreement. Just please don't press charges. I stared at the message for a long time before responding. Have your lawyer send the signed documents to Sandra by 5 p.m. tomorrow. Thank you. I didn't respond to that. There was nothing to say. She wasn't thanking me for mercy. She was thanking me for accepting the inevitable, for choosing the path that ended this quickly rather than dragging it through courts and trials and public humiliation. I finished my drink, went upstairs to bed, lay in the darkness, trying to feel something about winning, about getting everything I'd asked for, about Rachel finally facing the full weight of her choices. But I felt nothing. Just tired, just ready for this to be over. Tomorrow would bring signed papers and transferred funds and the final dissolution of a 12-year marriage. Tomorrow would bring closure, whatever that meant. Tonight, I just lay in bed and listened to the house settle around me, to the absence where Rachel used to be, to the silence of a life being dismantled one piece at a time. And somewhere in that silence, I fell asleep. 3 months later, I woke to sunlight streaming through bedroom windows I'd forgotten to close and reached automatically for someone who wasn't there anymore. The muscle memory of marriage still twitching, still reaching, still hoping despite everything that the last 90 days had been a particularly vivid nightmare. But the empty space beside me was real. The divorce papers filed in January were real. The 7,030 asset split was real. Rachel's signature on settlement documents was real. The end of my marriage was as real as the morning sun. I went downstairs. My stairs now in my house, paid for with my 70% of our assets, and made coffee in a kitchen that still felt too big for one person. Outside, February snow fell soft and silent, covering the driveway where Rachel's suitcase had once rolled. The walkway where she'd stood, dripping rain and lies. The street where her car had driven away for the last time. My phone showed 2 text messages from David. Breakfast I'm buying. From Sandra. Final documents are ready for review. Stop by the office when you can. Final documents, the last administrative detail of a dissolved marriage. The period at the end of a sentence that had run on far too long. I texted David Rosie's diner. 9 a.m. Then I showered, dressed, and drove through snow-quiet streets to meet my best friend for breakfast and closure. David was already there when I arrived, sitting in a booth by the window, 2 cups of coffee going cold between his hands. He looked up when I slid in across from him, studied my face with the practiced eye of someone who'd been watching me barely hold it together for months. You look better, he said. I look the same. No, you actually look better. Less, he gestured vaguely at my face. Less haunted. Less like you're one bad day away from a complete breakdown. Maybe I already had my breakdown and you missed it. Did you? I thought about it, about the nights I'd spent staring at ceiling cracks. The mornings I'd forgotten to eat. The weeks that had blurred together into undifferentiated grief. I don't know. Maybe. Or maybe I'm still having it. Just very slowly. The waitress came. Rosie herself, 60s and cigarette voiced and kind. The usual, James. I realized I've been coming here often enough to have a usual. Yeah, thanks, Rosie. She patted my shoulder. That universal gesture of, I heard about your divorce and I'm sorry. Then went to put in my order. Everyone in town knows, I said to David. Small towns are like that. Secrets don't last. He took a sip of coffee. How does it feel being the wronged husband, the sympathetic victim? Exhausting, but satisfying? I considered the question. Over the past 3 months, I'd become a minor celebrity in our social circle. The man whose wife had betrayed him, who'd responded with calm dignity, who'd emerged from the wreckage with his integrity intact. People bought me drinks, offered sympathy, treated me like I'd survived something heroic. I don't know about satisfying, I said finally. Validating maybe. Everyone knows the truth now. Everyone knows what Rachel did, but it doesn't. I stopped, tried to articulate something I'd been feeling. It doesn't make me feel better. It just makes me feel confirmed. Like, yes, I was right to be hurt. Yes, she was wrong, but that confirmation doesn't heal anything. It just makes the wound official. David nodded slowly. Have you heard from her since the settlement? Once she emailed to ask about splitting up the last of our shared possessions. I told her to keep whatever she wanted, that I didn't care anymore. And did you care? No. They're just things. Furniture and kitchen appliances and photos from a life that doesn't exist anymore. She can have all of it. My breakfast arrived. Pancakes I'd ordered out of habit and wouldn't finish. I pushed them around the plate while David watched with the patience of someone who'd spent 3 months watching me not eat. Sandra said the final documents are ready. I said, the divorce is final. Officially final as of February 1st. I'm technically single again. I tried the word out. Felt it sit wrong in my mouth. Single. After 12 years of being half of a couple, I'm just me. Unattached. Alone. You're not alone. You have friends, family, a whole support network of people who I know, and I'm grateful. But it's not the same as having a person, someone who knows all your stories, who understands your weird habits, who can finish your sentences. I set down my fork. I lost more than a wife, David. I lost my witness. The person who could verify my memories, who could confirm that yes, that thing happened. Yes, that's what we said. Yes, we really did promise forever. Rachel was a liar and a thief. Not much of a witness, but she was my liar and thief. She was the person I'd built 12 years of history with. And now all that history is what? Contaminated, unreliable. How much of our marriage was real? And how much was performance? I don't even know anymore. David reached across the table, gripped my hand. The love you felt was real. Maybe hers wasn't, or maybe it was real, and she destroyed it anyway. But your love, your commitment, your effort, that was all real. Don't let her betrayal make you doubt yourself. I wanted to believe that. Wanted to think that my half of the marriage had value even if hers didn't. But it was hard to trust my own memories when the person who shared them had rewritten the whole story. What happened with the HR investigation? David asked, changing the subject. They fired both of them, Rachel and Marcus. Timesheet fraud plus ethics violations. It was in the company memo last month. How do you know? You don't work there. Sarah forwarded it to me. She thought I'd want to know. I picked up my pancakes. Marcus moved to Seattle, apparently. Took a job with a tech startup starting over. Rachel's still here living with her parents, working temp jobs while she figures out what's next. Have you seen her? Once at the grocery store, we made eye contact across the produce section and I watched her decide whether to approach me. She didn't just turn around and walk the other way. How did that feel? Like seeing a ghost? Like encountering someone who used to matter, who used to be central to my life, and realizing they're just another person now. A stranger who happens to know where I'm ticklish and how I take my coffee. We sat in silence for a while. David eating his omelet. Me not eating my pancakes. Both of us watching snow fall outside the window. What comes next? David asked finally. Now that it's officially over. Now that you're officially single. What's the plan? I don't know. I've spent 3 months focused on ending things. I haven't thought much about beginning again. Maybe it's time to start thinking about it. Maybe. But the truth was, I didn't know how to begin again. Didn't know how to date after 12 years of marriage. Didn't know how to trust someone new when the person I trusted most had betrayed me so completely. Didn't know how to open myself to vulnerability again when vulnerability had cost me so much. There's something I haven't told you, I said suddenly. About the offshore account, about the hidden money. David set down his fork. I thought Rachel returned all of it as part of the settlement. She did. All $127,000 plus penalties. But there was more. More. The forensic investigator found additional accounts. Smaller ones harder to trace. Another $43,000 scattered across various institutions. Money Rachel had been hiding for even longer. Did you confront her about it? No. I documented it, showed it to Sandra, and we decided to let it go. David stared at me. You let her keep $43,000 that she stole from you? I let her keep her escape fund because I realized I stopped trying to articulate something I'd been feeling. I realized that taking everything would make me feel powerful, but it wouldn't make me feel better. And at some point, revenge stops being justice and becomes just cruelty. So, I drew a line. She returned the money she hid during our marriage. She accepted the 7,030 split and I let her keep the accounts I legally could have claimed but morally felt belonged to her fear more than my anger. That's James, that's incredibly mature or incredibly stupid. I'm not sure which. It's both, but mostly it's you choosing to be the person you want to be instead of the person the situation tried to make you. Maybe. Or maybe I was just tired of fighting. Tired of evidence and accusations and carefully deployed truths. Tired of winning battles that left me feeling hollowed out instead of vindicated. We finished breakfast, David eating, me picking, and walked out into February snow that was already turning to slush. He hugged me goodbye in the parking lot, that brief masculine embrace that communicated everything words couldn't. You're going to be okay, he said. I know it doesn't feel like it yet, but you will be. How do you know? Because you're already okay. You just haven't noticed yet. I drove to Sandra's office, signed the final documents that officially ended my marriage, accepted her congratulations that felt more like condolences. Then I drove home through streets that were starting to look familiar again, through a town that was slowly becoming mine instead of ours. At home, I walked through rooms that I'd finally finished reorganizing. New furniture in the living room, fresh paint in the bedroom, photos on the walls that showed my life before Rachel, my life after Rachel, but nothing from the 12 years in between. It was like our marriage had never happened, like I'd erased it from the record, except I couldn't erase it from myself. Couldn't undo 12 years of growth and change. Couldn't unknow the things I'd learned about love and betrayal and trust. Couldn't become again the man I'd been at 22. Naive and hopeful and certain that promising forever meant something. That man was gone, replaced by this one. Harder, clearer, more careful. Someone who'd learned that people lie, that promises break, that forever is just a word people say when they mean for now. Sir, I sat in my living room and looked at the space where Rachel used to be. The couch we'd picked out together, now replaced. The TV we'd watched now sold. The coffee table where she'd signed divorce papers now gone. Everything physical was gone. But the shape of her remained. Negative space. The outline of what used to be there visible only by its absence. My phone buzzed. An email from Rachel. The first communication in weeks. Subject: closure. Body: James. I know I don't have the right to ask anything of you. I know I destroyed what we had. That I hurt you in ways I'm still understanding, but I'm writing because my therapist says closure requires acknowledging harm and I want to acknowledge what I did to you. I lied about the affair, about wanting children, about the money. I lied so much and for so long that I stopped knowing what was true. I convinced myself that our marriage was unhappy because that made the affair feel justified. I told myself you didn't care because that made my deception easier. I created a narrative where I was the victim of a dead marriage instead of the person who killed it. You were right about everything. The calculated nature of my betrayal, the length of my deception, the way I systematically destroyed what we built while pretending to protect it. You were right that I chose comfort over honesty, that I prioritized my desires over your well-being, that I betrayed you in ways that went far beyond physical infidelity. I don't expect forgiveness. I don't expect you to respond to this email or acknowledge it or do anything with it except maybe feel slightly less like you're crazy for being hurt because you're not crazy. You're wounded by someone who promised not to wound you. And that's on me. Completely on me. I'm working on becoming someone different, someone more honest, more accountable, more aware of how my choices affect others. I don't know if I'll succeed, but I'm trying. I hope you find happiness. Real happiness with someone who deserves your trust and honors your faith. You're a good man, James. You deserved a better wife than I knew how to be. I'm sorry for all of it, even though sorry doesn't fix anything. Rachel. I read it 3 times, looking for manipulation, for hidden agendas, for some ulterior motive beyond what it claimed to be. But it just seemed honest, raw. The first truly honest thing Rachel had said to me in years. I sat with the email for a long time, trying to decide how to feel about it. Satisfied that she'd finally admitted everything. Angry that it took divorce for her to be truthful. Sad that this apology came 3 months too late to matter. Finally, I closed the email without responding because she was right. Sorry didn't fix anything. It didn't undo the betrayal. Didn't restore the trust. Didn't erase the year I'd spent trying to conceive a child she was preventing. It was just words arriving after the fact, offering nothing but the acknowledgement of harm I'd already lived through. Maybe someday I'd respond. Maybe someday I'd accept her apology, forgive the betrayal, find peace with what happened. But not today. Today, I just needed to sit in my house, and let myself feel the full weight of an ending. Outside, the snow had stopped. The sun was setting, painting everything in shades of orange and gold. Beautiful, indifferent, moving forward, regardless of my pain, regardless of Rachel's apologies, regardless of whether any of this had mattered. I stood at the window and watched the sunset, the same sunset I'd watched 3 months ago. When this all began. When Rachel walked in glowing with lies and I asked her about an illness that didn't exist. So much had changed since then. The marriage ended, the truth revealed, the consequences delivered. But I was still here, still standing, still breathing, still capable of watching a sunset and finding it beautiful despite everything. Maybe David was right. Maybe I was already okay, just hadn't noticed yet. Or maybe I was just good at survival, at putting one foot in front of the other, at breathing in and out, at continuing to exist even when existing felt exhausting. My phone buzzed one more time. A text from my mother. Dinner Sunday, Dad wants to try his new smoker. Normal things, family dinners and new smokers and parents who love me even though my marriage had failed. I texted back, I'll be there. And then because I couldn't think of anything else to do because the alternative was sitting alone in the dark with Rachel's apology and my own complicated feelings, I put on my coat and went for a walk. The neighborhood was quiet, snow muffled, peaceful. I walked past houses where families were eating dinner, where TVs glowed blue in living rooms, where normal people lived normal lives unburdened by betrayal and divorce and carefully documented truth. I walked until my fingers were numb and my face was cold and the sun had fully set. Until I couldn't feel anything except the physical sensation of moving through space, of existing in a body that would continue regardless of heartbreak. And somewhere during that walk, I made a decision. I would survive this. Not just endure it or get through it. Actually survive it. Come out the other side changed but intact. Scarred but standing. I would let Rachel's apology exist without responding to it. Would let her guilt be her burden instead of my obligation to absolve. I would stop checking my phone for messages from her. Would stop wondering what she was doing or who she was becoming. I would begin the work of building a new life, not built in reaction to the old one, but constructed deliberately, carefully with the wisdom earned from watching the previous version burn down. I would be okay eventually in ways I couldn't predict or control. But first, I would be not okay. I would feel everything, the grief, the anger, the betrayal, the loss. I would stop compartmentalizing and controlling and managing and I would just feel. I walked home through the dark, let myself into my house and sat down at my kitchen table. And for the first time in 3 months, I cried. Not quiet tears or control grief. Actual sobbing, the kind that shakes your whole body and sounds embarrassing and doesn't care who hears. I cried for the marriage I'd lost and the wife I'd loved and the future I'd imagined. I cried for the man I'd been at 22, hopeful and trusting, and the man I'd become at 34. Cynical and careful. I cried for 12 years of history that would never be redeemed. For promises that meant nothing, for the particular loneliness of being single after being half of a couple. I cried until I couldn't cry anymore. Until I was empty and exhausted and maybe finally ready to start over. And then I went to bed in my house, in my life, in my future that was terrifying and uncertain and completely utterly mine. Outside the world kept turning. Inside I kept breathing and that I told myself was enough for now.
And that concludes this story. That was a pretty wild one if you ask me. Let me know what you think about it in the comments. Now, let's get right into the next story. It's titled,
My rich wife, the CEO, slapped me in front of my friends and kids, claiming she's the new man in charge. 5 minutes later, my lawyer arrived as I taught her a painful lesson she'll never forget. You know what they say about hindsight being 20/20? Well, mine's got prescription lenses and a magnifying glass attachment. Because looking back, I should have seen this train wreck coming from 3 zip codes away. But here's the thing about being married to a CEO. You get real good at pretending everything's fine while your world slowly turns into a corporate hellscape disguised as a backyard barbecue. So there I was playing the beautiful house husband on what was supposed to be a chill Saturday afternoon. Just me, some friends, our 2 kids, and enough ribs to feed a small army. Nothing fancy. Paper plates, plastic cups, and that fancy-ass potato salad from Whole Foods that I pretend I made from scratch. The kind of gathering where everyone's supposed to relax, kick back, and remember what it feels like to be human instead of walking LinkedIn profiles. Micah, my 10-year-old, was doing that thing kids do where they chase bubbles like they're hunting unicorns. All serious concentration and flailing arms. The kid's got my stubborn streak, but thankfully his mom's coordination, so he was actually catching some. Rowan, 7 and twice as dramatic as a Broadway musical, was providing color commentary for every bubble that got away. Dad, that one was huge. It was like the size of my head. Did you see it? Did you see it? Yeah, buddy. I saw it. Hard to miss a soap bubble when you're standing 3 feet away. Quinn and Leo were doing their best impression of adults, nursing beers, and talking about fantasy football like it actually mattered. Quinn's one of those guys who thinks knowing every stat from 1987 makes him a sports genius, while Leo just nods along because he's too polite to tell Quinn that nobody cares about his draft picks. They're good guys, though. The kind of friends who show up when you need them and don't ask too many questions when your life starts looking like a reality TV show. I was in my element, honestly. Spatula in hand, apron that said Grill Sergeant. A Father's Day gift from Micah that I wore unironically. Just a regular dad doing regular dad things. The ribs were hitting that perfect sweet spot between charred and tender. The kind that makes you forget you ever considered being vegetarian. I was mentally calculating whether I'd made enough when I heard the click-clack of designer heels on our brick pathway. Enter Sloane Mercer. And yeah, she kept her maiden name because God forbid anyone confuse her with some nobody's wife. She strutted into our backyard like she was walking into a board meeting, wearing this crisp white pantsuit that probably cost more than most people's monthly rent. Phone glued to her ear naturally because heaven knows the fate of the business world hung in the balance of whatever call she was taking. Behind her, like some kind of corporate entourage, came 2 of her VP buddies, Jessica and Mark. I think hard to tell them apart since they both have that same dead behind the eyes look that comes from selling your soul to quarterly earnings reports. The kids lit up when they saw her. Mommy, look at the bubbles. Rowan practically launched himself at her legs, which would have been adorable if she hadn't held up one perfectly manicured finger in the universal not now gesture while continuing her phone conversation. Micah, being older and wiser to the ways of corporate mom, just waved and went back to his bubble hunting. Smart kid. Quinn and Leo did that awkward thing guys do when the wife shows up late to her own family gathering, suddenly finding their beer labels incredibly fascinating while trying to pretend they weren't just talking about how she's never around. The VP brigade immediately flanked her like Secret Service agents, creating this little corporate bubble in the middle of what was supposed to be a family cookout. I watched her for about 5 minutes, still talking on that damn phone, gesturing with her free hand like she was conducting an orchestra of spreadsheets. The ribs were getting overcooked. The kids were starting to get that deflated look they get when mom chooses work over them for the 1000th time. And I could feel that familiar knot forming in my stomach. The one that said I was about to become the bad guy for asking my own wife to act like she wanted to be here. So, I did what any reasonable person would do. I walked over, smiled politely at the VP twins, and said, "Hey, babe. Think you could put the phone away for like 5 minutes? The kids would love to show you their bubble technique." Simple request, right? The kind of thing that shouldn't require a board resolution or a cost-benefit analysis. She looked at me like I just asked her to donate a kidney. That little smirk spread across her face. The one I'd grown to hate. The one that said I was being unreasonable for expecting basic human decency from my own wife. She held up that finger again, mouthed 1 second, which in Sloane speak means anywhere from 5 minutes to 3 hours, and turned her back to me. But here's where things got interesting. I didn't walk away. I stood there, spatula in hand, wearing my ridiculous apron, and waited. Quinn noticed. Leo noticed. Even the corporate zombies noticed. The kids definitely noticed. And after another full minute of listening to her discuss synergistic market penetration strategies or whatever NBA word salad was on today's menu, I did something that apparently crossed some invisible line in the sand. I gently, and I mean gently, placed my hand on her shoulder and said, "Sloane, 5 minutes, please." That's when she ended her call, handed the phone to Jessica or Mark, and turned to face me with a smile that could have frozen hell over. She stepped close enough that I could smell her expensive perfume mixed with that particular scent of barely contained rage that I'd become intimately familiar with over the past year. "You want my attention," she said, voice sweet as artificial sweetener. "You've got it." And then she slapped me. Not a playful tap, not a "oh, you silly man" kind of thing. A full-on open-handed slap that echoed across our backyard like a gunshot. The kind that makes your ears ring and your vision blur for a second. The kind that says, "I own you," in a language older than words. The silence that followed was deafening. Quinn's beer froze halfway to his lips. Leo looked like he'd rather be literally anywhere else on planet Earth. The VP brigade suddenly found their shoes incredibly interesting. But the worst part, the absolute worst part, was watching my kids' faces. Micah's bubble wand dropped to the ground, forgotten. Rowan's mouth fell open like he'd just watched his entire understanding of how the world works crumble into dust. And Sloane, she stood there in her pristine white suit, looking around at our shocked audience like she'd just given a particularly effective PowerPoint presentation. Then she delivered the kicker, the line that I'll probably be hearing in therapy for the next decade. "I'm the new man in charge here." Her voice was loud enough for the neighbors to hear, cold enough to frost windows, and delivered with the kind of casual cruelty that would make a mob boss take notes. She said it like she was announcing a corporate restructuring, like she'd just demoted me from husband to unpaid intern in my own life. I felt the heat rising in my chest, that familiar cocktail of humiliation, rage, and the kind of helpless frustration that comes from being publicly emasculated by someone who's supposed to love you. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to do something, say something, anything to reclaim whatever dignity was left scattered across our brick patio like broken glass. But instead, I swallowed that fire. I took a breath that felt like swallowing broken glass. I looked at my wife, really looked at her, standing there in her power suit with her power pose, surrounded by her power friends, having just demonstrated her power over me in front of our children and our friends. And I said the only thing that felt true in that moment, noted. That's it. One word, not "how dare you" or "what the hell is wrong with you" or any of the 100 other responses that were ricocheting around my skull like pinballs. Just noted like I was a secretary taking minutes at the board meeting of my own destruction. I turned around calmly, deliberately, and walked toward our sliding glass door. Behind me, I could hear Sloane starting to laugh, probably thinking she'd just won whatever twisted game we'd been playing for the past year. The VP brigade was already pulling out their phones, no doubt documenting this little power display for the group chat later. Our friends stood there like deer in headlights, probably wondering if they should call someone or just pretend they'd never witnessed whatever fresh hell had just unfolded in suburbia. But here's what none of them knew. What Sloane especially didn't know. As I walked through that sliding door, as I stepped into the cool air conditioning of our kitchen, as I moved away from the wreckage of what was supposed to be a nice family gathering, I pulled out my phone not to call my mom or cry to my therapist or post some passive-aggressive Facebook status about disrespect. I opened my text messages. I found the conversation thread I'd labeled simply AC for Ariel, and I typed one word, just one word that I'd been waiting months to send. The word that would set in motion everything I'd been quietly carefully planning while my wife transformed our marriage into her personal episode of Succession. Now I hit send. The response came back immediately like she'd been sitting there waiting for it. 5 minutes. Stay calm. Don't engage. And that's when I realized something that should have been obvious months ago. The slap wasn't the beginning of the end. It was the end of the beginning. All those nights I'd spent wondering if I was crazy, if I was being too sensitive, if maybe I was just not built for being married to a high-powered CEO. All those times I'd made excuses for her behavior, rationalized her cruelty, convinced myself that love meant taking whatever she dished out with a smile and a "yes, dear." All of that ended with one perfectly timed slap in front of our children. Because here's the thing about consequences. They don't care about your title, your bank account, or how many people call you boss. They don't care if you're used to getting your way, or if you think the rules don't apply to you. Consequences are the great equalizer, the universal truth that even CEOs can't restructure or leverage by their way out of. As I stood in our kitchen listening to the muffled sounds of our guests trying to pretend they hadn't just watched my marriage implode in real time, I felt something I hadn't felt in months. Not anger, not sadness, not even relief. I felt ready. Ready for whatever came next. Ready to stop being the supporting character in my own life. Ready to show my kids that sometimes the scariest thing you can do is stand up to someone you love when they've forgotten how to love you back. The timer on my phone buzzed. 5 minutes exactly. Time for the real party to start. You ever notice how the universe has this twisted sense of timing? Like how your phone always dies right when you need GPS the most, or how you always run into your ex when you're looking like you just crawled out of a dumpster. Well, apparently the cosmos also has a thing for dramatic irony, because exactly 5 minutes after I sent that text, and I mean exactly like some cosmic stopwatch was keeping score, our doorbell rang. I was still standing in the kitchen staring at my phone and wondering if I'd just made the biggest mistake of my life or the smartest move I'd ever pulled. The sounds from the backyard had shifted from uncomfortable silence to that forced kind of chatter people do when they're desperately trying to pretend they didn't just witness someone's dignity get curb stomped in real time. Sloane was already back to queen bee mode. Probably spinning the whole thing like it was just a little marital miscommunication. Nothing to see here, folks. But then that doorbell rang and I swear to God it sounded like the opening notes of Beethoven's Fifth Symphony. You know that that means fate is knocking and you better answer because it's not going away. I opened the front door and there she was, Ariella Cho, looking like she'd stepped out of a legal thriller where the smart lawyer always wins. 5'0" of pure concentrated competence, wearing a charcoal gray suit that probably cost more than my car but somehow made her look approachable instead of intimidating. She had this way of carrying herself that said, "I could destroy you in court, but I'd rather we kept things civilized." Behind her stood two other people who were very clearly not here for the barbecue. "Jordan," she said, nodding like we just bumped into each other at Starbucks instead of executing what was probably the most elaborate revenge plot since the Count of Monte Cristo. "Ready?" And that's when it hit me. This woman had been planning for this exact moment for months. While I'd been agonizing over whether I was overreacting, whether I should just suck it up and deal with Sloane's increasingly toxic behavior, Ariella had been building a legal fortress. She told me to document everything, save everything, keep records of everything. I thought she was being paranoid. Turns out she was being a goddamn prophet. "This is Marcus," she said, gesturing to a thin guy in a rumpled suit who looked like he'd rather be doing literally anything else. "He's our process server. And these are Janet and Carlos, licensed security contractors." The two security people looked like they moonlighted as yoga instructors, calm, centered, and probably capable of subduing a grizzly bear, using only positive affirmation and strategic pressure points. Marcus was clutching a manila envelope like it contained the secrets of the universe, which in a way it kind of did. Janet and Carlos just stood there being professionally invisible the way good security does, present enough to matter, subtle enough that you don't feel like you're under siege. Ariella walked past me into the kitchen like she owned the place, which, considering what was about to happen, she sort of did. She set down this perfectly organized stack of folders on our kitchen island, the same island where Sloane usually dumped her work papers and takeout containers like she was marking territory. The irony wasn't lost on me. "Emergency protection order," she said, tapping the first folder like she was reading a grocery list. "Board adopted conduct clause enforcement." Tap on the second folder in a notarized letter from a majority block of Mercer Dynamics investors. Tap on the third. Her voice was soft, conversational, like she was explaining how to make pancakes instead of describing the complete nuclear annihilation of my wife's current existence. Through the sliding glass door, I could see Sloane holding court on our deck, gesturing with her hands while the VP brigade nodded along like bobbleheads. She was probably explaining how she'd just established boundaries or demonstrated leadership or whatever corporate speak she used to justify treating people like garbage. The woman could spin straw into gold if it helped her quarterly numbers. "You sure about this?" I asked Ariella. Because even though I'd been the one to set this whole thing in motion, watching it actually happen felt surreal. Like ordering a pizza and then being surprised when someone shows up with food. She looked at me with those sharp, dark eyes that had probably terrified opposing counsel in courtrooms from here to San Francisco. "Jordan, she assaulted you in front of your children and multiple witnesses. She did it loudly, deliberately, and with obvious intent to humiliate. The question isn't whether I'm sure. The question is why you waited this long." Fair point. Brutally fair point. "Besides," she added, pulling out her own phone and checking something. "The board meeting concluded about 3 minutes ago. The votes have been cast, the decisions have been made, and the corporate machinery is already in motion. At this point, we're not creating consequences. We're just delivering them." That's when I realized the true genius of Ariella Cho. While I've been thinking this was about getting revenge on Sloane, she'd been thinking about it like a chess master planning 12 moves ahead. This wasn't emotional. It was surgical, clean, precise, and probably completely legal in 17 different ways. She nodded to Marcus, who suddenly looked like he'd rather be anywhere else in the continental United States. "Showtime," she said, and I swear she almost smiled. Almost. I watched through the glass door as our little parade made its way to the backyard. Ariella led the way, looking like she was heading to a casual business meeting. Marcus followed, clutching his envelope like it might explode. Janet and Carlos brought up the rear, maintaining that perfect balance of "we're professionals and please don't make this weird." The reaction from the peanut gallery was immediate and beautiful. Quinn's beer stopped halfway to his mouth again. The man was developing a real talent for freeze-frame drinking. Leo actually took a step backward, which was probably smart since he had good instincts about when was about to hit the fan. The VP twins looked like they just realized they were extras in someone else's drama instead of the main characters in their own corporate success story. But Sloane kept right on talking, waving her hand dismissively at what she probably assumed was some kind of delivery or maybe a noise complaint from the neighbors, because in Sloane's world, interruptions were for little people, and little people could wait until she was damn good and ready to acknowledge their existence. Marcus cleared his throat twice before Sloane finally turned around. And when she did, when she saw this official-looking guy with his official-looking envelope standing next to my lawyer and two people who were very obviously not here for the potato salad, her expression shifted from mild annoyance to something approaching concern. "Sloane Mercer," Marcus said, and his voice cracked just a little. Poor guy probably wasn't used to serving papers to people who could buy and sell him before lunch. Yes, Sloane's voice had that edge it got when she sensed a threat to her control. The same tone she probably used with subordinates who dared to question her decisions. "You've been served," Marcus said, and thrust that envelope at her like it was radioactive. "Emergency protection order and corporate conduct violation notice." The look on Sloane's face was priceless. Absolutely priceless. It was like watching someone realize they've been playing checkers while everyone else was playing chess. Her mouth opened, closed, opened again like a fish trying to breathe air. The perfectly applied makeup couldn't hide the fact that all the color had drained from her face. Jessica or Mark tried to step forward, probably thinking they could somehow executive assistant their way out of the situation. But Janet and Carlos moved with the kind of casual efficiency that suggested they'd done this dance before. Not aggressive, not threatening, just present. Professionally, unavoidably present. "What is this?" Sloane demanded, her voice getting that shrill quality it took on when reality refused to bend to her will. She was looking at the papers like they were written in ancient Sanskrit, which, considering they were legal documents, they might as well have been. Ariella stepped forward and I watched from the kitchen window as she delivered what was probably the most polite verbal assassination I'd ever witnessed. Her voice stayed level, professional, almost kind, the way you'd explain to a child why they couldn't have ice cream for dinner. I couldn't hear every word from inside. But I caught enough to know that Ariella was laying out the facts like she was reading a weather report. The assault, the witnesses, the children present, the corporate conduct clause that Sloane herself had signed off on as part of her CEO contract, the board meeting that had just concluded, the immediate suspension of operational authority pending review. Sloane's phone started buzzing, then Jessica's phone started buzzing, then Mark's, then all three of them were staring at their screens with the kind of horror usually reserved for natural disasters or stock market crashes. And that's when I realized that Ariella hadn't just planned this moment. She'd choreographed it. The timing, the witnesses, the corporate board meeting happening while Sloane was busy playing power games at a family barbecue. It was like watching a master class in strategic thinking, except instead of business school case studies, the subject was my marriage. From my spot in the kitchen, watching through the glass like I was observing some nature documentary about the mating habits of corporate executives, I felt something I hadn't felt in a long time. Not satisfaction exactly, not revenge. Something cleaner than that. Something that felt suspiciously like justice. Because here's the thing about people like Sloane. They're so used to being the biggest fish in the pond that they forget sharks exist. They get comfortable with their power, careless with their cruelty, confident that their victims will just keep taking it because that's what victims do. But sometimes, just sometimes, the victim has been planning their own comeback. Sometimes they've been documenting every slight, every humiliation, every moment of casual cruelty. Sometimes they've been building their own army, finding their own allies, preparing for the day when enough becomes enough. And sometimes that day arrives exactly 5 minutes after you slap your husband in front of your children. My phone buzzed. Text from Ariella. Phase 1 complete. Stay inside. Let us handle the rest. I looked out at the chaos unfolding on my deck. Sloane arguing with the process server. The VPs frantically making phone calls. Quinn and Leo looking like they'd stumbled into someone else's nightmare. And I felt something that might have been peace. The revolution had begun. And it was 5 minutes ahead of schedule. Here's something they don't teach you in marriage counseling. The most devastating weapon isn't screaming, crying, or throwing dishes. It's paperwork. Cold, calculated, legally binding paperwork that turns your entire life upside down while maintaining the polite fiction that everyone's just following proper procedures. From my kitchen window, I had front row seats to what I was already thinking of as the Sloane Show cancellation edition. And let me tell you, watching a master manipulator realize she's been out-manipulated is better than any Netflix series you've ever binged. The woman who'd spent the last year treating our family like her personal corporate subsidiary was about to get a crash course in hostile takeovers. Ariella had positioned herself center stage on our deck, like she was delivering the keynote address at the conference of well-deserved comeuppances. She held one of those folders, the thick official-looking kind that meant business, and started reading from it like she was announcing the weather forecast, except instead of partly cloudy with a chance of rain. It was mostly screwed with a high probability of consequences. Ms. Mercer, Ariella began, her voice carrying that perfect blend of professional courtesy and barely contained satisfaction that only really good lawyers can pull off. Due to the documented assault that occurred 17 minutes ago in front of multiple witnesses, including 2 minor children, Judge Patricia Navarro has granted an emergency protection order effective immediately. Sloane's face went through about 6 different expressions in the span of 2 seconds. Confusion, disbelief, anger, panic, and finally settling on that particular brand of rage that comes when someone who's used to controlling everything realizes they're not holding the steering wheel anymore. "This is ridiculous," Sloane snapped, waving her hands like she could somehow swat away legal documents. "This is a private family matter. You can't just we can," Ariella interrupted. And I loved how she didn't even look up from her papers. Assault in front of children ceases to be a private matter the moment it occurs. The temporary no harassment order establishes immediate boundaries for all interactions between you and your husband. Additionally, it sets an emergency co-parenting schedule pending a full hearing, which has been set for next Friday at 9 a.m. I watched Sloane's brain trying to process this information, and it was like watching a computer blue screen in real time. She kept opening and closing her mouth, probably cycling through her usual arsenal of intimidation tactics and finding them suddenly spectacularly useless. "Co-parenting schedule," she finally managed to sputter. "That's correct," Ariella said, flipping to another page. "Supervised visits only for the first week, then structured overnight visits pending completion of court-mandated anger management and parenting classes. All transitions to occur through a neutral third party." The VP Brigade, who I was now thinking of as Tweedle incompetent and Tweedle useless, started edging toward the gate like they could somehow escape this corporate nightmare by pretending they were never here. But Ariella wasn't done with her presentation. And honestly, I was starting to think she'd missed her calling as a Broadway performer. "Now," she continued, opening the second folder with the flair of a magician revealing the final trick regarding your professional obligations. "As you're aware, Ms. Mercer, your CEO contract with Mercer Dynamics includes a comprehensive code of conduct clause, specifically Section 4.7, which addresses public behavior that could negatively impact brand reputation." And that's when I saw it. The exact moment Sloane realized she wasn't just dealing with a marital dispute anymore. This was bigger than our marriage, bigger than our family drama, bigger than whatever power trip she'd been on for the past year. This was about to hit her where it really hurt her precious company. The board conducted an emergency session via video conference approximately 12 minutes ago. Ariella continued, consulting her notes like she was reading a grocery list instead of delivering a professional death sentence. Present were 7 of 9 board members, constituting a legal quorum. The vote was unanimous. Unanimous. I had to bite my lip to keep from grinning. Sloane had spent so much time alienating people, treating them like disposable resources instead of human beings, that when push came to shove, nobody was willing to stand up for her. Not even her own board of directors. Due to the documented assault, witnessed public misconduct, and potential brand liability, your operational authority as CEO is suspended for 14 days pending a full review by the Ethics Committee and Corporate Counsel. Ariella announced. Chief Financial Officer Riley Park will serve as interim signatory for all corporate decisions effective immediately. Sloane's phone buzzed. Then it buzzed again. Then it started buzzing continuously like an angry wasp trapped in a jar. Jessica and Mark's phones joined the symphony of corporate chaos, and I watched all 3 of them stare at their screens with the kind of horror usually reserved for alien invasion movies. "Access revoked," Sloane read from her phone, her voice barely above a whisper. "Security alert account frozen, pending review." She looked up at Ariella with an expression that could have powered a small city with pure fury. "You can't do this." "We didn't do anything," Ariella replied. And I swear there was just the tiniest hint of satisfaction in her voice. "The board did this. Your behavior did this. The corporate policies you signed off on did this. We're simply executing pre-existing protocols that were put in place to protect the company from exactly this kind of situation." And that's when the full scope of Ariella's planning became clear. This wasn't just about protecting me or the kids, though that was obviously part of it. This was about using Sloane's own corporate machinery against her. The same policies she'd used to control other people, the same rules she'd bent to her advantage, the same power structures she'd climbed to get where she was, all of it was now being used to clip her wings. "The company credit cards have been temporarily suspended," Ariella continued, consulting another paper. "Corporate vehicle access has been revoked. The executive travel account has been frozen. And yes, before you ask, that includes the company jet, the VIP concierge service, and the executive assistant pool." Sloane looked like someone had just told her that gravity had been cancelled, and she was expected to figure out flying on her own. Her mouth was opening and closing like she was trying to speak, but no sound was coming out. It was the first time in probably 5 years that I'd seen my wife genuinely speechless. "This is temporary," Ariella emphasized. And I appreciated that she was at least pretending to be reasonable. The suspension can be lifted after the ethics review, assuming completion of required courses in compliance with behavioral standards going forward. Required courses. Sloane's voice cracked on the words anger management, executive leadership ethics, and family dynamics counseling. Ariella listed off standard corporate rehabilitation protocol for conduct violations. Nothing personal, just policy. The beauty of it was that it really was just policy. Sloane had signed off on these exact procedures herself, probably never imagining they'd be applied to her. She'd helped create the very system that was now systematically dismantling her life. Brick by perfectly legal brick. Riley Park, Sloane's own CFO and supposedly loyal lieutenant, chose that exact moment to call. Sloane's phone rang with that special ringtone she'd assigned to important business calls, and she answered it like a drowning person grabbing a life preserver. "Riley," her voice was desperate, hopeful. "Riley, thank God. Tell me you can fix this." I couldn't hear Riley's side of the conversation, but I could read Sloane's face like a roadmap to despair. With every word Riley spoke, Sloane seemed to shrink a little more. Her shoulders sagged. Her confident posture crumbled. The woman who'd slapped me 15 minutes ago was transforming into someone I almost felt sorry for. Almost. "What do you mean the insurers are involved?" Sloane was practically whispering now. "What do you mean Argent Bio wants a meeting?" "Riley, I've been their primary contact for 3 years." And there it was. The moment Sloane realized this wasn't just about her marriage or even just about her job. This was about her entire professional reputation, her network, her carefully constructed identity as the unstoppable CEO who could handle anything. All of it was crashing down because she couldn't handle a simple request to put her phone away at a family gathering. The irony was beautiful in its completeness. The woman who'd built her career on consequence management and accountability structures was experiencing both firsthand, courtesy of the very system she'd helped design. Janet and Carlos, meanwhile, had positioned themselves near the gate with the kind of casual precision that suggested they'd done this before. Not threatening, not aggressive, just present enough to remind everyone that this wasn't a negotiation. This was a delivery of predetermined consequences. And everyone could either accept that gracefully or learn what security contractors actually meant. Sloane finally hung up the phone and looked around our backyard like she was seeing it for the first time. The VP brigade was already retreating toward the gate, mumbling something about urgent calls and prior commitments. Our friends Quinn and Leo were performing their own strategic withdrawal, probably planning to discuss this bombshell over beers for the next 6 months. "This is insane," Sloane said. But her voice had lost that commanding edge. She sounded tired, confused, maybe even a little scared. "This is my house. These are my children. You can't just actually," Ariella said, closing her folders with the satisfaction of someone who just completed a perfect presentation. "We can, and we have. The lesson, Ms. Mercer, is already in progress." And with that, she nodded to me through the glass door, signaled to her team, and began what I was already thinking of as the most educational 15 minutes of Sloane's entire adult life. The painful lesson had officially begun. You want to know what's really messed up about toxic relationships? It's not the big blow-up moments. Those are actually easier to deal with because at least they're obvious. It's all the little cuts, the death by 1,000 paper cuts, the slow erosion of your dignity that happens so gradually you don't even notice you're bleeding until someone points out you're standing in a puddle of your own self-respect. Ariella opened that fourth folder, the one I'd been dreading and anticipating in equal measure. And I knew Sloane was about to discover just how much attention I'd been paying to those little cuts. See, while she'd been busy building her corporate empire and treating our family like a poorly managed subsidiary, I'd been doing something she never expected from the simple house husband. I'd been taking notes. "Now we come to the documentation phase," Ariella announced, pulling out a manila folder thick enough to choke a horse. "Mr. Jordan has been quite thorough in his recording over the past 18 months. The look on Sloane's face was priceless. She glanced from Ariella to me, and I could practically see the wheels turning in her head, trying to figure out when her harmless, non-confrontational husband had transformed into someone capable of strategic planning. The answer, of course, was right around the time she'd started treating me like an incompetent employee instead of her partner. "These aren't allegations of infidelity," Ariella clarified, which was probably smart since half the neighborhood was now peeking over fences trying to figure out why our barbecue had turned into an episode of Judge Judy. Though there have been rumors circulating in certain professional circles, Sloane flinched. Apparently, those rumors had made it back to her, which meant they were probably more than rumors. But Ariella was right. This wasn't about who Sloane might or might not be screwing in conference rooms after hours. This was about something much more damning in the eyes of the law. Financial neglect and emotional abuse with a paper trail longer than a CVS receipt. What we have here, Ariella continued, flipping through pages with the casual efficiency of someone who'd organized every piece of evidence like she was curating a museum exhibit, as a comprehensive pattern of family financial neglect and emotional misconduct documented over 8 months. 8 months. That's how long I'd been playing detective in my own life, keeping track of every broken promise, every missed dinner, every time Sloane chose work over our kids, and then made it sound like I was being unreasonable for expecting basic human decency from my own wife. The first batch of evidence was the easy stuff, the quantifiable neglect that even a corporate board could understand. 47 family commitments missed without notice, Ariella read off. 63 instances of arriving more than 2 hours late to pre-planned family activities. 89 occasions where family time was interrupted by non-emergency business calls lasting more than 15 minutes. I'd kept a spreadsheet. Yeah, I know how that sounds, like I'm some obsessive weirdo who turned marriage into a data analytics project. But when your wife gaslight you daily about how you're being too sensitive or unrealistic in your expectations, sometimes you need cold, hard numbers to prove you're not losing your mind. Jesus, Jordan, Quinn muttered from somewhere near the gate. You kept track of all that, wouldn't you? I called back. If someone was constantly telling you that you were imagining things, wouldn't you want proof that you weren't crazy? But the real kicker was the HR documentation. See, Sloane had made one crucial mistake in her campaign of domestic terrorism. She'd brought it to work. Ariella pulled out a separate stack of papers that made Sloane's face go from pale to green. We also have formal complaints filed with Mercer Dynamics Human Resources regarding Ms. Mercer's conduct at company-sponsored events where family members were present, Ariella announced, including 3 separate incidents where she publicly berated her husband in front of employees and clients. Oh, yeah. Those. The company Christmas party where she dressed me down for interrupting important conversations when I'd asked if she wanted to dance with our kids. The client dinner where she'd made fun of my job in front of the Argent Bio executives, calling me her little house husband, like I was some kind of adorable pet project. The charity gala where she'd actually told me to know my place when I'd suggested we should head home because Rowan had school the next day. At the time, I'd swallowed the humiliation and told myself it was just Sloane being Sloane, stressed, overworked, taking it out on the nearest target, but her employees had been watching, her clients had been watching, and apparently some of them had been documenting. Additionally, Ariella continued, we have witnessed statements from neighbors regarding domestic disturbances. Mrs. Lou from next door had apparently been keeping her own little record of Sloane's greatest hits. The time she'd screamed at me in the driveway about forgetting to move her car loud enough that Mrs. Lou's dinner guests had asked if they should call someone. The Saturday morning when she'd called me pathetically useless because I'd bought the wrong kind of coffee pods. Her voice carrying across 3 backyards like a air raid siren. Mr. Okafor from across the street had contributed his own testimony about the evening Sloane had literally thrown my car keys at my head because I'd been 5 minutes late picking her up from the office. He'd been walking his dog and seen the whole thing, including the part where she'd made me get out and pick up the keys while she sat in the passenger seat checking her phone. But the real evidence, Ariella said, pulling out what looked like a tablet, comes from your own security system. And that's when Sloane's face went from green to that special shade of white usually reserved for people who've just seen their own ghost. Our doorbell camera, the one she'd insisted we install for security purposes and then promptly forgotten about because, let's face it, Sloane never thought the rules applied to her. Ariella queued up video after video, months of what she politely called smaller humiliations, but which I'd been living as daily reminders that my own wife thought I was beneath her. Sloane rolling her eyes when I tried to talk to her about the kids. Sloane cursing under her breath when she thought no one was listening. Sloane whispering threats about what would happen if I embarrassed her professionally by asking for basic respect at home. Now, to be clear, Ariella said, pausing the videos, none of this rises to the level of physical abuse, but it does establish a pattern of emotional misconduct and deliberate undermining of parental authority in front of the children. Emotional misconduct. I like that phrase. It made all those moments when Sloane had made me feel like garbage sound official, legitimate, worth addressing. For months, I'd been gaslit into thinking I was being too sensitive when I asked to be treated like an equal partner instead of an inconvenient employee in my own life. The children have reported to their school counselor unprompted that mommy is always angry at daddy and that daddy looks sad when mommy comes home. Ariella read from another document. This was documented in their files following routine check-ins, not in response to any specific incident. That hit me harder than I'd expected. Hearing that my kids had noticed, had been worried about me, had been carrying the weight of our dysfunction to school, That hurt worse than any slap Sloane could have delivered. Because the whole time I'd been telling myself I was protecting them by not fighting back, by not making waves, by just taking whatever Sloane dished out with a smile and a yes, dear. They'd been watching their father get slowly ground down into nothing. Sloane tried to interrupt, tried to spin it, tried to do that thing she always did where she made herself the victim of other people's misunderstandings and oversensitivity. But Ariella just held up one hand, a gesture I'd seen her use in depositions to shut down opposing counsel, and kept reading. The pattern shows escalation over time, culminating in today's physical assault in front of multiple witnesses, including both minor children. She said, "This is not about punishment, Miss Mercer. This is about establishing boundaries that should have been in place months ago." I watched Sloane's mind racing, probably trying to figure out some angle, some way to regain control of the narrative. She was used to being the smartest person in the room, the one with all the information, the one calling the shots. Finding out that her quiet, unassuming husband had been building a legal case against her while she wasn't looking. That had to be like discovering your goldfish had been planning a jailbreak. "You planned this?" Sloane accused, pointing at me through the sliding glass door like I was some kind of criminal mastermind. "You set me up." "No," Ariella corrected, her voice as calm as a meditation app. "You set yourself up. Mr. Jordan simply documented your choices. Every single incident in these files represents a decision you made about how to treat your family. We didn't create this evidence. We just organized it." The VP twins were now actively backing toward the gate, making those important phone call gestures that people make when they want to escape a situation without looking like they're fleeing a sinking ship. Smart move. Honestly, when your boss is getting served with legal papers at a family barbecue, it's probably time to update your LinkedIn profile and start networking. "The lesson here," Ariella said, closing the folders with the finality of a judge's gavel, "isn't destruction, it's boundaries. Real enforceable boundaries that protect everyone involved, including you, Ms. Mercer." She gathered her papers, nodded to the security team, and headed toward the gate. But before she left, she turned back to Sloane one more time. "The review process begins Monday morning. I'd suggest you use this weekend to reflect on how you got here because the board is going to want answers. And Ms. Mercer," she paused, looking directly at my wife with something that might have been pity. "Next time someone asks you to put your phone away for 5 minutes, you might want to consider just putting the phone away." As they walked away, leaving Sloane standing alone on our deck, surrounded by the wreckage of what used to be her unquestioned authority, I finally stepped outside. She looked at me like she was seeing me for the first time. Not as the convenient house husband she could push around whenever she felt like flexing, but as someone who just reminded her that actions have consequences. "Why?" she asked, and for the first time in months, she sounded genuinely confused instead of just angry. I looked at my wife, really looked at her, standing there in her expensive suit, surrounded by the ruins of her own making, and felt something I hadn't felt in a long time. Because I said simply, love without boundaries isn't love. It's just slow motion suicide. And with that, I walked back inside to check on our kids, leaving Sloane alone with the mess she'd made and the painful lesson she was just beginning to understand. Here's the thing about being a parent during a crisis. You can't just fall apart and sort yourself out later like you're some childless 20-some having an existential breakdown in a studio apartment. When you've got two little humans watching your every move, trying to figure out if their world is still safe or if everything they thought they knew about family just got flushed down the toilet. You better get your act together fast. So, while Sloane was outside having what I can only describe as a very expensive, nervous breakdown, I did what any decent father would do. I went into damage control mode for the only people in this whole mess who actually mattered. "Hey guys," I called the Micah and Rowan who were standing by the sliding door looking like they'd just witnessed their parents' marriage get hit by a meteor, which let's be honest, they basically had. "How about we head inside for some juice and a chat?" Micah, being 10 and therefore old enough to recognize when adults are using their everything's fine voices while everything is clearly not fine, gave me that look kids give you when they know you're about to feed them a line of BS but they're willing to play along because they love you. Rowan, bless his 7-year-old heart, was still stuck in processing mode. His little brain trying to make sense of why mommy had hit daddy and why strangers with official papers had shown up like they were delivering the world's worst pizza. We settled around our kitchen table, the same table where we'd eaten probably 1,000 meals together, where the kids had done homework and built Lego castles and had those rambling conversations that kids have about whether dinosaurs would like ice cream. Now, it was going to be the setting for the most important conversation I'd ever had with my children, and I was absolutely terrified of screwing it up. "So," I said, pouring apple juice into their favorite cups. Micah's had dinosaurs on it. Rowan was covered in stars. "That was pretty intense out there, huh?" Understatement of the century, but you've got to start somewhere. Micah, who who'd inherited his mother's direct communication style, but, thankfully not her cruel streak, cut right to the chase. "Why did Mom hit you, Dad? Jesus. How do you explain to a 10-year-old that his mother has turned into someone you barely recognize? That the woman who used to read him bedtime stories and kiss his scraped knees had somehow transformed into a corporate robot who thought violence was an acceptable response to minor inconvenience?" "Sometimes," I said, choosing my words like I was defusing a bomb. "Grown-ups make really bad choices when they're feeling angry or stressed. What Mom did was wrong. Hitting is never okay, even when you're upset about something." Rowan piped up, his voice small and confused. "But you always tell us that hitting means time out. Out of the mouths of babes, right?" My 7-year-old had just summed up the entire situation with the kind of crystal clarity that most adults spend years in therapy trying to achieve. If hitting means time out for kids, then hitting definitely means time out for grown-ups, especially grown-ups who should know better. "You're absolutely right, buddy," I told him. "And that's exactly what's happening. Mom is going to have a grown-up timeout so she can think about her choices and learn how to make better ones." Micah, who'd been stirring his juice with the intensity of a mad scientist, looked up at me with those serious brown eyes that were way too wise for a 10-year-old. "Is that why those people came with papers? Like when the principal calls parents to the office? Smart kid, too smart for his own good, honestly." "Something like that," I said. "When grown-ups break important rules, especially rules about being kind to their family, other grown-ups have to step in and help fix things." I could see both kids processing this information, trying to fit it into their understanding of how the world was supposed to work. For them, family had always been this safe, stable thing. Even when Sloane was working crazy hours or being cranky, she was still Mom. Still the person who was supposed to love and protect them unconditionally. The idea that Mom could be the source of danger instead of safety was probably like discovering that gravity worked backwards on Tuesdays. My phone buzzed with a text from Miss Santos, the school counselor I'd reached out to earlier in the week when I'd started realizing this day was inevitable. Thank God for people like her, the unsung heroes who deal with the fallout when families implode and kids get caught in the crossfire. "Quick check-in scheduled for Monday," her text read. "Art therapy session Tuesday. I've already briefed their teachers about the situation. We've got them covered." I showed the kids the text because transparency was going to be the new family policy around here. "Miss Santos wants to meet with you guys next week just to check in and make sure you're doing okay with all these changes." "Are we in trouble?" Rowan asked, and the worry in his voice nearly broke my heart. "No, sweetie," I said, reaching over to ruffle his hair. "You guys aren't in trouble at all. Miss Santos just wants to make sure you have someone to talk to about your feelings because this is probably pretty confusing and maybe a little scary." Micah nodded thoughtfully. "Like when Tommy's parents got divorced and he got to see the special counselor who had all the cool art supplies. Exactly like that." I confirmed sometimes when families go through big changes, kids need extra support to help them understand what's happening and how they're feeling about it. What I didn't tell them. What I couldn't tell them because they were too young to understand the full scope of what their mother had become was that I'd been planning this conversation for weeks. I'd researched child psychologists, read books about helping kids cope with family trauma, even practice different ways to explain divorce and separation in age-appropriate language. Because unlike their mother, I'd seen this train wreck coming from miles away and had actually bothered to prepare for the impact. The sliding door opened and Zeke walked in like he owned the place, carrying a stack of takeout containers loaded with leftover food. My best friend since college, the guy who'd been my best man and was now apparently my cleanup crew. He didn't say anything about the legal circus that had just concluded on our deck. Just started loading containers into the fridge like this was a perfectly normal Saturday afternoon. "Uncle Zeke." Rowan launched himself at Zeke's legs, which was probably the first normal kid reaction I'd seen since this whole nightmare began. "Hey there, Space Cadet," Zeke said, scooping Rowan up like he weighed nothing. "Heard you guys are having some big changes around here." I caught Zeke's eye over Rowan's head and mouth. "Thank you." He just shrugged like it was no big deal. Like showing up to help clean up the wreckage of your best friend's marriage was just standard weekend activities. "Are you going to help Dad take care of us?" Micah asked, and there was something in his voice. Not quite fear, but definitely uncertainty about what their new normal was going to look like. "I'm going to help however your dad needs me to," Zeke said simply. "But your dad's been taking pretty good care of you guys all by himself for a while now, hasn't he?" Both kids nodded, and I felt this weird surge of pride mixed with sadness. They had noticed. They'd been aware that I was the one showing up, the one being present, the one making sure homework got done and lunches got packed and bedtime stories got read. They'd known, even if they couldn't articulate it, that their family had been running on one parent for months. Through the window, I could see the security contractors maintaining their professional distance near the gate while Sloane sat at our patio table, staring at the stack of papers like they might spontaneously combust if she glared hard enough. The VP twins had vanished, probably already on conference calls with their own lawyers, trying to figure out how much of this corporate drama was going to splash back on them. So, what happens now? Micah asked, cutting through my distracted observation with the kind of direct question that reminded me why kids make the best journalists. Now, I said, sitting back down and looking at both of my boys, these two amazing little humans who deserve so much better than having a front row seat to their parents' relationship detonating like a faulty firework. We figure out our new normal. We make some new rules about how we want our family to work. We talk to Miss Santos and Dr. Wolf about our feelings. And we remember that no matter what happens between Mom and me, we both love you guys more than anything in the universe. Even when Mom gets mad? Rowan asked. Even when Mom gets mad? I confirmed. Adults can make bad choices and still love their kids. Sometimes loving someone means helping them learn how to make better choices. My phone buzzed again. Another text from Miss Santos. Emergency counseling session available tonight. If needed. I can be there in 30 minutes. I looked at my kids, really looked at them, trying to gauge how they were handling this emotional earthquake. Micah seemed thoughtful, but not devastated. Rowan was already getting distracted by the leftover bubbles on the deck. Resilient little dudes, both of them, stronger than I'd given them credit for. I think we're okay for tonight, I texted back. But, thank you for being ready. Through the window, I watched one of the security contractors approach Sloane with what looked like professional courtesy mixed with gentle firmness. Time for her to leave, apparently. Time for our house to stop being a corporate battleground and start being a home again. Daddy, Rowan said, tugging on my sleeve. Can we have pancakes for dinner? And you know what? That sounded like the perfect way to start our new life. Pancakes for dinner? Because sometimes when your world gets turned upside down, you need to eat dessert first just to remember that you're still allowed to make choices that bring joy instead of stress. Absolutely. I said pancakes, it is because that's what good fathers do. They make pancakes when the world falls apart. They answer hard questions with honest words. And they remember that protecting your kids sometimes means standing up to the person who's supposed to be helping you protect them. The lesson was just beginning, but for the first time in months, I felt like I was finally learning the right things. You know what's beautiful about corporate karma? It doesn't need a fancy conference room or a mahogany table to serve up a steaming hot plate of consequences. Sometimes it happens right there in your driveway while you're wearing a wrinkled white suit and contemplating the smoking ruins of your professional reputation. Riley Park, Sloane's supposedly loyal CFO and the woman who'd spent the last 3 years kissing my wife's ass like it was her full-time job, chose that exact moment to call. And here's where it gets really good. Ariella hadn't left yet. She was standing right there, probably savoring this moment like a fine wine when Sloane's phone started playing that obnoxious classical music ringtone she used for important business calls. Riley, Sloane answered. And I could hear the desperation in her voice, even through the sliding glass door. Riley, thank God. Please tell me you can fix this nightmare. But here's the thing about corporate loyalty. It's a lot like a fair weather friendship. It looks real solid when everything's going great. But the second storm clouds roll in, suddenly everyone remembers they have other places to be. I watched Sloane's face cycle through about 15 different emotions as Riley delivered what was obviously bad news. Wrapped in corporate speak. The kind of conversation where phrases like brand risk assessment and stakeholder concerns really mean you're screwed and we're all pretending it's about business instead of you being a terrible human being. The branding committee flagged this as a potential liability. I could hear Riley saying, her voice tiny through the phone speaker. She sounded wounded but determined, like someone who just discovered her boss was a liability instead of an asset. The insurers are requiring a full review before they'll continue coverage. And Jordan, Argent Bio, specifically requested a meeting about leadership tone and company values. Argent Bio, Sloane's biggest client, the company that basically funded half of Mercer Dynamics' quarterly profits. The same executives who'd been at that charity dinner where Sloane had publicly humiliated me, calling me her little house husband, like I was some kind of trophy wife who'd forgotten his place. They can't do this, Sloane was saying. But her voice had lost that commanding edge she usually wielded like a weapon. It's a private family matter. It has nothing to do with the company. Wrong again, sweetheart. When you make a career out of preaching, personal accountability, and leadership integrity while treating your own family like garbage, people tend to notice the hypocrisy. Ariella stepped closer to the phone conversation with the kind of professional courtesy that probably terrified opposing counsel in depositions. Miss Mercer, may I remind you that the assault occurred in front of company employees? Your VPs Jessica Martinez and Mark Thompson were present and witnessed the entire incident. All right. The corporate cheerleaders who'd been so eager to bask in Sloane's reflected glory were now probably updating their resumes and practicing there. I was just following orders speeches for HR interviews. Riley's voice came through the speaker again, and this time she sounded less like a loyal lieutenant and more like someone reading an obituary. The board voted unanimously, Sloane. Unanimous. Do you understand what that means? It means you burned every bridge, alienated every ally, and turned your own board of directors into a firing squad. But please don't let me interrupt this educational moment. This is temporary, Sloane kept repeating, like saying it enough times would make it true. This is just a misunderstanding. Once I explain what? Riley interrupted. And wow, I'd never heard her use that tone with Sloane before. Explain why you physically assaulted your husband at a family gathering. Explain why our biggest client is questioning whether we share their values. Explain why our insurance company is treating this like a liability review. The VP brigade, who'd been hovering near the gate like vultures waiting for roadkill, suddenly decided they had urgent business elsewhere. Jessica was already speed dialing what was probably her personal lawyer, while Mark had that deer in headlights look of someone who'd just realized he'd been standing too close to a sinking ship. This is business, Riley continued, her voice getting stronger with every word. This isn't personal. It's not vindictive. It's just business. The board has a fiduciary responsibility to protect the company from leadership that creates liability. Leadership that creates liability. I love that phrase. It was corporate speak for your wife is a walking lawsuit waiting to happen. Janet and Carlos, the security contractors who'd been maintaining their professional distance, moved with the kind of subtle efficiency that suggested this conversation was about to reach its natural conclusion. Not threatening, not aggressive, just present, ready to help anyone who needed assistance finding their way to the exit. You need to leave now, Ariella said, her voice still maintaining that perfect balance of professional courtesy and absolute finality. The protection order is in effect, and continuing to remain on the property would constitute violation of a court order. Sloane looked around our backyard like she was seeing it for the first time. The deck where our kids had taken their first steps. The garden where we'd planted tomatoes every spring. The fire pit where we'd roasted marshmallows and told ghost stories back when we were still a family instead of a corporate case study in domestic dysfunction. This is my house, she said, but her voice was hollow now. The fight was going out of her like air from a punctured tire. Actually, Ariella corrected gently. According to the emergency order, this is a protected residence. You're welcome to collect personal items with supervision, but only after filing the appropriate request with the court. The appropriate request. God, I loved how everything was suddenly subject to proper procedures and official channels. The same woman who'd spent years bulldozing through other people's boundaries was now discovering what it felt like to have boundaries enforced on her. Riley's voice came through the phone one more time. Sloane, I need you to understand something. This isn't about destroying you or the company. This is about protecting both. The board still believes in your potential as a leader, but leadership means taking responsibility for your actions. All of your actions. And with that, she hung up. Riley Park, who'd been Sloane's woman for 3 years, had just delivered the professional equivalent of, maybe you should take some time to think about what you've done. The silence that followed was beautiful in its completeness. No more phones buzzing. No more corporate doublespeak. No more pretending that what had just happened was anything other than a powerful woman discovering that power without accountability is just another word for tyranny. Janet approached Sloane with the kind of professional compassion that suggested she'd done this before, helped other powerful people understand that their power had limits, their actions had consequences, and their time was up. M. Mercer, she said softly, we'd like to escort you to your vehicle now. There's no rush, no pressure, just a gentle transition off the property in compliance with the court order. Sloane looked back at our house one more time. At the kitchen window where I was visible with our kids, at the deck where she'd just blown up her entire life, at the garden where we'd once been happy. And for just a moment, she looked like the woman I'd married instead of the corporate monster she'd become. Then she straightened her shoulders, fixed her hair, and walked toward the gate like she was heading to just another business meeting. The lesson was in progress, and class was officially in session. You know what's weird about reclaiming your space after someone toxic leaves? It's not dramatic like in the movies where you burn their clothes and change all the locks while some empowering anthem plays in the background. It's quiet, almost mundane, like rearranging furniture to let light into corners that have been dark for way too long. That night, after the legal circus had packed up and left town, after the kids had processed their feelings over pancakes and bedtime stories, after the last of our shell-shocked guests had awkwardly shuffled home with leftover ribs and traumatic memories, I found myself standing in our living room at 11 p.m. staring at furniture like it had personally offended me. The couch was positioned so that whoever sat in Sloane's usual spot could see both the TV and the kitchen, maintaining perfect sight lines for her favorite hobby of multitasking during family time. The coffee table was angled just right for her to prop her laptop while she participated in movie nights by answering emails. Even the kids' toy corner had been gradually pushed into the least convenient spot because their Lego castles cluttered the aesthetic of her perfect suburban showcase. Screw that. Screw all of that. I started moving furniture like I was performing an exorcism. The couch got rotated 90 degrees facing the windows instead of the kitchen, creating this cozy little family circle instead of Sloane's command and control viewing station. The coffee table got pushed back, opening up floor space for the kids to actually play instead of having to tiptoe around Mom's mobile office setup. Micah wandered downstairs in his dinosaur pajamas, probably drawn by the sound of furniture scraping across hardwood floors. "What are you doing, Dad?" "Making some changes," I said, wrestling with the armchair that Sloane had claimed as her throne. "What do you think?" "Better." He looked around with that serious consideration kids bring to important questions, like where to put furniture ranked right up there with whether aliens exist and why vegetables are mandatory. Then he disappeared upstairs and came back carrying his favorite dragon toy. This ridiculous stuffed thing with purple wings and a lopsided grin that he'd had since he was 3. Without a word, he marched over to the bookshelf and placed the dragon on the middle shelf right at eye level like he was planting a flag on conquered territory. "There," he announced with satisfaction. "Now it looks like our house." Our house. Not Mom's showcase. Not the Mercer Family Museum. Just our house where kids could put dragon toys on bookshelves and nobody would call it clutter. Rowan appeared next, clutching a piece of construction paper covered in crayon stars. He'd been working on it during dinner, tongue poking out in concentration while he colored. Now he was standing on the couch, carefully taping his masterpiece to the wall above where we'd repositioned everything. "Safe spot," he whispered, smoothing down the tape. "Now it's a safe spot." Jesus 7 years old and he already understood what I'd been trying to figure out for months. That home is supposed to be where you feel safe, not where you walk on eggshells waiting for the next explosion. I pulled out my phone and started making lists because apparently I'd inherited Sloane's organizational obsession, but was planning to use it for good instead of evil. New family rules. I typed dinner together every night. Devices down during family time. 3 gratitudes before bed. Simple stuff. Basic human decency disguised as house rules. Revolutionary concepts like actually paying attention to your kids and treating family time like it mattered. Dr. Ellen Wolfe, family therapist extraordinaire, got an email from me at 11:47 p.m. requesting sessions for all 3 of us. I'd researched her for weeks. She specialized in helping families rebuild after trauma, had great reviews from other divorced dads, and most importantly, she didn't take insurance from Sloane's company. The last thing I needed was my wife somehow getting access to our therapy notes through corporate healthcare benefits. Before I went to bed, I wrote myself a note and stuck it on the bathroom mirror where I'd see it every morning. No rage, only structure. Because the temptation to let anger drive this whole process was real. It would have been so easy to turn this into a revenge fantasy, to enjoy watching Sloane suffer, to let bitterness poison whatever came next. But that wasn't the lesson I wanted to teach my kids. The lesson wasn't that powerful people deserve to be destroyed when they fall. It was that everyone, even powerful people, especially powerful people, needed boundaries. Consequences weren't about punishment. They were about teaching someone that their actions affect other people and those other people matter. As I turned off the lights and headed upstairs, I looked back at our rearranged living room. It looked different, brighter, somehow more open, more like a place where a family actually lived instead of where they performed for each other. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, more lawyers, more difficult conversations. But tonight, in a house where dragon toys claimed shelf space and crayon stars marked safe spots, we'd taken the first step towards something that felt suspiciously like peace. The revolution was just getting started. There's something deeply surreal about sitting in a courtroom watching your marriage get dissected like a high school biology class frog. Except instead of finding organs and stuff, everyone's poking around looking for evidence of emotional abuse and finding plenty of it. Meticulously documented and legally admissible, Judge Patricia Navarro looked like someone who'd seen every flavor of human dysfunction and had stopped being surprised by any of it around her 3rd year on the bench. She had that particular brand of patient authority that said, "I've heard all the excuses, seen all the sob stories, and I'm here to cut through and figure out what's actually best for the kids involved." Ariella had warned me that family court was basically theater where everyone pretends to be reasonable while fighting over the most unreasonable situation imaginable. She wasn't wrong. Sloane's attorney. Some expensive suit named Bradley, who looked like he'd rather be negotiating corporate mergers than explaining why his client thought domestic violence was an acceptable conflict resolution strategy, kept trying to paint me as some kind of calculating mastermind who'd orchestrated this whole thing. "Your Honor," Bradley said in that pompous voice that lawyers probably practice in law school. "My client contends that Mr. Jordan has been systematically planning this alleged incident for months, deliberately provoking." "Objection," Ariella interrupted smoothly. "Is counsel seriously suggesting that asking one's spouse to put down their phone at a family gathering constitutes provocation worthy of physical assault?" Judge Navarro didn't even look up from the video statements she was reviewing. Sustained. "Mr. Bradley, unless you're planning to argue that common courtesy is grounds for battery, I suggest you find a different angle." The video statements were Ariella's masterstroke. Instead of dragging our neighbors into court to testify about our family drama, she'd had them record their accounts from the comfort of their own homes. Mrs. Lau, sitting in her perfectly organized kitchen, calmly describing the various times she'd heard Sloan screaming at me like I was a disobedient employee. Mr. Broke for walking his dog while explaining how he'd witnessed the car key incident and had seriously considered calling the police. But the real kicker was the footage from our own security camera. There's something particularly damning about watching yourself on video, especially when that video shows you behaving like a complete psychopath while your husband tries to maintain his dignity and your kids watch their mother lose her damn mind. When my turn came to speak, I kept it simple. No dramatic speeches, no emotional manipulation, just the truth delivered as plainly as possible. "Your Honor, I want peace for our kids. I want them to feel safe in their own home. I want them to see what healthy relationships look like instead of watching their parents tear each other apart." Sloan's lawyer tried to argue that the corporate consequences were excessive, that mixing family court with employment issues was somehow unfair. But here's the beautiful thing about consequences. They don't care about your feelings or your sense of fairness. They care about cause and effect, action and reaction, the basic laws of social physics that even CEOs can't negotiate their way around. Judge Navarro granted most of our requested parenting plan, structured visits for Sloan, completion of anger management courses, family therapy for everyone involved. Not because I'd asked for revenge, but because protecting kids from witnessing domestic violence was apparently considered a reasonable judicial priority. As we walked out of the courthouse, Sloan looked smaller somehow. Not physically, but in that way, people shrink when they realize their usual tricks aren't working anymore. For the first time in months, I felt like I could breathe all the way down to my toes. No victory dance, no celebration, no gloating, just this long, deep breath that filled my lungs with something that felt suspiciously like hope. Here's something nobody warns you about when your spouse's public meltdown becomes the talk of the town. The rumors move faster than wildfire through a dry forest. Except instead of destroying everything, they somehow make your life better. Go figure. Within 48 hours, every corporate executive within a 50-mile radius knew some version of what had happened at our barbecue. But here's the weird part. Instead of the story being crazy house husband destroys successful CEO wife, it became accountability finally catches up with executive who forgot basic human decency. Apparently, Sloan had made enemies I didn't even know about. The official version floating around the business community was sanitized corporate speak, leadership transition due to conduct review, temporary operational restructuring, family focus, and professional development. Translation: your CEO lost her damn mind at a backyard barbecue and got served with legal papers in front of witnesses. But instead of investors running for the hills like I'd expected, something miraculous happened. They started writing letters, not angry. What the hell is happening with our investment letters? But supportive accountability is actually attractive in leadership letters. Turns out a lot of people have been waiting for someone to finally call Sloan on her. We appreciate companies that maintain high standards for executive behavior. One major investor wrote to the board, leadership integrity at home reflects leadership capacity in business. Another one was even more direct about damn time someone held her accountable. Meanwhile, I went back to my regular life at North Harbor Studio like nothing had happened. Because honestly, what was I supposed to do? Take out a billboard advertising my newfound status as guy who successfully divorced a CEO? The work still needed to get done. The kids still needed school lunches packed and life still required showing up even when everything felt surreal. Zeke had basically moved into our guest room without asking permission. Showing up every morning with 2 coffees and the kind of steady presence that said, "Your life just exploded, but I'm not going anywhere." He didn't ask probing questions or offer unsolicited advice. Just sat on our porch, drank coffee, and existed as proof that some people actually know how to be decent human beings without it requiring a court order. "You doing okay?" He'd ask every morning like clockwork. "Yeah," I'd answer. And the crazy part was, I actually meant it. Sloan could rebuild if she wanted to do the work. The board had made that clear. This wasn't permanent destruction, just enforced reflection. She could take her classes, learn to manage her anger, figure out how to be a leader without being a tyrant. Whether she would actually do any of that remained to be seen, but at least now she had the opportunity to become someone worth respecting again. As for me, I kept things simple. School drop-offs where I actually talked to other parents instead of hiding behind Sloane's intimidating reputation. Spaghetti nights where we ate at the table and discussed our days like normal families do. Soccer practice where I cheered for Rowan without checking my phone every 30 seconds to see if Sloane needed something. Normal life. Revolutionary concept apparently. 3 weeks later, Sloane showed up at our front gate like a normal person asking permission instead of a corporate raider demanding tribute. The difference was jarring. She actually knocked and waited instead of barging in like she owned the place. Which technically she still half did, but apparently legal papers have a way of teaching people about basic courtesy. Could I see the boys' Firefly jar? She asked, her voice softer than I'd heard it in months. I know it's not my scheduled time, but Rowan mentioned it during our last visit. Progress. Actual measurable progress. 6 months ago, Sloane would have pushed past me and taken whatever she wanted while lecturing me about being unnecessarily difficult. Now, she was asking permission and referencing something our 7-year-old had told her during supervised visitation. I nodded and let her in, keeping it structured like the court order required, but not making it feel like a prison visit. We walked to the kitchen where the kids had set up their latest project, a mason jar full of fireflies they had caught the night before, complete with air holes and a tiny dish of sugar water because Rowan was convinced fireflies got thirsty. She seemed smaller somehow. Not physically, she was still wearing those expensive suits and designer heels, but her presence didn't fill up the entire room anymore. She'd taken that first parenting class, completed the anger management prerequisite, and apparently learned that listening was a skill worth developing. Maybe it would last, maybe it wouldn't. People don't usually change overnight, especially people who've spent years believing their own press releases about being untouchable. But for the first time since this whole nightmare started, I saw flashes of the woman I'd married instead of the corporate monster she'd become. The painful lesson wasn't my revenge. It never had been. It was Sloane's discovery that titles don't make you the man in charge. Character does. Leadership at work means absolutely nothing if you can't lead yourself at home. If you can't treat the people who love you with basic human decency. As for me, I learned that love without boundaries isn't love. It's just slow motion suicide dressed up as devotion. With both kids finally asleep, I wrote one final line in the notebook I'd started keeping. Power is quiet. A door that locks, a routine that holds, a father who stays. And for the first time since that slap heard round the backyard, I felt like our house belonged to all of us again.
That brings this story to an end, and that one was definitely a wild ride. Let me know what you think in the comments. Now, let's move into the next story, titled,
My wife the CEO threw her pen on the floor at the board meeting and said pick it off the ground. The whole tables laughed. I didn't say a word. That evening, my wife called, I've chosen to sever all contact. Stay away forever. I replied, you will regret it. By midnight, the company group erupted in panic, as the company value dropped by 95%, 540 missed calls. The conference room smelled like fake confidence and overpriced cologne with just a hint of desperation masquerading as ambition. You know the type of place. Mahogany table that probably cost more than a sedan. Leather chairs that squeaked every time someone shifted their weight to check their Rolex and a view of the city skyline that screamed, we're important. Louder than a motivational poster at a used car dealership. I was sitting in my usual spot, the one closest to the door, which I'd long ago accepted was the corporate equivalent of the kids' table at Thanksgiving. My wife, Clara Jennings, sat at the head of the table like she was born there, which honestly she might as well have been. The woman could make a throne out of a folding chair and still look like she was judging your entire bloodline. Clara was in full Queen of Wall Street mode today, which meant her blazer was sharp enough to cut glass. Her hair was pulled back so tight I wondered if it gave her migraines. And her expression suggested she'd rather be literally anywhere else, but was contractually obligated to tolerate our existence. This was the quarterly report meeting for Jennings & Company, the tech consulting firm that bore her family name and my blood, sweat, and about 7 years of unpaid labor. But hey, who's counting? Oh, right, me. I'm always counting. I was there for one reason and one reason only. Because I built the company's entire tech backbone. Every server, every algorithm, every automated system that made this place run smoother than Clara's PR-approved smile. Did I get credit for it? Sure. In the same way the guy who invented the intermittent windshield wiper got credit, technically acknowledged, never actually celebrated, and definitely not compensated appropriately. But Clara had assured me early on that equity in marriage is better than equity in business, which I later realized was corporate speak for I'm not putting your name on anything. Around the table sat the usual suspects. There was Richard Peaton, the CFO, who looked like he'd been born in a Brooks Brothers and sustained himself purely on black coffee and the tears of interns. Next to him was Diane Kowalski, VP of Operations, who had the personality of a spreadsheet and the warmth of a tax audit. Then there was Marcus Chun, the marketing director, who spent more time perfecting his Instagram aesthetic than actually marketing anything. And finally, Clara's personal assistant, Bethany, who had mastered the art of laughing at her boss's jokes approximately 0.3 seconds before anyone else to maintain job security. Clara was midway through the quarterly report, rattling off numbers that meant the company was doing well, thanks to the system I'd built that basically ran itself at this point when it happened. Her platinum pen, the one she'd special ordered from some boutique in Manhattan that probably charged by the letter for engraving, rolled off the glossy surface of the table. It tumbled in slow motion, like a dramatic scene in a movie where everyone knows something terrible is about to happen, but can't look away. The pen hit the carpet with the softest little thud and rolled naturally directly toward my shoe. The room went quiet. Not the thoughtful kind of quiet, but the someone just ripped one in an elevator kind of quiet. Clara's eyes, those ice blue weapons of mass destruction, tracked the pin's journey, and then landed on me. Not near me, not in my general direction. On me, like a sniper locking onto a target. "Pick it up," she said. 2 words, just 2 simple words. But the way she said them, like I was the help, like I was some random dude who'd wandered in off the street instead of her husband of 8 years who built the very platform she was using to present her little PowerPoint, made my jaw clench so hard I thought I might crack a mare. The entire boardroom froze. Richard's coffee cup stopped halfway to his mouth. Diane's fingers hovered over her keyboard. Marcus looked like he was trying to decide if he should film this for LinkedIn or pretend he was suddenly very interested in the ceiling tiles. Then they laughed. Not nervous laughter, not oh wow, that was awkward laughter. Full-on knee-slapping, tears in the eyes laughter. Bethany snorted like a malfunctioning printer, which triggered another wave of giggles around the table. Even Richard, who I'd never seen smile in 3 years, was grinning into his coffee like he'd just witnessed the funniest thing since his portfolio doubled. I looked at the pen. I looked at Clara. I looked at the faces around the table, all of them waiting to see what I'd do. Part of me, the petty, vindictive part that had been taking notes for years, wanted to kick the pen under the table and watch her dive for it in her 1,000 heels. Another part of me, the part that still had to sleep in the same house as this woman, knew that would only make things worse. So, I did what I'd become embarrassingly good at over the years. I smiled politely, bent down, picked up the pen, and placed it gently on the table in front of her. "There you go, Your Majesty," I said, keeping my tone light and my smile plastered on like I was auditioning for a toothpaste commercial. That just made them laugh harder. Marcus actually slapped the table. Diane covered her mouth, but her shoulders were shaking. Richard muttered something that sounded like domesticated under his breath, which earned him a sharp look from Clara, but not sharp enough to make him take it back. Bethany had to excuse herself because she was laughing so hard she was crying, which I personally thought was overkill, but what do I know about performative corporate siffy? Clara took the pen without a word, without even a nod of acknowledgement, and continued her presentation like nothing had happened, like she hadn't just publicly reduced her husband to the status of a foot tool in front of the entire executive team. Like this was just another Tuesday in the glamorous life of Clara Jennings, CEO extraordinaire. But here's the thing about humiliation. It has a funny way of clarifying things. As I sat there listening to her drone on about projected growth and market penetration and synergistic partnerships, I felt something shift inside me. Not anger, not even hurt, something colder, something more focused inside. Even as my face maintained that same pleasant smile, I knew something with absolute certainty. Something big was about to break. And it wouldn't be me this time. I'd spent years building systems, creating fail-safes, embedding backdoors into code that only I understood. Clara thought she owned this company. Thought she owned me. But you can't own what you don't understand. And she'd never understood what I'd built. She'd never cared to learn. So I sat there nodding at the appropriate moments while my mind raced through lines of code, access points, and one particular function I'd buried deep in the architecture years ago. A little insurance policy I told myself I'd never use. Turns out never is a pretty flexible timeline. The ride home in Clara's Mercedes was a masterclass in awkward silence. The kind that makes you want to turn the radio up to 11 just to have something, anything, to fill the void. But Clara had turned the radio off the moment we got in the car, which I'd learned over the years meant she was either furious, scheming, or both. Probably both. The leather seats, which normally smelled like luxury and success, today smelled like tension and the lingering ghost of her perfume. Something French and expensive that probably cost more per ounce than I'd spent on groceries last month. She was texting someone, her thumbs flying across her phone screen with the intensity of a court stenographer during a murder trial. I tried to sneak a glance at who warranted such urgent attention, but she angled the phone away like I was trying to steal state secrets. For all I knew, maybe I was. Could have been her PR manager. Could have been her personal trainer. Could have been Lucifer himself confirming their weekly brunch plans. With Clara, you never really knew who was in her inner circle on any given day. Her contacts list probably had more turnover than a fast food joint. I cleared my throat, deciding to be the bigger person. So, I think that presentation went well, I said, going for casual and landing somewhere around desperate. The Q3 numbers were solid. The new client acquisition metrics were particularly. She held up one finger without looking at me. One finger, the universal symbol for shut up. I'm busy with important things, and you are not an important thing. I watched that perfectly manicured finger hover in the air between us, like a tiny middle finger to my entire existence. And I felt my jaw clench for the second time that day. I was going to need a mouth guard at this rate, right? Yeah, no problem, I muttered, turning to look out the window. As we merged onto the highway, the city lights blurred past. All those other people in all those other cars probably having normal conversations with their spouses about what to have for dinner or whose turn it was to take out the trash. Meanwhile, I was sitting here getting the silent treatment like I was a teenager who'd missed curfew, not a grown man who'd just been publicly humiliated by his wife in front of her entire executive team. I tried again about 10 minutes later because apparently I'm a glutton for punishment. Did you want to stop anywhere? We could grab takeout. That Thai place you like is on the way. The one with the no, she said, not looking up from her phone. Just no. Not no, thank you, or I'm not hungry, or even I'd rather eat glass than prolong this car ride. Just a flat dead no that somehow managed to convey that my suggestion was not only unwelcome but actively offensive to her sensibilities. Cool, I said, nodding like an idiot. Home it is then. She didn't respond. Her phone buzzed. She typed something back and then she actually smiled. A real genuine smile that I hadn't seen directed at me in probably 6 months. Whoever was on the other end of those texts was getting the good Clara, the one who laughed at jokes and had personality and didn't treat people like sentient furniture. I wondered what that was like. I used to know back when we were dating, back when she looked at me like I was someone worth looking at. The highway stretched on. I counted exit signs to pass the time. We passed billboard after billboard. Personal injury lawyers promising maximum compensation. Fast food chains advertising deals I'd never take advantage of. A weirdly aggressive ad about gutter cleaning that seemed more threatening than informative. Anything to avoid focusing on the fact that my wife and I were sharing a confined space and somehow I'd never felt more alone. By the time we pulled into our driveway, our being generous since the house was in her name, purchased with her family money and decorated according to her taste, it was almost 7:30. The house was one of those modern minimalist nightmares that looked like it belonged in an architecture magazine and felt about as warm as the magazine's glossy pages. All sharp angles, floor-tossy-isling windows, and furniture that looked expensive but felt like sitting on decorative rocks. Clara loved it. I'd learned to tolerate it. She was out of the car before I'd even unbuckled my seat belt, her heels clicking against the concrete with the efficiency of someone who had much more important places to be. I grabbed my messenger bag from the back seat and followed her in, locking the car because someone had to remember these things. Our house was in a nice neighborhood, the kind where people jogged with expensive strollers and had landscapers with names like Eduardo or Chin's Premium Lawn Service. But still, you lock the car. It's common sense. Inside, Clara didn't even break stride. She went straight to her study. The room I wasn't allowed in without explicit permission. The one with the door that was always locked when she wasn't in it and slammed it behind her hard enough to rattle the abstract art piece in the hallway. The one that looked like someone had sneezed paint onto a canvas and then charged $4,000 for it. I stood in the foyer for a moment listening to the lock click into place and wondered what exactly I'd done to deserve the cold shoulder treatment. Besides exist, apparently I looked at my watch. 7:45. My stomach growled, reminding me that the sad continental breakfast at this morning's meeting, stale croissants and coffee that tasted like regret, had been my only food today. I dropped my bag by the door, walked into our designer kitchen with its marble countertops and appliances that looked like they belonged on a spaceship and opened the fridge. The glow of the interior light felt judgmental somehow, like even the refrigerator was disappointed in my life choices. I made dinner anyway because why not? Someone had to feed the royal ego. And if Clara was going to hold up in her study until midnight, She'd eventually emerge demanding food like a dragon, expecting tribute. I pulled out pasta, some cherry tomatoes, garlic, olive oil, and fresh basil that was probably a week past its prime, but would work. Cooking was one of the few things I did that Clara occasionally praised. Usually when we had guests and she needed to show off her well-rounded husband who cooks. As I chopped garlic and put water on to boil, I thought about the meeting, about the pen, about the laughter, about how Richard had called me domesticated like I was a golden retriever who'd learned a cute trick. The knife thudded against the cutting board in a steady rhythm that was almost meditative. Chop, chop, chop. Each cut felt therapeutic, like I was slicing through more than just garlic. By 8 p.m., I was sitting at our dining table, an 8-seater monstrosity that we'd used for exactly 2 dinner parties in 3 years, eating pasta alone. The chair across from me was empty. The chair next to me was empty. All the chairs were empty except mine. I twirled spaghetti around my fork and tried to remember the last time Clara and I had eaten a meal together that didn't involve clients or networking or maintaining appearances for someone else's benefit. I couldn't. After dinner, I cleaned up because leaving dishes in the sink would result in a passive-aggressive text the next morning about basic household responsibilities. Then I grabbed my laptop, settled onto the couch, the one piece of furniture I'd actually gotten to choose, a comfortable sectional that Clara tolerated because it was adequately neutral, and opened Google. My fingers hovered over the keyboard for a second before I typed. Is marriage supposed to feel like customer service? The search results were depressingly numerous. Relationship advice blogs, Reddit threads with titles like, "Am I the only one?" And "Does anyone else feel like their spouse's employee?" And even a few academic articles about emotional labor in modern marriages. I clicked through a few reading stories from other people who felt exactly like I did, undervalued, taken for granted, more like staff than partners. One comment stuck with me. If you're constantly asking yourself if this is normal, that's your answer. It's not. I closed the laptop and stared at the ceiling. From Clara's study, I could hear her on a phone call, her voice muffled, but animated. She was laughing at something. That laugh used to be for me. Now it was for board members and investors and whoever the hell she'd been texting in the car. The house settled around me, all its expensive emptiness pressing in. Somewhere in the back of my mind, a plan was beginning to form. Not concrete yet, just the shadow of an idea, but it was there waiting. I just didn't know yet how soon I'd need it. I'd moved from the couch to my desk around 9:30. Partially because sitting in the living room staring at nothing was getting depressing, and partially because I needed to check some code I'd been working on for a client project. Well, client project was generous. It was more like a side hustle I'd been developing in secret. Something that had nothing to do with Jennings and Company and everything to do with maintaining my sanity. When you spend your days building someone else's empire for free, you start thinking about building your own. The house had settled into its usual nighttime rhythm, which is to say it was quiet as a tomb, except for the occasional creak of expensive wood flooring adjusting to temperature changes. Clara was still locked in her study, probably on her 3rd conference call of the evening with investors in different time zones, or maybe practicing her TED talk about female entrepreneurship that conveniently left out the part where her husband built the actual product she was selling. I had my headphones on, some lofi beats playlist that was supposed to help concentration, and I was actually getting into a decent flow when my phone lit up on the desk. 10:42 p.m. Clara's name flashed across the screen. I stared at it for a second, confused. She was literally 30 feet away down the hall in her study. Why would she be calling me? Had something happened? Was the house on fire and she couldn't be bothered to walk over and tell me in person? With Clara, anything was possible. I pulled off my headphones and answered, "Hello, I've chosen to sever all contact. Stay away forever." Her voice came through the speaker cold and rehearsed like she'd practiced this line in the mirror a few times to get the delivery just right. It had that quality of a prepared statement, the kind politicians read after a scandal breaks. Formal, distant, completely devoid of anything resembling human emotion. I laughed. I actually laughed because what else do you do when your wife calls you from 30 feet away to deliver what sounds like dialogue from a particularly dramatic soap opera? What? Like a trial separation, I said, still half convinced this was some kind of weird joke or stress-induced breakdown. "Clara, are you okay? Did something happen?" "No," she said, and I could hear her take a breath. The kind you take before delivering news you know is going to land like a bomb, like you don't exist. The laughter died in my throat. I pulled the phone away from my ear for a second, looked at the screen to confirm I was actually talking to my wife and not some prank caller, then put it back. "I'm sorry." "What? You're calling me from your study to tell me I don't exist?" "Clara, this is insane. If you want to talk about what happened today, we can." "There's nothing to talk about." She cut me off, her voice sharp as a paper cut. "I've made my decision. This marriage is over. I want you out of the house by the end of the week. My lawyer will contact you about the details." I sat there, phone pressed to my ear, trying to process what I was hearing. End of the week. Lawyer. This wasn't a conversation. It was a corporate termination. She was firing me from our marriage like I was an underperforming employee who'd failed to meet quarterly expectations. Part of me wondered if she had a PowerPoint presentation prepared for this too, complete with pie charts showing the decline of our relationship metrics over time. "So that's it," I said, keeping my voice level even though my heart was doing this weird thing where it felt like it was beating both too fast and too slow at the same time. 8 years and you're ending it with a phone call while you're in the next room. You can't even look at me. "I don't need to look at you," she said. "This isn't a discussion. It's a notification." A notification like I was some app on her phone she was deleting to free up storage space. I felt something cold settle in my chest, replacing whatever remnants of affection or loyalty or stupid hopeful optimism I'd been clinging to. It was a strange feeling like watching something die in real time and realizing you didn't feel sad about it. You felt relieved. Relieved that you didn't have to pretend anymore. Relieved that the shoe had finally dropped after hovering overhead for months, maybe years. I paused, let the silence stretch between us. In the background of her call, I could hear her shifting in her leather desk chair, probably checking her watch, calculating how much time this tedious conversation was taking away from more important matters. When I spoke again, my voice was calm. Too calm. "Okay," I said simply. I could almost hear her blinking in surprise on the other end. She'd probably expected tears or begging or anger, some kind of emotional reaction she could later describe to her friends over brunch as proof that I was unstable or difficult. Instead, I gave her nothing. "Okay," she repeated, suspicious. "Yeah, okay. If that's what you want, that's what you'll get." I leaned back in my chair, looking at the lines of code on my screen. Beautiful, logical, predictable code. Unlike people, code did exactly what you told it to do. "But you might want to keep your phone charged tonight." There was a beat of silence. "What's that supposed to mean?" "Nothing," I said, and I could hear the smile in my own voice, even though I wasn't entirely sure when it had appeared. "Just general life advice. You never know when something important might come up. Would hate for you to miss it." "Are you threatening me?" Her voice went up an octave. That carefully controlled CEO persona cracking just enough to let some actual emotion through because if you think you can threatening you Clara please. "I'm just saying it's a good idea to stay connected. You're a busy woman. Important calls to take, emergencies to handle, that sort of thing." I was being deliberately vague, which I knew would drive her crazy. Clara hated not being the smartest person in the room. Hated not understanding exactly what was happening at all times. "Anyway, thanks for the heads up about the whole divorce thing. Very professional. Very you." "Don't." She started. But I was done. "Good night, Clara. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite or the market volatility or whatever it is that keeps CEOs up at night." I hung up before she could respond, which felt better than it probably should have. My phone immediately buzzed with a text from her. Probably something scathing about my attitude or my immaturity or my complete failure as a husband. I didn't read it. Instead, I opened my messages, typed out one line, and hit send before I could second guess as myself. "You will regret it." 3 words, simple, clean, direct. I watched the delivered notification appear under the message, then switch my phone to do not disturb mode. Let her sit with that for a while. Let her wonder what I meant. Let her call back 50 times if she wanted to. I wouldn't hear it. I turned back to my computer, cracked my knuckles like some kind of hacker in a movie, and opened a folder I'd labeled insurance policy about 3 years ago. Inside were files with names like system_architecture_master_doc and access_protocols original text and most importantly failsafe_fa. Pi. I'd created Failsafe Alpha during the company's second year back when I still believed Clara and I were partners in every sense of the word. It was supposed to be a safety mechanism, a way to protect the company's infrastructure if we ever got hacked or if someone tried to steal our proprietary systems. I'd buried it deep in the code. Told Clara it was standard security protocol and she nodded without understanding a single word because technical details bored her unless they directly translated to $signs. What I hadn't told her was that Failsafe Alpha had a very specific trigger condition, one that could only be activated by someone with my exact security credentials and knowledge of the system architecture. And what it did when activated wasn't exactly protect the company. It was more like, well, let's call it aggressive restructuring. I opened the file, scrolled through the code, checking connections and dependencies. Everything was still there, still functional, still waiting. The company ran on servers I'd built using software I'd designed with security protocols I'd implemented. Clara owned the name and the client relationships. I owned everything else. She just didn't know it yet. My phone lit up on the desk. Clara calling again, then a text, then another call. I ignored all of it, focused on my screen. There was a certain poetry to this, I thought. She'd call me from 30 feet away to tell me I didn't exist. Soon, I'd show her what happened when the things she couldn't see decided to stop existing, too. I checked the time. 11:47 p.m. Plenty of time before midnight. Plenty of time to make sure everything was ready. I opened a beer from the mini fridge under my desk. A gift from my buddy Marcus, who told me every home office needed one, and took a long drink. Then I positioned my fingers over the keyboard and smiled. Let's see how you like being on the receiving end of a notification, Clara. I poured myself a drink, whiskey, the good stuff I kept hidden in the back of my desk drawer behind old cables, and a user manual for a printer we didn't even own anymore. Clara thought I only drank beer, which was hilarious considering how little she actually paid attention to anything I did. The whiskey was a 12-year-old single malt I'd bought myself last Christmas when Clara had given me a gift card to Best Buy with a note that said, "For whatever tech thing you need." Romantic, right? Really captures that holiday magic. I sat at my desk, the amber liquid catching the light from my monitor, and opened my laptop properly. Not the sanitized corporate-approved laptop that Jennings & Company had issued me with all its tracking software and restrictions, but my personal machine, the one with the good processor, the encrypted hard drive, and absolutely zero connections to Clara's digital empire except for the ones I deliberately maintained as insurance. This was my kingdom. This cluttered desk with its coffee-stained mousepad and the action figure of Iron Man that my nephew had given me 3 birthdays ago because he said I fixed stuff like Tony Stark. Kid had no idea how right he was. The thing about Jennings & Company that nobody really understood, including and especially Clara, was that it wasn't her company. Not really. Sure, her name was on the door, her face was on the website. Her signature was on all the contracts. But the actual company, the beating heart of it, that was all me. I had built its internal systems from the ground up, starting from that dingy 1-bedroom apartment we'd shared when we were still pretending to be equals. Back when she'd look at me with something resembling respect and say things like, "We're going to build something amazing together." Instead of, "Pick it up." I'd constructed every server, every database, every line of automation that made the company run smoother than Clara's carefully maintained public image. The client tracking AI that everyone raved about. Mine. The predictive analytics that helped close deals before competitors even knew they were on the table. Mine. The security protocols that had protected the company from 3 separate attempted cyber attacks. Oh, mine. I'd even built the internal messaging system they used, the one that was currently probably lighting up like Times Square with panicked messages from Clara trying to figure out what my cryptic text had meant. Clara owned the spotlight. She was good at that part. I give her credit. She could walk into a room and make everyone believe she was the smartest person there. Could spin narratives about innovation and disruption that made investors open their wallets like hypnotized cult members. But I own the code. And the code, my friends, had a very special switch. I pulled up the system architecture files, the ones that mapped out every connection, every dependency, every single point where data flowed through the company's digital infrastructure. It looked like a circuit board designed by someone on a caffeine bender. Lines connecting to more lines. Each one representing hours of work, late nights, sacrificed weekends. There were sections I'd built during our honeymoon for crying out loud because Clara had gotten an urgent call from a potential client and I'd needed to set up a demo environment while she smoothed them at a beach bar in Cancun. And they're buried about 17 layers deep in a subsystem labeled security_protocols_redundant_backup_v7. A name so boring that no one would ever bother to actually investigate it was failoff_fa. My masterpiece, my insurance policy, my nuclear option. I created it during year 2 of the company back when things were still growing fast and I was naive enough to think Clara would eventually add my name to the incorporation papers like she promised. Let's wait until we're more established. She'd said it looks better to investors if there's a single clear leader. You understand, right? And I'd nodded like an idiot, believing that more established would eventually arrive, not realizing it was corporate speak for never. Failsafe_alpha was supposed to be a safety mechanism, a way to protect everything I'd built if something catastrophic happened. If we got hacked, if a disgruntled employee tried to steal proprietary code, if the company got hostile takeover bid and someone tried to lock me out of my own systems. It was the digital equivalent of a self-destruct button, except instead of destroying everything, it just reorganized things aggressively, chaotically, permanently. The beauty of it was in its simplicity. One command executed with my specific credentials would trigger a cascade of automated processes that would make the company's entire digital infrastructure have what I come to think of as a very public nervous breakdown. Contracts would auto-cancel. Financial reports would show false liquidation alerts. The AI would start making decisions based on corrupted datasets. Client databases would become temporarily inaccessible. Stock valuations would plummet. And the best part, it would all look like a catastrophic system failure. The kind of thing that happens when a company grows too fast and doesn't invest enough in proper IT infrastructure, which ironically was exactly what Clara had done. She'd been so focused on expansion and acquisition and her personal brand that she'd ignored my repeated warnings about system vulnerabilities, about the need for redundancies, about the importance of documentation and proper security protocols. "You're being paranoid," she'd said more than once. "Just keep everything running. That's your job." Well, now my job was apparently over, so why should I keep anything running? I took another sip of whiskey and thought about the meeting, about that pen rolling across the floor, about the laughter, about Bethany snorting like a malfunctioning printer while Richard muttered domesticated and Clara just sat there accepting their mockery of her husband as perfectly normal and acceptable behavior. I thought about all the dinner parties where I'd been introduced as Clara's husband instead of the CTO, or even just "this is my husband who built the company's entire technical infrastructure." I thought about the credit I'd never received, the equity I'd never been granted, the respect I'd been systematically denied. And then I thought about that phone call, that cold, calculated corporate termination disguised as a marriage ending. I've chosen to sever all contact, stay away forever. Like I was a vendor whose contract wasn't being renewed. Like 8 years of my life were just a line item she was removing from her budget. My fingers moved across the keyboard almost of their own accord, pulling up terminal windows and security access points. I verified my credentials, still active, because of course Clara hadn't thought to revoke my system access. Why would she? She probably assumed I'd just quietly pack my things and disappear like a good little dismissed employee. Maybe send her a fruit basket and a thank you note for the privilege of having served. I checked the company's current status. All systems operational. Servers running smoothly. The automated processes I'd built humming along perfectly, making Clara money while she slept, completely oblivious to how fragile her empire actually was. I could see the real-time data flowing through client transactions, processing reports, generating the AI making micro decisions about resource allocation. It was beautiful in a way, a complex machine operating flawlessly because I designed it to operate flawlessly for her. I opened another window and pulled up the company's current stock valuation. Trading had closed for the day, but the after-hours numbers looked good. Really good. The company was valued at just over $3.22 billion, which was frankly insane considering we'd started in that cramped apartment with a dream and my coding skills. Clara had been profiled in Forbes last month, featured in their 30 Under 40 issue, even though she was 37, but apparently they'd made an exception because her visionary leadership was just that impressive. The article hadn't mentioned me once, not even in the acknowledgments. I wondered what Forbes would write about tomorrow. The clock in the corner of my screen ticked over. 11:52 p.m. I had 8 minutes until midnight. Not that midnight was significant in any practical sense. The code would work just as well at 11:53 or 12:47 or 3 o'clock in the morning. But there was something poetic about it, something cinematically satisfying about timing the fall of Clara's empire to coincide with the death of one day and the birth of another. New beginnings and all that inspirational poster nonsense. I pulled up the failsafe alpha file one more time, scrolling through the code to make absolutely sure I hadn't missed anything. Every function was intact. Every trigger was properly configured. Every cascade protocol was ready to execute. The code was clean, elegant, even some of my best work, which was saying something considering the quality of what I'd built for this company. My phone buzzed again. Another call from Clara, number 47. If I was counting correctly, which I was because I'm petty like that. I let it go to voicemail, imagining her in her study, probably pacing now, her carefully maintained composure cracking as I refused to respond to her summons. She wasn't used to being ignored. She wasn't used to not getting immediate compliance when she demanded something. This had to be driving her absolutely insane. Good. I finished my whiskey, set the glass down with a satisfying clink against the wooden desk, and positioned my hands over the keyboard. My heart was doing this weird thing where it felt both calm and racing at the same time, like my body couldn't decide if this was terrifying or exhilarating. Probably both. Definitely both. 11:58 p.m. I thought about calling someone, my brother maybe, or my college roommate Dave, just to have someone witness this moment. But no, this was something I needed to do alone. This was between me and Clara and 8 years of accumulated disrespect. 11:59 p.m. I took a breath, then another. My fingers rested on the keys, ready. You know what, Clara? I said out loud to the empty room. You were right about one thing. I don't exist. Not to you, anyway. But let me show you what happens when something that doesn't exist decides to stop pretending. The clock hit 1159 and 30 seconds. I typed the command, enter my credentials, verified the execution parameters one final time. 11:59 and 50 seconds. My cursor hovered over the enter key. See you on the other side, I whispered. And at exactly 11:59 and 59 seconds p.m., I pressed enter. The screen flickered once like it was taking a breath before a performance. And then all hell broke loose in the most beautiful catastrophic way I'd ever witnessed. At exactly 11:59 p.m., the moment my finger left the enter key, every server that powered Jennings & Company started screaming like a kettle on full boil. Not literally screaming. Obviously, servers don't have vocal cords. But the system monitoring dashboard I had pulled up on my second screen erupted into a light show of red alerts, error messages, and warning notifications that would have made a Christmas tree jealous. I sat back in my chair, cracked open another beer, and watched the digital apocalypse unfold with the kind of satisfaction usually reserved for watching your favorite sports team score a game-winning touchdown. Except this was better than any sports game, because I wasn't just watching. I'd written the entire playbook. The first thing failsafe_alpha did was target the automated contract management system, the crown jewel of the company's operations. This was the AI-powered beauty that handled client agreements, renewals, and those sweet recurring revenue streams that made investors salivate. I'd spent 9 months perfecting it, teaching it to recognize patterns, flag opportunities, and essentially print money while Clara took all the credit during board meetings. Now, at 12:01 a.m., it had developed a sudden and aggressive case of amnesia mixed with what could only be described as suicidal tendencies. High-value contracts started auto-canceling. Not the small ones, that would have been too subtle. No, Failsafe Alpha went straight for the jugular, targeting the top 50 clients by revenue. Companies that paid us 6 and 7 figures annually suddenly received automated emails informing them that Jennings & Company was restructuring operations and would be unable to continue service effective immediately. The emails were professionally worded naturally. I'd written them years ago as templates, but their timing and volume was about as professional as a bull in a china shop wearing roller skates. I watched the activity log scroll past on my screen. Each line representing another severed revenue stream. Another broken relationship, another nail in the coffin of Clara's empire. It was poetry in motion. If poetry could be written in Python and executed with ruthless efficiency. By 12:03 a.m., the financial reporting system had joined the party. This was the part one was particularly proud of the piece to resistance, if you will. The system started triggering false liquidation alerts, sending automated notifications to investors and board members that the company was entering emergency shutdown protocols. The notifications looked official because they were official. I built them into the system as part of the disaster recovery procedures that Clara had approved without reading. The irony was delicious. Stock market algorithms that monitored after hours, company communications picked up these alerts immediately. Even though the markets were closed, the automated trading systems that ran 24/7 started adjusting their models, recalculating Jennings & Company's valuation based on what appeared to be a complete corporate meltdown. I pulled up a financial tracking site and watched in real time as the company's theoretical value began to nosedive faster than my faith in marriage. $3.2 billion at 11:59 p.m., $3.1 billion at 12:04 a.m., $2.9 billion at 12:06 a.m. It was like watching a countdown clock. Except instead of counting seconds, it was counting Clara's net worth circling the drain. By 12:07 a.m., the client database had decided to take an unscheduled vacation. Not deleted. I wasn't a monster, just temporarily encrypted with a key that only I possessed to anyone trying to access it. The system would report catastrophic data corruption and recommend immediate IT intervention. The kind of IT intervention that would cost millions and take weeks, assuming they could find someone who understood my architecture well enough to even attempt repairs. Spoiler alert, they couldn't because I deliberately made the documentation about as helpful as assembly instructions written in ancient Samrian. The AI systems were really getting into the spirit. Now, the predictive analytics engine, which normally suggested optimal resource allocation and client engagement strategies, had apparently decided that the optimal strategy was chaos. It started making recommendations like divest all assets immediately and liquidate all holdings. And my personal favorite, terminate all employment contracts and flee to a non-extradition country. I hadn't programmed that last one. The AI had genuinely gone off the rails in the most entertaining way possible. At 12:10 a.m., I decided to check in on the company's Slack workspace. Because if there's one thing I'd learned about corporate America, It's that when stuff hits the fan, everyone runs to Slack to panic. Collectively, I'd maintained admin access to the workspace. Naturally, and set my status to invisible so I could lurk like a ghost at my own company's funeral. The main channels were exploding. The first message had appeared at 12:02 a.m. from Dylan, the night shift system administrator, who probably thought this was going to be a quiet Tuesday night of Netflix and occasionally checking server logs. Dylan, guys, anyone else seeing weird behavior in the contract system that had been followed approximately 30 seconds later by Dylan? Okay, never mind. Everything is on fire. Dylan, not literally fire, but like digital fire. Dylan, someone call someone. The IT channel had devolved into complete pandemonium. Messages were flying faster than I could read them. A stream of consciousness panic attacks spread across multiple employees who were apparently all working late or had been woken up by automated alert systems. Sarah DevOps, all servers reporting critical failures simultaneously. James _backend. How is that even possible? Sarah _DevOps. I don't know, James. That's why I'm asking. Marcus _IT contract system just sent termination notices to Lex. Sarah _DevOps. Lex is our biggest client. Marcus was our biggest client. I took a sip of beer and scrolled through more channels. The executive team's private channel, which I'd been removed from 3 months ago, but had maintained backdoor access to because I'm not an idiot, was even better. Richard, the CFO who'd found my humiliation this morning so amusing, had posted at 12:11 a.m. Richard CFO, what's happening? Richard CFO, someone explain to me why Bloomberg is reporting we're in liquidation. Richard CFO, our stock projection just dropped $2.1 billion. Diane, VP of Operations, chimed in with her characteristic grace under pressure. Diane _ops, this can't be real. Diane _ops, this has to be a hack. Diane _ops, we're down $3.1 billion. And then at 12:15 a.m., the message I'd been waiting for appeared, written in all caps with the fury of 1,000 suns. Claire CEO, fix this now. Claire CEO, I want every single person on this platform working on solutions immediately. Claire CEO, someone get our lead developer on the line. I laughed out loud at that one, the sound echoing in my empty office. Lead developer. That's what she called me when she needed something fixed, when my actual title was apparently too complicated or too generous for regular use. I wondered how long it would take someone to point out that the lead developer was her soon-to-be ex-husband who she just fired via phone call from 30 feet away. Marcus from marketing, not the same Marcus as Marcus _it, because apparently every tech company is legally required to employ multiple people named Marcus, provided the answer. Marcus _marketing. Clara, isn't that your husband? The chat went silent for approximately 15 seconds, which in Slack time felt like an eternity. Then, Claire _CO, someone else, get someone else. Claire CEO, call external consultants. Claire _co, call anyone. Richard CFO, we're down 95% market cap in 17 minutes. I checked the financial tracker again. He wasn't exaggerating. From $3.2 billion to $160 million in less than 20 minutes. That had to be some kind of record. I should probably check the Guinness Book of World Records. See if there was a Category 4 fastest destruction of a tech company by a scorned spouse. My phone, which I'd left on Do Not Disturb, showed 73 missed calls. 60 from Clara. The rest distributed among various board members and executives who'd somehow gotten my personal number and were presumably calling to either beg for help or threaten legal action. Maybe both. I ignored all of them, far too invested in watching the Slack drama unfold. At 12:17 a.m., someone, I think it was one of the junior developers, made the mistake of asking the question everyone was thinking. Kevin _dev, could this be an inside job? The chat exploded again. Everyone had theories: disgruntled former employees, corporate espionage, Russian hackers, Chinese intelligence. One person suggested it might be aliens, which honestly wasn't the worst theory I'd heard tonight. But then Dylan, bless Dylan, who'd been frantically trying to stop the digital bleeding for the past 15 minutes, posted something that made me sit up straighter. Dylan, all the core processes are being terminated by authenticated admin credentials. Dylan, these aren't external attacks. Dylan, someone with godl access is doing this from inside the system. Sarah DevOps, who is godl access? Dylan, according to the logs, only one person. I watched the chat, waiting to see if he'd say it, if he'd connect the dots. Dylan, the original system architect. There was a pause then. Marcus wasn't that Sarah DevOps. Oh, Clara CEO. Don't you dare say his name. Too late, Clara. Way too late. I opened a new terminal window, typed out one final command, and posted it directly into the company's main Slack channel for everyone to see. It was petty, immature, and absolutely worth it. Hey, maybe try picking it off the ground. Then I revoked my own Slack access, closed my laptop, and leaned back in my chair with the biggest smile I'd had in 8 years. Game, set, match. I made it exactly 47 minutes before my phone achieved what I can only describe as technological sentience and decided to have a complete mental breakdown. Even with Do Not Disturb turned on, the thing kept lighting up on my desk like a possessed Christmas ornament, vibrating so aggressively that it was slowly inching its way across the wood surface like some kind of desperate electronic slug trying to escape its own existence. I'd read somewhere that smartphones could theoretically overheat from excessive use, and I was genuinely starting to worry that mine might achieve nuclear fusion and take out the entire home office. By 1:15 a.m., I'd received 217 missed calls. I know this because I made the mistake of checking, thinking maybe the chaos had died down, and people had accepted their fate with grace and dignity. Spoiler alert, they had not. The call log read like a who's who of corporate America's worst nightmare. Board members, investors, Clara's personal assistant, Bethany, the CFO, Richard, who'd found my humiliation so entertaining just 12 hours ago, and even some numbers I didn't recognize, which meant people were giving out my contact info like Halloween candy to anyone who might possibly be able to fix this catastrophe. There were voicemails, too. So many voicemails. My inbox had apparently reached its maximum capacity at 50 messages and just gave up, which honestly felt like a metaphor for something, but I was too busy being petty to analyze it. I listened to exactly 3 of them before deciding that I valued my sanity more than I valued entertainment. The first was from Richard, sounding like he was having a legitimate panic attack. Pick up, pick up, pick up. I don't care what happened between you and Clara. The company is hemorrhaging value. Like I don't even have a metaphor. It's just bad. Call me back immediately. We'll pay you whatever you want. Name your price. I'm serious. I will personally write you a check right now if you. The message cut off there, presumably because he'd exceeded the time limit. The second was from Diane, VP of Operations, who'd apparently decided that anger was the best approach. I don't know what you think you're doing, but this is criminal. Criminal. We will sue you for everything you have. You'll never work in this industry again. You'll delete. The third was from Clara's mother, Patricia, which was unexpected. Patricia had never liked me. Had made it abundantly clear from day one that her daughter was marrying down by choosing a tech guy instead of a lawyer or a doctor or literally anyone else with a more respectable pedigree. Her message was exactly what I'd expected. I always knew you were trouble. Poor Clara dealing with a vindictive child throwing a tantrum. When she divorces you, she'll take everything. You know, everything. My lawyers will make sure. Delete. Delete. Super delete. By 1:47 a.m., the missed calls had climbed to 392. My phone was no longer vibrating. It was having a full-on seizure. I watched it dance across my desk, buzzing and lighting up in a rhythm that was almost hypnotic. Call from Clara. Call from unknown number. Call from Richard again. Call from someone labeled Jennings board. Emergency. Call from Clara. Call from another unknown number. It was like watching a slot machine that only paid out in anxiety and professional consequences. I decided this was as good a time as any for a snack break. I walked to the kitchen, leaving my possessed phone behind to have its electronic meltdown in peace. The house was quiet except for the distant muffled buzzing coming from my office, which sounded vaguely like an angry bee had been trapped in a jar. I opened the pantry, Clara's meticulously organized pantry, where everything was arranged by category and color because she'd seen it on some home organization influencer's Instagram, and pulled out a bag of microwave popcorn. The butter lover's kind, because if you're going to watch your ex-wife's empire crumble in real time, you might as well do it with proper snacks. The microwave hummed to life, and I stood there watching the bag expand and rotate, listening to the kernels pop in increasingly rapid succession. There was something meditative about it, honestly. Pop, 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 pop. Kind of like the sound of Clara's net worth disappearing now that I thought about it. When the popcorn was done, I grabbed a beer from the fridge, my third of the night, but who was counting besides me, and headed back to my office. My phone had given up trying to move and was just lying there on the desk, screen flashing desperately. The notification count had stopped updating at 99+, which was Apple's way of saying, dude, seriously, what is happening in your life right now? I picked up the phone, scrolled through the recent calls with mild interest while munching popcorn. There were some interesting additions to the list. Now, A number with a New York area code that my caller ID helpfully informed me was from Goldman Sachs Private Wealth Management. A call from someone named Trevor Marks, Wall Street Journal, which presumably meant the Wall Street Journal was already circling like a shark that smelled blood in the water. Several calls from law firms with names that sounded like they cost $1,000 an hour just to pronounce. And Clara. So many calls from Clara. The timestamps told a story of increasing desperation. 12:47 a.m., 12:51 a.m., 12:55 a.m., 102 a.m., 104 a.m., 106 a.m., 107 a.m. That last cluster of 3 calls in 4 minutes suggested she'd progressed from anger to full panic, which made sense given that her $3 billion company was currently worth less than a decent house in San Francisco. At 2 a.m. exactly, I checked my phone one final time before committing to a proper movie night. The missed call counter had reached a beautiful poetic number, 540. 540 calls in just over 2 hours. That averaged out to about 4.5 calls per minute, which honestly seemed excessive even for a corporate apocalypse. I'd crashed one company, not the entire stock market. I turned my phone completely off. Not just do not disturb, but fully powered down and settled on my comfortable couch with my popcorn and beer. The TV remote sat on the coffee table next to Clara's collection of interior design magazines that she never actually read, but kept around because they made her look cultured. I grabbed the remote and opened Netflix, scrolling through options. What does one watch while their ex-wife's empire burns down in real time? An action movie felt too intense. A drama felt redundant given that I was living through enough drama for 3 Shakespearean plays. A documentary seemed too educational. Then I saw it sitting there in my continue watching queue The Office. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. I queued up Season 5 Episode 14 Stress Relief. The one where Dwight stages a fire drill that goes horribly wrong and everyone panics. The irony was so thick you could cut it with a knife. I hit play and settled in. Watching as Dwight locked all the doors and set a trash can on fire while shouting, "The fire is shooting at us." Mood, I said to my empty living room, raising my beer and a solitary toast. By 3:30 a.m., I'd finished 4 episodes and 2 bags of popcorn. My phone remained blissfully off, sitting on my desk like a deactivated bomb. Somewhere out there, Clara was probably still frantically trying to reach me, mobilizing every contact she had, calling in every favor, desperately searching for someone, anyone who could reverse what I'd done. The mental image of her in her designer pajamas, pacing her study at 3 o'clock in the morning with her perfectly styled hair falling apart and her mascara running brought me more joy than it probably should have. I thought about turning my phone back on just to see how high the missed call counter had climbed. But no, that would ruin the surprise for tomorrow morning. Let the number accumulate. Let Clara and her board and her investors and her lawyers all scream into the void while I sat here in my comfortable clothes, eating junk food and watching Jim Halpert play pranks on Dwight Schrute as the sun started to peek through my windows around 5:47 a.m., painting the sky in shades of orange and pink that Clara would probably describe as uninspired or pedestrian. I pulled up the news on my laptop. I wasn't surprised to see that Jennings & Company's collapse had made headlines, but I was impressed by how fast the media had picked up on it. Tech giant Jennings & CEO suffers catastrophic system failure. Bloomberg: Jennings & CEO loses $3 billion in market value overnight. Wall Street Journal: the fastest corporate collapse in state history. Financial Times: that last one made me laugh out loud. The fastest corporate collapse in state history. They'd probably want to interview me for the behind-the-scenes story. Eventually, maybe I'd write a book. How to Destroy a Billion-Dollar Company in 20 Minutes. A memoir by a guy who was told to pick up a pen. I closed my laptop, stretched, and looked around my office. My space full of my things, free from Clara's minimalist design philosophy and color-coordinated. The sun was fully up now, marking the beginning of what was technically Wednesday, but felt more like the first day of the rest of my life. Outside, birds were chirping. Inside, my phone was off and my conscience was clear. The news could call it the fastest corporate collapse in state history if they wanted. I called it Tuesday. I woke up around 10 a.m. on Wednesday morning, feeling more refreshed than I had in approximately 3 years, which was coincidentally around the time Clara had stopped pretending our marriage was anything other than a business arrangement with occasional awkward dinner parties. My neck didn't hurt from sleeping on the couch. I'd actually made it to the bed around 6 a.m. and for the first time in recent memory, I didn't wake up with that familiar knot of dread in my stomach that usually accompanied the thought of existing in the same house as my wife. Ex-wife, soon to be ex-wife, whatever the legal terminology was for a woman who tried to fire me from our marriage via phone call. I showered, shaved, and put on my best suit, the charcoal gray Tom Ford that I bought for our 5th anniversary dinner, and that Clara had immediately criticized for being too flashy, even though it cost less than one of her weekly blowout appointments. I paired it with a crisp white shirt, my favorite tie with the subtle geometric pattern, and the watch my brother had given me when I'd graduated college with my computer science degree. The watch was nothing fancy, just a reliable Seiko, but it kept perfect time and hadn't once tried to publicly humiliate me, which made it more valuable than most of the people I'd be seeing today. By 10:47 a.m., I was walking into the Jennings & Company building like I owned the place, which technically I kind of did from a built-every system that makes this building function perspective. Even if Clara's name was on all the paperwork, the lobby was chaos incarnate. People were speed walking in every direction like extras in a disaster movie. Their faces painted with various shades of panic and disbelief. The receptionist, a normally unflappable woman named Sandra who'd worked the front desk for 6 years, looked like she'd aged a decade overnight. Her eyes were red-rimmed and she was on the phone with someone saying, "I don't know," over and over again with increasing desperation. She saw me walk in and her eyes went wide. She dropped the phone. Literally just let it fall from her hand while whoever was on the other end kept talking and stared at me like I was a ghost or a bomb or a ghost carrying a bomb. "Hi, Sandra," I said cheerfully, giving her a little wave. "Crazy morning, huh?" She opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again, and then just pointed toward the elevators with a shaking finger. No words, just pointing. I took that as permission to proceed. The elevator ride to the 14th floor, where the main boardroom lived in all its unnecessary marble and mahogany glory, was accompanied by a truly excellent music-hack version of Don't Stop Believing, which felt appropriate given the circumstances. I hummed along, checking my reflection in the polished elevator doors. I looked good, rested, maybe even happy. This was going to be fun. The 14th floor was even worse than the lobby. It looked like a bomb had gone off. If bombs were made of paper and existential dread. Documents were scattered everywhere. Coffee cups abandoned on every available surface. And at least 3 people were crying. Not discreet professional crying either. Full-on mascara running, gasping for air, sobbing. A junior analyst whose name I thought was Todd or Brad or some other generic tech bro name was sitting on the floor with his laptop rocking back and forth slightly while staring at a screen. The boardroom doors were closed, but I could hear shouting from inside. Multiple voices, all talking over each other in that special kind of cacophony that only happens when very important people suddenly realize they're not as important as they thought they were. I straightened my tie, plastered on my biggest smile, and pushed open the doors. The scene inside was spectacular. The massive conference table that had witnessed yesterday's pin incident was now covered in laptops, tablets, printed financial reports, and what looked like someone's half-eaten bagel with lox. Papers were everywhere, on the table, on the chairs, scattered across the floor like confetti at the world's most depressing party. The CFO, Richard, looked like he'd aged 20 years since yesterday. His normally perfectly coiffed hair sticking up at weird angles like he'd been running his hands through it repeatedly. His shirt was untucked on one side, and he had the wild-eyed expression of a man who'd just watched his retirement fund evaporate. Diane, the VP of Operations, was on her phone, pacing near the windows, her voice shrill enough to probably shatter glass. "I don't care what time it is in London. Get them on the phone now." She was still wearing yesterday's clothes, which suggested she'd been here all night, which was both sad and hilarious. Marcus from marketing was slumped in a chair, scrolling through his phone with the defeated posture of someone reading their own obituary. Bethany, Clara's assistant, was crying into a tissue while simultaneously trying to take notes on her iPad, creating what I imagined was a very damp and illable record of the proceedings. And then there was Clara. She was standing at the head of the table. Both hands pressed flat against the surface like she was physically holding it down to keep it from floating away. Her designer blouse was wrinkled. Her perfect hair pulled back in a messy ponytail that looked more hostage situation than casual chic. And her makeup was smeared in a way that suggested she'd been crying, but was trying very hard to pretend she hadn't been. When she looked up and saw me standing in the doorway, her expression went through about 15 different emotions in 3 seconds. Shock, rage, desperation, hate, and something that might have been hope, but died quickly when she remembered why I was probably there. "You," she said, her voice cracking slightly on that single syllable. The room went silent. Everyone turned to look at me. Richard's mouth fell open. Diane stopped mid-sentence, her phone forgotten at her ear. Marcus sat up straighter. Even Bethany stopped crying long enough to stare. "Me?" I confirmed cheerfully, walking into the room like I was arriving at a garden party instead of a corporate funeral. "Good morning, everyone. Beautiful day outside. Anyone catch the sunrise? No. Too busy watching your stock value circle the drain? Understandable. You destroyed everything." Clara's voice cracked again and she pushed off from the table, taking a step toward me. Her hands were shaking. Actually shaking. I'd never seen Clara lose her composure like this. Not even when we'd lost our first major client in year 1. Not even when her father had died. She'd always been ice cold, perfectly controlled, the queen who never showed weakness. But right now, she looked absolutely shattered. I smiled. The kind of smile that I'd been practicing in the mirror this morning while brushing my teeth, calm, collected, maybe even a little amused. "Oh, come on, Clara. You did that when you dropped the pen." The silence that followed was so thick you could have cut it with a knife and served it at a dinner party. It was delicious. Absolutely delicious. I could see the realization spreading across everyone's faces. The connection between yesterday's casual humiliation and today's corporate apocalypse. Richard actually gasped. Diane's phone slipped from her hand and clattered to the floor. Marcus whispered, "Holy shit." Under his breath. Clara's face went through several more color changes, pale to red to an interesting shade of purple that probably wasn't medically advisable. She lunged for her phone on the table, her movements jerky and desperate. "Security," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I'm calling security." "Too late," I said, still smiling. I pulled a folder from under my arm. I'd been carrying it this whole time, but nobody had noticed because they were too busy having collective breakdowns, and tossed it onto the table. It landed with a satisfying top that made Bethany jump. I've already transferred my ownership patents and algorithm licenses to a new firm. Everything I built, every line of code, every system architecture, every proprietary algorithm, it's all legally mine. And as of 7:32 this morning, it all belongs to ArcForge Technologies. ArcForge, Richard croaked, finally finding his voice. "What the hell is ArcForge?" I turned to look at him, my smile growing wider. "My firm, Richard, my company, the one I built this morning while you were all busy panicking." Funny thing about intellectual property law, when you never put your partner's name on any of the legal documents, despite 8 years of promises, they retain ownership of everything they create. Clara owns the name Jennings & Company and the client relationships. I own everything else. I watched the implications sink in across their faces. Without the systems I'd built, Jennings & Company was just an empty shell with a fancy name. They had nothing to sell, no infrastructure to support clients, no AI to automate processes. They were a car dealership without any cars, a restaurant without a kitchen. "You can't do this," Diane said, but her voice lacked conviction. She knew I could. They all knew I could. "Already did," I replied. I looked around the room one more time, taking in the destruction, the panic, the beautiful chaos that I'd created with one command and 8 years of contingency planning. "Oh, and by the way, Jerry and Priya from your board, they called me this morning. They're joining ArcForge as senior advisors. They said they loved my sense of humor." That wasn't entirely true yet. Jerry and Priya had sent inquiring emails, but we hadn't finalized anything. But the looks on everyone's faces made the embellishment worth it. Clara just stared at me, her mouth opening and closing like a fish drowning in air. For once in her life, she had absolutely nothing to say. I straightened my tie one more time and headed for the door. Before I left, I turned back, catching Clara's devastated expression one last time. "Oh, and Clara, if you drop your pen today, pick it up yourself." The door closed behind me with a satisfying click, and I walked toward the elevator with my head held high, leaving the wreckage of Clara's empire scattered across that conference room like the world's most expensive jigsaw puzzle. 48 hours. That's all it took for ArcForge Technologies to go from a spite-fueled idea I'd incorporated while eating popcorn and watching The Office to the hottest name in the tech industry. 48 hours for my newly minted company to trend globally on Twitter, LinkedIn, and even TikTok, where some finance bro with exceptionally good hair had made a video about the fastest revenge glow-up in tech history that got something like 4 million views. I didn't have TikTok. I valued my attention span, but my nephew sent me the link with approximately 17 fire emojis and the message, "Uncle, you're famous." I'd spent Wednesday afternoon after leaving the Jennings & Company boardroom doing what any reasonable person would do after destroying their ex-wife's billion-dollar empire. I went to Costco and bought a rotisserie chicken because spite is hungry work and I'd been living off popcorn and beer for 36 hours. Then I went home, set up a proper office space in my spare bedroom, the one Clara had always insisted should be a meditation room that she never once meditated in, and got to work building something that was actually mine. The incorporation papers for ArcForge Technologies were filed by 6 p.m. Wednesday. I'd chosen the name during the drive home from Costco, sitting at a red light and eating chicken straight from the container like some kind of caveman entrepreneur. Arc because it sounded tech-forward and also reminded me of an arc reactor from Iron Man, and Forge because I was literally forging a new company from the ashes of my failed marriage. Also, it sounded cool, which matters more than people want to admit when naming companies. By Thursday morning, my inbox looked like it had been hit by a bomb made of opportunity. Investors who'd fled Jennings and Company like rats abandoning a sinking ship were suddenly very interested in having coffee with me. LinkedIn messages were pouring in so fast that the app kept crashing. My phone, which I'd finally turned back on Wednesday night, had accumulated another 200 missed calls, but this time they weren't from Clara's people screaming at me. They were from venture capital firms, private equity groups, and angel investors who apparently love the narrative of scorned tech genius burns down ex-wife's empire and builds new one from the ashes. The first serious inquiry came from Mitchell Sanderson, a VC from Bay Area Capital who'd actually invested in Jennings and Company series bound 3 years ago. His email was delightfully blunt. "I should be mad at you for tanking my investment. Instead, I want to buy you lunch and hear your pitch for ArcForge." Also, that pen line was legendary. My partners have been quoting it all morning. We met at a steakhouse downtown on Thursday afternoon. Mitchell was one of those guys who looked exactly like what you'd expect from a Silicon Valley venture capitalist. Expensive casual clothes that probably cost more than my first car, designer glasses, a watch that could fund a small country's GDP. He ordered a scotch that was older than most college graduates, and got straight to the point. "What you did was either the most brilliant strategic move I've seen in 10 years or completely insane," he said, swirling his scotch like he was in a whiskey commercial. "I'm betting on brilliant." "What's the pitch?" I laid it out for him. ArcForge Technologies would specialize in enterprise AI solutions and custom software architecture. Essentially everything I'd built for Jennings and Company. But better and without the baggage of a CEO who treated me like the help. I owned all the intellectual property, all the algorithms, all the proprietary systems. I could license them, improve them, or build entirely new solutions from scratch. The market opportunity was massive because, as recent events had proven, most companies had no idea how vulnerable their tech infrastructure actually was. "How vulnerable is most companies' tech infrastructure?" Mitchell asked, leaning forward with interest. I smiled. "Let's just say if their lead developer decides to go rogue, they're probably screwed. Most places don't document properly, don't build redundancies, and definitely don't consider the risk of the person who built everything deciding they're done being treated like garbage." Mitchell laughed. A genuine bark of amusement that made the people at the next table look over. "That's the most honest pitch I've heard in years. Most founders try to blow sunshine up my ass about how they're going to change the world. You're basically saying you're going to profit off corporate dysfunction and terrible management." "Exactly," I said, "and there's a lot of corporate dysfunction to profit from." By the time dessert arrived, some kind of chocolate thing that cost $32 and came with gold flakes because rich people love pretending they're eating precious metals. Mitchell had committed to a seed round of $5 million. $5 million for a company that was barely 2 days old and consisted of me, my laptop, and a business plan I'd written between episodes of The Office. "I'm in," Mitchell said, shaking my hand across the table. "Not just because the tech is solid, though it is, but because you've got the best origin story I've ever heard. Husband destroys wife's company after pen incident is going to play extremely well in the media. The narrative basically writes itself." He wasn't wrong. By Friday morning, the Wall Street Journal had published a feature article titled "The Fall of Jennings and Company and the Rise of ArcForge, a Tech Marriage Gone Wrong." Forbes followed up with how one developer's revenge reshaped the enterprise software landscape. Even Bloomberg got in on the action with a piece analyzing the systemic vulnerabilities exposed by the Jennings collapse. They interviewed industry experts, competitors, and even tried to interview Clara, who'd apparently barricaded herself in her house and wasn't taking calls from anyone except her lawyers and her therapist, presumably in that order. The best part, every single article mentioned the pen. That stupid platinum pen had become the symbol of the entire saga. The inciting incident that launched 1,000 think pieces about workplace respect, marriage dynamics and entrepreneurship and the importance of treating your technical co-founders like actual human beings. Meanwhile, Jennings and Company was in full death spiral mode. The stock had been delisted from major exchanges after emergency trading halts on Wednesday. Clients were fleeing faster than you could say breach of contract. Employees were updating their LinkedIn profiles and sending out resumes en masse. The company that had been worth $3.2 billion on Tuesday was now in active liquidation proceedings worth less than the furniture in its downtown office. Clara's personal net worth, which had been featured in Fortune's list of self-made women billionaires just last month, had reportedly dropped by 97%. The media was having an absolute field day with the reversal. And while part of me felt like I should feel guilty about destroying her life's work, mostly I just remembered that phone call. I've chosen to sever all contact. Stay away forever. Yeah. Well, Careful what you wish for, Clara. By Friday afternoon, I'd hired my first 2 employees. Jerry Blackwood and Priya Kapoor had been on Jennings & Company's board for 4 years. Both of them sharp, experienced, and apparently more loyal to good technology than to Claire's ego. Jerry was a former CTO at a Fortune 500 company who'd retired early and gotten bored. Priya was a strategic consultant who specialized in corporate turnarounds and had the kind of network that made things happen. They showed up at my house/Prairie office Friday at 2 p.m. dressed business casual and carrying coffee from the Good Cafe downtown. We sat in my living room, the same living room where I'd eaten pasta alone on Tuesday night, and talked strategy. I have to ask, Jerry said after we'd covered the basics of equity splits and role definitions. What's your leadership philosophy? Every company needs some kind of guiding principle. I thought about it for exactly half a second. The answer was obvious, had been obvious since the moment that pen rolled across the conference room floor. I grinned. If you drop your pen, pick it up yourself. Jerry and Priya looked at each other, then burst out laughing. Real, genuine laughter that filled the room and made me feel for the first time in years like I was exactly where I was supposed to be. I love it, Priya said, wiping tears from her eyes. That's going on our website. That's going on business cards. That's going to be our entire corporate culture. Damn right it is, I said, raising my coffee cup. Welcome to ArcForge, where we build great technology and treat people like actual human beings. Revolutionary concept, I know. We clinked our paper coffee cups together like they were champagne glasses, and I looked around my living room at the beginning of something real, something mine, something that Clara couldn't touch or take credit for or diminish. Outside, the sun was shining. My phone was buzzing with more investor inquiries. And somewhere across town, in a minimalist house that felt more like a museum than a home, my ex-wife was probably sitting in her study, surrounded by lawyers, trying to figure out how her perfect life had imploded in less than a week. I hope she was comfortable. I hope she remembered who built everything she'd lost. And I really hope she'd learned to pick up her own damn pen. 1 week after the fall of Jennings & Company, I was sitting in my new office space on the 23rd floor of a building in the financial district, reviewing contract proposals from 3 different Fortune 500 companies who apparently loved the idea of hiring the guy who just pulled off the most spectacular corporate implosion in recent history. The office wasn't huge, about 1,500 square feet, but it was mine. Actually, mine with my name on the lease, my logo on the frosted glass door, and absolutely zero risk of someone telling me the desk I'd chosen wasn't enough. Speaking of the desk, I deliberately chosen the same IKEA model I'd had in our spare bedroom at home. The one Clara had looked at with barely concealed disgust and said made me look like a freelancer working from a coffee shop instead of a serious businessman. It was solid oak, had good cable management, and cost about $300, which meant I could actually afford to spill coffee on it without having an existential crisis about furniture depreciation. I'd paired it with a comfortable ergonomic chair, 2 monitors, and a Spider-Man Funko Pop that my nephew had given me as an office warming gift. The Spider-Man was positioned prominently where clients could see it because if people couldn't handle a CEO who liked comic books, they probably couldn't handle working with me anyway. Jerry had the office next to mine, separated by a glass partition that we could frost for privacy, but usually kept clear because we discovered we both thought better when we could bounce ideas off each other randomly throughout the day. Priya had claimed the corner office with the better view, arguing that as our head of strategic growth, she needed to see the horizon, which Jerry and I suspected was just corporate speak for I want the nice windows. But we'd agreed because Priya was already bringing in clients faster than we could onboard them. It was around 2:30 on a Tuesday afternoon, exactly 1 week since I'd pressed enter and watched Clara's empire crumble, when our receptionist, Katie, buzzed my desk. Katie was a college student working part-time studying computer science at the State University and had immediately earned my respect by showing up to her interview with a portfolio of side projects and zero tolerance for corporate nonsense. There's someone here to see you," Katie said through the intercom, her voice doing that thing where it goes up at the end like a question even though it's technically a statement. "She doesn't have an appointment and she won't give her name, but she seems intense." I glanced at my calendar. Nothing scheduled for another hour. Did she say what it's regarding? No. She just asked if you were in and then kind of stood there staring at the door like she's trying to decide whether to come in or burn the building down. Jerry, who could hear the conversation through our open petition, looked up from his laptop and mouthed Clara with raised eyebrows. I shrugged, but my gut told me he was probably right. Who else would show up unannounced and radiate enough intensity to make our unflappable receptionist nervous? "Send her in," I said, leaning back in my chair and trying to decide what facial expression I should wear. Professional, smug, concerned. I settled on neutral curiosity, which was probably the most mature option, even though smug was really calling to me. The door opened and Clara walked in. Except it wasn't the Clara I'd last seen in that boardroom a week ago. And it definitely wasn't the Clara who'd sat at the head of conference tables like she was royalty presiding over her subjects. This Clara looked like she'd been through a war and lost badly. Her hair, usually styled within an inch of its life, was pulled back in a simple ponytail that actually looked like a regular human being had done it instead of a professional who charged $200 an hour. She was wearing jeans. Jeans, which I'd seen her wear exactly twice in 8 years, both times under extreme duress, and a plain sweater that looked like it might have actually come from a normal store instead of some boutique where they serve you champagne while you shop. But it was her eyes that really got me. They were exhausted. The kind of exhausted that comes from not sleeping properly for days, from crying until you run out of tears, from watching everything you'd built collapse, and realizing you couldn't stop it. The ice blue weapons of mass destruction had melted into something that looked almost human, almost vulnerable. No security guards flanked her. No assistant trailed behind taking notes. No photographer documented her arrival for social media. Just Clara standing in my doorway looking smaller somehow, like she'd been physically diminished by the weight of the past week. We stared at each other for a long moment. Through the glass partition, I could see Jerry pretending to work on his laptop while obviously watching us with the intensity of someone binge-watching a reality show finale. From Priya's office, I heard her say something into her phone and then the call abruptly ended. She was definitely listening too. "You humiliated me," Clara said finally, her voice barely above a whisper. It wasn't accusatory, wasn't angry, it was just sad, a statement of fact delivered by someone who'd had a week to think about what had happened and had come to some kind of conclusion about it. I leaned back in my chair, my $300 IKEA chair that I loved specifically because it annoyed her, and took my time responding. Part of me wanted to go for the jugular to remind her of every slight, every dismissive comment, every time she treated me like I was less than. But looking at her standing there defeated and exhausted, I found I didn't need to. The scoreboard was pretty clear. "No, Clara," I said calmly. "You humiliated yourself. I just sent the invoice." She flinched like I'd slapped her, but she didn't argue. Didn't try to defend herself or shift blame or launch into one of her carefully rehearsed speeches about leadership and tough decisions. She just stood there absorbing the hit, and then her eyes started to wander around my office. She looked at the IKEA desk, the one that wasn't enough. At my dual monitors displaying lines of code and financial projections, at the Spider-Man Funko Pop standing guard next to my coffee mug, at the framed photo of me and my brother at last year's Thanksgiving that I'd hung on the wall because it made me smile, at the whiteboard covered in brainstorming notes and terrible drawings from our strategy session this morning. At the coffee maker in the corner, a nice espresso machine that Jerry had insisted we needed, and the mini fridge stocked with actually good beer instead of the overpriced craft nonsense Clara had always preferred. Her gaze lingered on the desk for a long moment, and I could practically see the memory playing in her head. Her in our spare bedroom doorway 3 years ago, looking at this exact desk with disdain, suggesting I upgrade to something more professional if I wanted to be taken seriously. Me explaining that the desk was fine, that it was functional, that not everything needed to be a status symbol. Her rolling her eyes and walking away like I was a child who didn't understand how the real world worked. Now that desk sat in a successful company's office with my name on the door and investors literally lining up to give me money. The desk hadn't changed. The world's perception of it had, because the person sitting behind it had stopped letting other people define his worth. "This is," Clara started, then stopped. Her hands were shaking slightly. I noticed she clasped them together to hide it. "This is really nice. The office." "Thanks," I said simply. I wasn't going to make this easy for her by filling the awkward silence with small talk or false pleasantries. She'd come here for a reason, and I was curious to see what it was. "Jerry and Priya," she said, gesturing vaguely toward the glass partitions where my 2 employees were now completely abandoning any pretense of working and just openly watching us. They were supposed to be loyal to the company. They were loyal to good business. I corrected. "Turns out that's not the same as being loyal to you." Another flinch. She wrapped her arms around herself like she was cold, even though the office was perfectly comfortable. "The lawyers say, I can't sue you. Something about intellectual property rights and the contracts being insufficient. Non-existent." I supplied helpfully. "The contracts protecting your ownership were non-existent because you never put my name on anything. Remember, you were going to eventually, but you were waiting until we were more established. Except we were plenty established. You just didn't want to share credit." "I know," she said quietly. And that surprised me. Not the admission, the quiet way she said it. Like she was genuinely accepting responsibility instead of spinning it into something else. "I know I did this. I know I took you for granted. Took everything you built for granted. I waited. There had to be more. Clara Jennings didn't show up at her ex-husband's office to deliver a simple apology. That wasn't her style. Even defeated. I came here to ask if you'd consider selling the technology back to me, she continued. And there it was. The real reason for this visit. Not all of it, just enough for Jennings and Company to fulfill our existing contracts. I have investors willing to fund a rebuild, but they need guarantees that we can actually deliver services and without your systems. You have nothing to deliver. I finished. Yeah, I'm aware. I built it, remember? I can't pay you what it's worth, she said, her voice cracking slightly. But I can offer you 40% of whatever we rebuild. Partnership equity, your name on everything this time. Real partnership like it should have been from the start. I almost laughed almost. The audacity of it coming here after everything and offering me what she should have given me 8 years ago like it was some kind of generous gift instead of the bare minimum of respect. But I didn't laugh because looking at her standing there, I realized something important. I didn't want it. I didn't want to rebuild Jennings and Company. Didn't want 40% of a company that would always have her family name on the door. Didn't want to go back to being someone's partner when I could be my own boss. No, I said simply. No. She looked confused, like she'd been so certain I'd jump at the chance. But you'd be. I'd be your partner again, I interrupted, in a company that I already burned down once. CL, I don't want to rebuild your empire. I'm busy building my own. She opened her mouth to argue, then closed it. Looked around my office one more time at the desk, the monitors, the Spider-Man, the whiteboard, the evidence of something new and mine and untouchable by her. Right, she said finally. Of course, I just thought, never mind what I thought. She turned to leave and I let her get all the way to the door before I spoke again. Clara, she stopped, hand on the door frame, but didn't turn around. That phone call, I've chosen to sever all contact. Stay away forever. You remember that? Her shoulders tensed. Yes. Good. Because that's the last time you get to make demands of me ever. We're done. The company is done. Whatever we were is done. Move on. She stood there for another moment. And I thought maybe she'd turn around, try one more time to convince me or guilt me or manipulate me. But she didn't. She just nodded once, sharp and quick, and walked out of my office without another word. Through the glass, I watched her walk past Katie's desk, past the ArcForge logo on the wall and out into the hallway. The elevator dinged. She stepped inside and then she was gone. Jerry appeared in my doorway approximately 4 seconds later. Holy dude. Yeah, I agreed. You okay? I thought about it. Really thought about it. Then I smiled. Yeah, Jerry. I'm actually perfect. Months passed. ArcForge thrived like a plant that finally got moved out of the shade and into actual sunlight. We'd closed deals with 12 major clients, hired 15 employees, and moved into a bigger office space that had an actual break room instead of just a mini fridge and prayers. I'd moved into a downtown loft with exposed brick, hardwood floors, and my dog Baxter, a golden retriever I'd adopted from a shelter who greeted me every day like I was a war hero returning home instead of just some guy who worked from home in sweatpants. Sometimes when I scrolled past news articles about Jennings and Company's liquidation proceedings, I'd smile and whisper to Baxter. Told her she'd regret it. Buddy, he'd wag his tail in solidarity because dogs are excellent at supporting petty vengeance. People asked me if I missed her. Friends, family, that one nosy barista at my regular coffee shop who felt entitled to my life story because I tipped well. I perfected my response. Sure, like I missed dial-up internet. Freedom tasted like espresso and payback. And somewhere in a dusty corporate corner, a platinum pen still waited for someone else to pick it up. Not my problem anymore.
That's it for today. I hope you enjoyed the stories. Let me know what you thought in the comments below. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more, and I'll see you in the next one.